Equestrian Live SA brings you this live streaming of the 2022 Reonet FEI World Cup Qualifier, incorporating the United Aviation Group Riders Grand Prix Tour and the United League of Champions team competition, proudly sponsored by the United Aviation Group. Well, it's a very good morning to all of our viewers here on Equestrian Live, wherever you may be, whether you are locally based here in South Africa, perhaps Gauteng, perhaps even Kyalami, or perhaps you're overseas watching on other international platforms like Clip My Horse. Wherever you are, very good morning and welcome to the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Park Club. Today we're going to be featuring 3 classes during this live stream broadcast, starting with the 2 pools of the Reonet 1 meter 32 phase competition. That'll be followed by the United Aviation Group's Grand Prix, the 145, 150. Looking forward to that. All the big guns coming out a little bit later this morning. And then something new to South African show jumping. It's the first in the series of the United League of Champions, leg number 1. What that's all about? Well, stay tuned. Exciting stuff. All of the teams, the 10 teams, are gearing up, getting ready. Check them out on social media pages. We're going to be doing lots of talking about that as we gear closer and closer to the League of Champions. A little bit later on, we're going to be having some guests to chat about all of that. From myself, Aidan Lithgow, very good morning to you. So, Peter Mini Arena looking resplendent here this morning. The marquees are up. The going looks beautiful. International course designer from the Netherlands is Henk Linders, and he pitches the course here this morning for this 1 meter 32 phase competition. That's to get us underway. There are 2 pools, and they're big pools, so lots of 1 meter 30 horses and riders going through the start. How many of them find the finish remains to be seen. Big thank you to our flagship sponsor. It is Reonet. Gavin Triggle and the Reonet team once again hosting us here, sponsoring the first leg of the World Cup qualifiers. And then, of course, United Aviation Group has come on board, partnering with Reonet, bringing you all 3 days of the live streaming, as well as the Riders Grand Prix Tour and that brilliant new concept, the team competition. Let's take a look at the lineup. All the horses going through, lined up for the first class, the 1 meter 32 phase. This is pool number 1. There they are. Already in the arena is Rotaflow, Bellissimo and Dominic Alexander. So we'll let you have a little bit of a gander at those horses. There are quite a lot of them. We do have some scratchings. Number 22, Lauren Lagrange's arena hotspot has come out. And as far as we know, the only other scratching is Midas Touch, Uptown and Catherine McFarlane. But should there be any more, we'll let you know. So around about 50 horses in the first pool with those scratchings, and then the second pool follows on after that, and around about 51 horses in that second pool. Then we move on later in the afternoon or the morning to the United Aviation 1 meter 45, 1 meter 50. Let's take a look at some of these course specifications that Henk Linders from the Netherlands has pitched for us today. It's a 1 meter 30 track. The first phase is a time allowed of 38 seconds. 350 meters per minute is the galloping speed. A length of track is 220 meters. Time allowed there, 38 seconds. First phase efforts 1 to 6. And the second phase, 7 to 11, length of track 260 meters, time allowed 45 seconds. It's great to have Henk Linders with us as we cross over to our live pictures now. Dominic Alexander is currently on track on Rotaflow Bellissimo Z. Dominic, a rider that needs no introduction, riding with that South African flag on his chest. Holder of Protea colours, highly accomplished show jumper, highly accomplished dressage rider, professional rider, makes his wage from riding and training. Lots and lots of very accomplished riders under his tutelage as well. Rotaflow Bellissimo Z. 10-year-old Belgian warm blood by Breitling out of a Kidam de Revel mare, and coming along the right way under Dominic Alexander. Clive Robertson of Rotaflow. The Rotaflow Rollers will be seen out in the team competition a little bit later on, one of the 10 teams that take part. And Bellissimo getting a good pat for his efforts here this morning. Super ride there by Domini. So, as far as I can see, clear all the way. 0 penalty score in a time of 38.57. 0 penalties in 38.57 for the first, who makes it look easy. One would expect that he would. Dominic Alexander going well here this morning. A little bit of a chill in the air. Driving here this morning pretty early, around 6:30. Temperature read 8 degrees, but I think it's warmed up a little bit from that. But perfect jumping conditions. Horses will enjoy these conditions. Next to go is Samantha Hardcastle. Samantha rides Callao Conrado. In fact, I don't see Samantha in the arena. I see Michelle Hobbs. And I see Tamar Glixman. So this looks like Tamar going through the start now. So this, in fact, is Tamar Glixman currently on track. There she goes. She just jumped number 1, heads down to number 2. Safely over that one. So I'm not sure if she's come in out of order. There is a second arena running here, the May Foxcroft. Of course, you're watching the pictures from the Peter Mini, so ignore that strap. That's, in fact, not Michelle on track. This is Tamar Glixman, who I think has got horses in other arenas coming in early. And I find her down the running order at number 42, Callao Con Elma. So I think this is actually number 42 coming out of order. Tamar Glixman on Callao Con Elma. Standing by is Michelle. So going well, looking to beat Domini's time. Domini cut the beam in 38.57. Tamar comes home in a 0 penalty score on 43.65. Tamar Glixman, Callao Con Elma. So this now is Elzu Countdown. We're just going to get confirmation of the horse that went previously. It was definitely Tamar, but I heard them say over the PA that that was Elzu Countdown. So we'll just get some confirmation from Roger who that was. Definitely Tamar, but for our timing purposes and our scoring sheets, need to know the name of the horse. So this definitely is Michelle Hobbs, Elzu Countdown. Riding under the Atlantic Oil Numna, her sponsor. Michelle has long been associated with the Elzu stud as well, producing lots of horses over the years for them. Countdown is by Calibri. So I've just gotten confirmation that number 2, in fact, was Conrado, but a change of rider there. That was Tamar Glixman. And finishing her round, Michelle Hobbs, Elzu Countdown. .48.33. 4 for time in both of the phases, so a total score of 8. 8 the total score there for Elzu Countdown. This now is number 5. So this is Clara Blichnout on Sheikh of Araby, unfortunately having a rail at fence number 1. Seems to have regathered her composure and going well now. Heading on now to jump number 5. Oh, and spoke too soon. Coming around the corner. Not sure what the horse had a look at there. Bit of an innocuous fence jump number 5. What you might not see from your pictures, heading towards the bannering of the arena, and maybe just looked up at that and saw some movement. There is a vendor's village on the outside of the arena, so perhaps just had a gander into that and got a little bit distracted. So there will be lots of time penalties to add now. Remember, we are 1 for 1 these days, so 1 time penalty for every second over. Oh, and I'm afraid that does now constitute an elimination. The second disobedience for young Clara Blichnout and Sheikh of Araby. So quite a few shadows where the sun is positioned at this time of the morning. It's not a consistent even light over this arena, so lots of shadows. There was quite a glint over number 8 there, that double H upright, and perhaps Sheikh of Araby just having a look at all of that. Not their day today. We jump down the running order now to number 8, Cameo. This is Tegan Brains. Tegan will be seeing riding in the team competition a little bit later on. Highly accomplished rider for her young years. Nine strides down the hill from 1 to 2. Round the corner she goes. Left-hand turn, heading back up the hill towards our commentary position over the KEP. On a related distance to the Epol Oxa. Right-hand turn now, number 5. Then a related distance to the United Aviation double. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strides in. 1 stride double pops out nicely down towards the gate. Right-handed turn back. Roll back on up the hill to Blair Athol Oxa. Oh. Finds the back rail. She takes the inside line now to number 8. Remember, second phase on time. Changeover happening after fence number 6. It's unfortunately found a rail, and that puts pay to her chances. Tegan, a really smooth rider. Rides on a lovely rhythm on all of her horses. Sits nice and still in the saddle. Has a smile as she cuts the beam there. Finishes well. So overall score there for Tegan Brains. 4 penalties in the second phase in a time of 43.63. So still leading. He was first to go was Dominic Alexander. Rotaflow Bellissimo in 38.57. There is the replay. We're going to take a look. As Tegan canters up to that Blair Athol fence. She just found the back rail after that. Yeah, just touching it off with the back toes. So that was Tegan Brains. Number 8, Cameo. Now, next rider there, you see him cantering off. Had a big win not so long ago in this very arena in the South African Outdoor Grand Prix, sponsored by Toyota. It's Ronnie Healy. And here he goes on number 9, Rivervale's Grace of Staccato. Did he touch that off? Looked like he rubbed off at number 2, so 4 penalties will be marked down. Ronnie, another consummate professional. Finds a second rail at jump number 5. So this for owner Terry Lee Bryson. Grace of Staccato. I'm sure Terry is here. In fact, I think she'll be, or Ronnie will be partnering her other horse, Staccato's Boy, in the team competition, I do believe, a little bit later. So, safely over number 8, Double H Feeds, the company that Ronnie and his wife Ashley own and run together. As he canters up to the last now. Midfeet's Tack and Togs. Oxa to finish, gives the front rail a little rub, but that stays in the cups. So final tally there for Rivel's Grace of Staccato, Ronnie Healy. Finishes on a score of 12. Two poles coming down, but 4 for time, and 48.24 his time. Remember the second phase time allowed 45 seconds. So just giving him a canter around this morning, slowing up slightly after finding those first 2 rails. For Nova Sonnenstrahl now, it's Georgina Ratcliffe. This is number 10, Rivendell Kite Runner. Georgina making the long trip from Cape Town, from the Western Cape, where she is based and lives. A beautiful part of the world. Trains with Gonda Beatrix. Oh, and not the best approach, not Georgina's fault by any means. Lots to look at here around this Peter Mini Arena. In fact, the horse came past the commentary position and I think was possibly looking at us and fell in against her right leg and wasn't quite straight. Going to number 5, so gave a little bit of a difficult ride to that one. Has that down safely over 8 and 9. Or 8A and B, I beg your pardon. Round she goes now to number 9. Heading back up the hill towards us now to finish. Good jump over the last. 8 penalties. 4 for jumping, 4 for time. Number 5 coming down, and then 48.88 her time. Time allowed there 45 seconds. Finishes on a score of 8 penalties. Georgina Ratcliffe and Rivendell Kite Runner for Nova Sonnenstrahl. That was number 10. Bellissimo and Dominic Alexander were first out the gate. Still lead here in this first class of the day. Their time 38.57. Currently on track in picture is Kimberly Williamson. Callao Karina. This is number 11. Kimberley based not too far from where we are here in Kyalami, just up the road. A little suburb called Sun Valley, where she runs the very nice Manador setup, along with Renelle Gilbert. So clear for the first phase. Turning back on now to number 9. This mare by Corinth out of an Argentina mare. Jumping super well this morning. Don't want to put the mockers on her. She rolls up to the last, but looking good. Yes, and there she goes through the beam into second. Callao Karina. Kimberly Williamson. 40.37 her time, clear all the way. That puts her into second. So Bellissimo and Domini still leading in 38.57. 3 clears is what we have at this current stage, but still a lot of competitors to go here. Oscar Ngube is currently on track. Safely negotiates jump number 1. Over number 2 he goes. This is United Aviation Group Kelleho Consigo. Oscar Ngube, number 12. Oscar and fiancée Catherine McFarlane, just a stone's throw from Kyalami Equestrian Park at the Linrose Stables. Walking distance. Fortunately finds a rail at jump number 5. Not the first one to do that. Consigo by Con Coriano, out of a Clinton mare. Big, sizey, scopy, powerful jumper. Good ride to number 9. Left-hand turn to 10. Roll back now on the right-hand turn up the hill to finish over the tack and togs. Safely over that. 4 penalties, 5 penalties as he exceeds the time allowed. 45.01 Oscar's time. 1 for time to add to the 4, total of 5. So just over 45 seconds is the time allowed. So that was number 12, Oscar Ngube. And perhaps Oscar will come and join us in commentary for a couple of horses. We'll have a chat to him. Also going to be taking part in the United Aviation League of Champions. Caroline van Skalkwijk, meanwhile, at number 13, Kelleho's Amigo. By Ford Joy out of a Ramiro dam line. Amigo jumping very nicely here this morning. Very, very careful. Caroline, not too long ago, gave birth to a son. So great to see her back in the saddle, riding up here in the open grades. She's gone up a gear here in the second phase, so nice to see her having a go as well. Gives the penultimate jump a little bit of a rub. Forward right up to the last. Oh, Caroline takes the back rail. She was a little bit open coming up to that final fence on the track. She wanted to give it a go. Let's take a look at her time. 35.69. So she was in it to win it. But not going to be this morning with the final rail, the final fence coming down. So 4 penalties in a very good time of 35 and some change. Domini's time 38.57, so would have gone into the lead by some 3 seconds. And next to go here is the ultimate professional, Chris van der Merwe. Not too many titles in South Africa that this young man hasn't already claimed for himself. So recently made the move, he and his wife Leona, into this neck of the woods. For a long time based out in Bloberg, 100 kilometers north of Polokwane, and now just down the road within walking distance of Kyalami Equestrian Park, riding here on the very useful, lovely, up-and-coming Capital Collier for owner Holly Smith, imposing son of Capital Kronos out of a Capital A-Star mare, bought on the Capital auction a few years back. Scope to burn he has, and being ably produced here by Chris van der Merwe. Now Now this is going to be interesting to watch because Chris looks like he's just out a lot of the time on a Sunday afternoon hack, and when he comes home you see, wow, that was a quick time. How did he do that? Well, not going to count today because he's just had the penultimate fence down as he rides up to the last. Safely over that one. Not riding for time this morning, 47.64, but keep an eye on Capital Collier in the future. That's a good one, up and coming. So 4 penalties for Capital Collier. Dominic Alexander still leading in 38.57 as we welcome into the arena Grant Langley, making the trip from KZN on number 15, Foresight Joe Bolt, homebred. Grant based in the Summerveld area. Langley equestrian, Foresight stud, passionate horseman. Loves his horses, loves his breeding, and this one of the ones that he has bred out of that devastatingly good mare that he used to ride, Sissy van der Helle. Joe Bolt by Casper. Oh! Had to improvise going through there. Had a real good look coming down the hill towards the gate at that United Aviation double, did Joe Bolt. Just looking a little bit sticky off the ground, like he's having a look at these fences. Grant having to, and unfortunately just catching up with him there. He's a young horse. He's an up-and-coming horse. Not sure he would have been into an arena as busy as this. And when I say as busy as this, although it's still early in the morning, lots to look at. There's a big marquee, hospitality marquee right down the one side. Lots of flags, lots of bannering. Still early, shadows are out. Lots of glint and glare off of some of these fences here. So Joe Bolt just having a look, but this will bring him on. Finds the finish. And finishes on a score of 16 penalties, 8 of those being for time. Of course, he had the stop at the Double H Feeds number 8 vertical. So 8 for jumping. 8 for time. His time 52.33. Those time penalties accrued in the second phase. Remember, this is a 2-phase competition. And I would suspect coming tomorrow into this arena, he'll be a much better horse as well. Having had the opportunity just to have a look around. As we focus our attention now on Stacey Lee Weston. Western Farrier's Quinine. This is number 16. Stacey, very accomplished rider. Rides with Barry Taylor. Married to a very good horseman himself, Paddy Weston, who unfortunately we don't see in the competition arena anymore, but in his day very, very accomplished. Now a very accomplished blacksmith or farrier. Stacey will be joining us in co-commentary, where we found she has another hidden talent. Well, not so hidden anymore. She was a good hit at the Easter Festival here on Equestrian Live, and will be joining us, in fact, for the big class come Sunday afternoon. We look forward to that. She's just having to use a little bit of leg here on Quinine, another horse that's having a little look here this early Friday morning in the Peter Mini Arena. Got a good string of horses, Stacey. Busy life she has with all her horses, her 2 children, and of course a big job that she holds working for Sadler and Associates. Apologies to our viewers out there. We are very aware of the technical difficulties that we're facing at the moment with our live link. So our technicians are working on the problem. We are aware that the pictures are failing us a little bit, but we are trying to rectify the situation. So please bear with us. We are aware we are working on the issue. So, Stenek Mukhna is on track now. Number 17, Lord Jack, for owner Kirsty Mukhna, his lovely wife. Sten last week was out at the Revel Stables campaigning. The Riders Series show hosted by Conrad and Renee. Out in Polokwane, always fun going up there. And had some good results on this horse, on Lord Jack. 14 years old now, or years young, by Lord Z. Out of a Devonport Peter Pan mare. Brings a lot of electricity, a lot of blood, a lot of athleticism to his jump. Now that Sten absolutely adores this little horse. He's had a rail down as he canters to the last 4 penalties. Is Sten's time 36.92, and we look forward to Sten in co-commentary a little bit later on in the day. He'll be joining us for the team competition. That's the final class of the day here on this Friday. So once again, apologies for the intermittent pictures. We are aware that they're breaking up, and our technicians are running around frantically trying to source the problem, sort it out for you. Ashley Taylor now, number 18. Top bet, Lord Abendorp. Lord Abendorp, 13 years old, by Lord Petsy, out of a Shucko Blue mare, lovely horse, owned by Aisling Triggle. Somebody else who'll be joining us in co-commentary. Always look forward to chatting to Ais. Oh, not what she wanted. Lucky she got out the way there. So she was coming around the turn. So she took the inside turn. Unfortunately, that does mean an elimination for young Ashley. Hope that she is okay. But coming around the turn, so she came over that Blair Athol Oxer, and then it's the inside of number 5, that Callagher vertical on the turn, on quite an acute sharp left-hand roll back to that Double H Feeds. And that Double H Feeds vertical has caused a few problems this morning. She was obviously a little bit aware that the horse was not that keen coming around the turn. She got after him a little bit, saying, come on, get your mind on the job. And Abendorp had made up his mind, unfortunately, that it wasn't interested. And Ashley just getting dislodged and coming off the side. We hope that she's okay. Shame she seems to have hurt her right hip a little bit, so hopefully she will be all right. Medics are with her. Mom Lorette and Barry, her dad, came out just to check that she's okay. Unfortunately, an elimination for young Ashley. And Lord Abendorp, as Bridget Carles is now in picture. She rides number 19, Principals Bentley. Bentley by Corbett, out of an Ubergaber mare. Bridget getting a lovely tune out of him. Rides out of the Dunblane setup in the east of Johannesburg. Lovely, lovely yard. Trains with Jason Phillips. Giving him a good positive forward ride here. She decides to go the long way around number 5, but keeping a nice forward rhythm to number 8. She's seen that others have had a problem with that inside turn where they don't have too much time to lock on to that double H feeds vertical. And Bridget just playing a little bit safe, giving him plenty of opportunity to lock onto that, to have a good look at it. Rides down the hill. And he's going well here. Still clears, left them all in the cups. Ask him for a little bit more speed, rolling up the hill to the last, safely over that. Oh, gave the back rail a little bit of a rub, but got away with it. Didn't see which pole came down, but 4 penalties on track in the second phase there for Principals Bentley and Bridget Coral. So I'm afraid 4 penalties in 43.07. Good ride though, she should be happy with that. Principals Bentley finishes his round. Caitlin Pike enters, number 20. There you go. No, safely over those two. Caitlin Pike now, Rivervale Boy Wonder. Oh, and finds a rail at number 1. So number 1 is down, first phase, 4 penalties. Caitlin, I do believe, trained by Brendan McNevin. Rides out of Blair Athol. Just got a little bit quiet in that distance and then had to get after him up the hill to number 4. She's regained her rhythm now, riding down from 5 to 6 in that related distance, safely out of that Aviation double, United Aviation. Now she's coming up. She better leave this up. This is sponsored by Blair Athol, where she, gave it a rub, that front rail. The fence that Blair Athol sponsors. So safely through that double of uprights for double H feeds. Kuta Insurance fence now. Just the one down at that Reonet fence at jump number 1 as she moves on now to the penultimate fence for Western Shop, safely over that, and now up to Tack and Tog's mid feeds Oxer to finish. Gives the front rail a little bit of a rub with the back toes, finishes on the 4 penalties in 43.46. Safely inside that 45 seconds, so finishes on the 4 penalties. Rivervale Boy Wonder, Caitlin Pike. 21 Zarina Hotspot comes out. And on track now is young Taryn Allnut, and this is Dubliner. So looks to be coming out of order, Taryn Allnut, Dubliner. Or in addition to our program. Taryn, a very good, correct rider. Sits beautifully. Finds that front rail of the United Aviation double going in at jump number 6. So she goes the long way around, knowing that she can't win it from there with a pole down. She goes round number 5 to that double of verticals. It's double H feeds, double. Comes from a nice horsey family. Dad Sean, very good rider himself. Haven't seen him in the ring for a long time. Too busy preparing other people's horses. Of course, he's a farrier. Very, very busy man. Taryn finishes nicely on the 4. So United Aviation Group claiming Taryn there. He has a replay of the fault going in. Just a little bit tight and forward going to that double. Finding that front rail, ran out of space. James Curtin is on track now. Oh! Not the start that he wanted. Riding Heart of Hope for owner Zoe Goodman. Not sure why Zoe is not riding. But this is James Curtin deputizing for Zoe. So 8 penalties already at fence number 1. Time penalties surely to add. First time I've seen James riding this horse, and not what he was hoping for. Second disobedience there on Heart of Hope for Zoe Goodman. Unfortunately, an elimination there for James. So this is his ride into number 1. Yeah, the horse, I suspect perhaps the horse just losing a little bit of confidence with Zoe, and that's why James, I'm speaking out of turn, maybe speaking out of turn here, and that's perhaps why James was on, just to try and get him around. As happens, sometimes the wheels fall off and we need to regroup a little bit, but not James's day today, I'm afraid. He'll be back. Visiting rider from KwaZulu-Natal is Emma Cutts. Keldum's Aragon at number 24. Emma and her sister Phoenix, both very good riders. Based in KZN, and often we see them up in Gauteng at the bigger shows. And often we see them in the winner's box as well. So, good ride there. Makes the inside turn. She's sitting on the 4 penalties, so she had that to keep vertical down, but she had a plan going in, knew what she wanted to do, and despite the rail, she's sticking to plan A. Testing the horse a little bit, of course. 130 champs still to come in the upcoming days. Remember that Equestrian Live will be bringing you all 3 days, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, from this Reonet show. She finishes well, does Emma Cutts, Keldum's Aragon, as she canters past. And what viewers may not know is the horse is only sighted in one eye. He has lost an eye. So very, very good round there from young Emma. Emma Barrow is next to go. This is the very useful, lovely Melba. Emma trains with Simon Henry. Very, very good rider. Very correct, polished, stylish. Sits beautifully on a horse and has some really, really nice horses. Mom Gunilla passionate about the breeding as well and the bloodlines. Originally from Sweden they are. It's just a little bit forward going in there, and Gunilla likes to support the Swedish breeders. Importing some lovely, lovely stock, and Melba being one of them. A little bit tight going into that double of verticals, double H feeds, gets away with it. Melba is a super, super well-bred mare. I'm sure Canella will be thinking about some embryos there by Dakar. Young mare. Only a 7-year-old, about to turn 8 later on in this month. Up and coming, watch out for that one. Plenty more to come. Just also having a look at some of these fences here on this Friday morning, chilly Friday morning at Kyalami Equestrian Park here in the Petermini. So that was Melbourne young Emma Barrow, dropping into 14th position. Caitlin Eager is on track. This is Cosmopolitan. Not the way she wants to start, finding a rail at number 1 at Reonet FEI to start. Quite a few people have found that front rail. A lightly coloured fence, white in the middle, heading down the hill against the white backdrop of that marquee. And I wonder if they just maybe don't sight that front rail all that well against that white backdrop in the distance. Because quite a few people have had that rail. But she's regathered now. On her bicycle she goes, and getting along rather nicely. Rolling up the hill to this Blair Athol Oxa. At number 4, round number 5, she decides to go to that Double H Feeds double of verticals. Nicely through there. Up to the last. Finishes nicely, does Caitlin and Cosmopolitan. 4 for jumping, 1 for time in 45.58, just over that 45 seconds time allowed. Drops her down to 13th. Let's take a look at the top 5. Dominic Alexander was first to go. Finished his round at 38.57 seconds and clear. Tops the leaders board. Stacey Weston in second, 38.90. Callagho Karina and Kimberly Williamson in third. And in fourth place, Callagho Conrado, Tamar Glixman. Those are only the clears, 4 clears. From 22, 18% clear round rate. So this Henk Linders course, claiming a few victims here. I really like this course, to be honest. Lots for the riders to think about, lots of turnbacks, lots of related distances, but it is a nicely flowing course at that. Ronnie Healy's riding now. This is not his first ride. He's back for more, is Ronnie. Havana, number 30. 10-year-old mare, Dutch bred by Breitling. Right, he better get this right. Riding out of that Double H Numna. Come on. Oh, gave it a rub. Gets away with it. The Double H Feeds his company, sponsoring here at the show. Up to the last he goes. Will he get home inside of the time allowed? And he did, in fact, have one down at number 4. 2 for time in the second phase, a total of 6 penalties for Ronnie. And there is the replay of that offence of that Blair Athol Oxa with Havana. Havana, na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na-na. Mandy Johnson. Well, there are 2 in the arena. Who's going to go first? A few of the riders coming in out of order. It looks like Nicola Syme Riley has picked up a canter. So she'll be going before Mandy. In fact, Carter to go before Mandy. Nicola Syme Riley riding for owners Corin Koop. And she partners up with Corin Koop in the ownership of this very nice Rivendell Braveheart, one of her up-and-coming horses. By Baloo de Ravel. Out of a Calvaro Z mare. Lots to like about Braveheart. And certainly coming along the right way under the expert guidance of Nicholas Syme Riley, one of the most highly decorated riders we have in South Africa at the current time. Not much she hasn't won either. Current South African show jumping champion. Of course, she took the title at Stockies Dry last year on Insagi. Based out of the Sunny Park stables, east of Joburg. Very, very busy lady. Lots of horses in her string. Professional rider, coach, mom. And mentally as tough as they come. Good enough to go into 5th place. Just 2 for time, 46.37. The time penalties being accrued in the 2nd phase. Leaves them all in the cups, just caught by the clock. Mandy Johnston goes next. Riding for the Rotoflow team. Rotoflow Capital Harrison. New up into the 130s. Just a couple of weeks ago he went up into the 130s and taking it all very easily in his stride. We'll be chatting to Mandy a little bit later about the team competition which she has put together. About all the rules and regulations and how it works and the concept. Just having a look at that riding down the hill, as quite a few horses have looked at that United Aviation double. Harrison just having a look at that. Mandy having to get after him a little bit just to keep his mind on the game, and finds the front rail. Again, a little bit sticky going towards the double. Of course, he is very new to the 130s. Lots to look at in this arena. Lots of fillers. As we said, the light's still climbing, the sun's still climbing, so the light is changing constantly. Oh. Riding up towards the last there. Didn't like that tack and togs fence. Come on, Harrison. And lots of time penalties to add after that disobedience. Total of 17 penalties, 9 of those being for time for Rotoflow Capital Harrison and Mandy Johnston. But plenty to come from him in the future. Brings plenty of power. Watch out for him. Another rider visiting us from KwaZulu-Natal. Riding the lovely Optimus. It's Anthony Eckerold. By Optimum Thunder Wellington. Out of the Bambix mare Elzu Bouquet. Anthony forging a very, very nice partnership with this lovely stallion. Formerly partnered. In fact, originally was produced by Michelle Hobbs, who also rode Optimum Thunder Wellington. Optimus was produced originally by Michelle, then bought by Ronnie Lawrence, and now Ronnie, who coaches Anthony, who's taken over the horse. Coming inside now from 7 to 8, inside of number 5. So this is looking good. This horse is very, very careful. Anthony's had some very good results on this horse, building a good partnership with him here in the 130s. So far, so good, and the time is looking good. So could this eclipse Dominic Alexander? He's finding all the inside lines, and he's on a good rhythm. I think the pace is faster than Dominic as he canters to the last. Safely over that one, and into the lead goes Anthony Eckerold and Optimus in 37.13. Dominic's time 38.57, and we have a new leader, Anthony Eckerold and Optimus from KZN. taking the lead here in this first pool of the 1 meter 30, sponsored by Reonet. Well done, Anthony Eckerold. Into the lead he goes. So let's take a look at the top 5. Anthony now leading Optimus in 37.13. Bellissimo and Domini into second now in 38.57. In third place currently is the lady who's in picture. She holds third on Quinine. This her second ride now. Stacey Weston. Alpha Ruby for Western Farriers. 10-year-old gelding, Namibian Warmblood, by Edward. Out of a Laromi mare. Don't know much about this horse. In fact, I don't think I've seen Stacey riding this. So is it new to her string? Building up a very, very nice string is Stacey. Number 5 just seemed to fall right on takeoff. Got to just hold them slightly out there to number 5. Few have had that one coming around past the commentary point. Riding to number 5 on the related distance down to the United Aviation Group and double, and the horse just seemed to fall into the right hand side. So 4 penalties her current score. Safely through that double of verticals of Double H feeds, number 8. Nice way to finish. Big pats for him. So just the one down, but not up to the time, I'm afraid. 5 for time and 49.33 in that second phase. So Stacey finishes on a score of 9. But the score not really reflective. That was a really nice round. Of course, we 1 for 1 now on the time. So as soon as you start going into overtime, lots of time penalties accrued. Oscar Ngube now, his second ride in this class. This is Capital Harvey. Number 36. Strong ride up the distance, up the hill there from Oscar on Harvey. He's going at a good clip here. He's not hanging about. So is Optimus's lead. Well, first of all, he's got to leave them all up. But it does, from what we're seeing here, look like a more forward ride than Optimus. Although no, he decides to go round. Optimus came inside of number 5. Oscar has gone round. Had a little bit of a stammer. The A element of number 8, which is now being caught by the sun. That board that sits under that vertical at number 8 is looking pretty bright. So a few of the horses having a good look at that. So a good ride from Oscar. Another little look at that tack and togs ride. So Oscar giving him a really good ride there, Capital Harvey. Finishes on a 0 penalty score in 44.76. So although the pace was good, he decided to go round number 5, and that cost him some time. And that puts him into 6th position. So into the money. 6th position, 6 clears there are at this current time. 6 from 28 with 14 left to come gives you a 21% clear round rate. Caroline van Skalkwyk, her second ride. Of course, she gave us a lovely ride on Amigo earlier on. Currently sits in 8th place on Amigo and 4 penalties in 35.69. So she's looking to go one better here on her second ride. Swazi Liskar's Land of Lagos. By Lagos, out of a Landau mare. And on a good pace here. Of course, it's all about the second phase where the time rarely counts. Safely through that double for United Aviation. Right, now she's into her second phase. She's gone round the Callao vertical. And if you want to be in the top placings, you really have to go inside of that. But lots have come inside and paid the price. Oh! Just a bit of a miscommunication there between Lagos and Caroline, but she got away with it. She was on a forward pace. Taking it over that fence, got away with it. Finishes on a clear in a time of 40.65. Into 5th she goes. So not a bad class here for Caroline van Schalkwyk. That drops her down to 9th on her first ride, Callao Amigo. But into 5th she goes on Swazi Liskol, Land of Lagos, in a clear in 40.65. Leader's time, 37.13. Caroline smiling. She knows she got it wrong. She knows she got away with something there. At that Kuta fence down the bottom end of the arena, close to that marquee. But a clear is a clear. Chris van der Merwe, his second ride. Mythos. Riding under the Reonet Numna. Of course, Reonet sponsors this show. Flagship sponsor of this World Cup qualifier, the first in the series. We look forward to that Sunday. So we build up on this first day of live streaming, 1:30 class to get us underway. Chris, as we said earlier, is relocated and riding under out of Govertriggle's setup just down the road. And I tell you what, in a few years' time, well, not even a few years, some horses, some string he's going to have. Quality horses he's bringing up through the grades. Future looks really exciting. This is looking good. Mythos. Chris van der Merwe. Nice ride up to the last. And clear all the way in 40.90. Into 6th place he goes. Gives us another clear. Percentages jump up to 26%. Optimus still leading with Anthony Eckerold. Bellissimo Domini in 2nd. Stacey Quinine in 3rd. Karina Kimberly Williamson sits in 4th, and 5th. Land of Lagos, Caroline van Schalkwyk, now in 6th place, Mythos and Chris van der Merwe. This looks like Ashley Taylor, number 41 Farnham Elite Rhythm. No lasting effects from that fall that she had on Abendorp earlier on. She looked a little bit sore getting up off the deck, but she's shaken it off. Oh, to be young. When you still bounce. Four penalties coming up the hill. That EPOL fence hasn't really created too many problems today, but Elite Rhythm and Ashley finding that rail. So 4 penalties, her current score. Elite Rhythm by Udoki is out of that wonderful mare that Mom Lorette rode, Rhythm of the Wind. In fact, Lorette rode the dad as well, so family affair here. She's partnered Udoki's as well. And nicely done, young Ashley Taylor. Just the one down, 4 penalties in 42.54. Inside of that 45-second time allowed. So finishes on just the 4. No lasting effects, no dents to the confidence. Well done, Ashley Taylor. Right, so Tamar returns her second ride, Callao Con Elma. Of course, she went earlier on Conrado. replacing Samantha Hardcastle there. Here she goes on Con Elmer. Number 42, Tamar Glixman. Another rider based in this area just down the road, Maple Road here in Kyalami. Very, very close. She runs a very successful stable yard riding school. Little Farnham. Long time associated with the Farnham stables of Barry and Lorette. Inside she comes. So this is looking good. Oh, spoke too soon. She saw the open one. She saw the forward ride off the turn. It actually looked like a good ride, but once again, the horse is really looking at that. Scuppered her chances as Con Elmer just backed off the fence, off the turn. If he hadn't done what that was actually the perfect ride until he just propped up at her. And then the stride was gone. And I'm afraid it lands up on the deck. So that would have to be seen as the bogey fence here today. It's going so well, that inside turn. Well, listen, if you want to have a chance, you need to take a chance. She took the chance into number 8, and horses just looked up at it, said, oh, it is a double forward ride to that. Unfortunately, then it all went a little bit pair and put pay to Tamar's chances. Elimination, I'm afraid, there. So the riders have to decide inside if they want to have a chance or play it safe on a very forward rhythm, go round number 5 to that double of oxes for double H feeds. That's the big decision that they have to make. Right, picking up a canter is number 43, Kelleher Look Doyen, Carl Bunzire. Carl, very accomplished, show jumper, dressage rider, horseman. Nice to see him back in the ring. Had a horrible fall at the end of last year, where he broke his leg rather severely off of a young horse, I believe, and was out of action for a long time, but has bounced back now. So I'm doing very well in a big dressage event at Summit Ridge a week or 2 ago. Very correct rider, professional horseman again. Another one who's based in the area. Yep, inside turn. He takes the risk, takes the gamble, gets away with it. It was a good ride there from Carl. Inside turn, but he gave the horse enough time to lock onto the fence and register what the question was. Oh, and just rolls it off. That's a pity, because this is a good time. Finds another rail at the last. 38.22. His time would have been good enough to go into second, but I'm afraid drops right down the rankings with 2 poles, 8 penalties. Goes into 22nd position. Would have been good enough to go into second had those stayed up, but they didn't, I'm afraid, there for Carl Bunzo and Look Doyen. So still leading is Anthony Eckerold and Optimus in 37.13. Galaho Vidante, Aisling Triggle. Seven-year-old mare by Kelleher's Victory Forever. Beautifully bred Diamant de Semele, the dam line. Front rail, A element goes down. United Aviation Group double. Down the hill on the distance from 5 to 6 towards the gate. Just can run a little bit down the distance there without the rider even really being that aware of it, just because of the gradient of the hill heading towards the gate. It's slightly tight into that double, run out of space, and front rail comes down so easily. Finishes nicely, does Aisling Triggle. Exceeds the time allowed, 46.65. 2 for time, 4 for jumping, total of 6 for Kelleher Vedanti.
In the second phase, 46.65 for a total of 6 penalties for Aisling Triggle. That's the bell for number 45,
Kerry Reese, 45. Well-established capital, Cameroon. Kerry's had this horse in his string for a while now, formerly the ride of Tegan Brains, who we saw go earlier, and Tegan did partner capital Cameroon up into the 150s. So 130s well within his scope. Kerry, a very good young rider. Cameroon deceptively fast, got a long raking stride that covers a lot of ground. So this 37.13 would be well within his sights if Kerry has her game face on today, but is she just looking for a nice building ride that's building up to the championships, or is she going to put her foot down? Well, we're about to find out, because she's about to cross the beam into the second phase where the time does count. Nope, she's gone around. Number 5 sets up nicely for number 8, that double. Let's Cameroon have a good look at that. Make sure he knows what he's being asked. So she's looking for a nice, safe, confidence-building round here as they build up to the championship class, which will happen on Sunday, I believe. Saturday. Finishes nicely. 42.83.
Clear all the way into
7th she goes, Capital Cameroon and Kerry Reese.
Into 9 clears we have 25% of our 35 starters. 4 riders left. Bell sounding for Chelsea Gertenbach for Reba Stables.
For the Reba Stables, Chelsea Gertenbach, Eagles Chipolata. By Concerto. It was Centurio mare. Eleven-year-old now. Chelsea might have a go here. Always competitive. Her and sister Kayla. Oh, once again, front rail coming down on the distance, down the hill from 5 to 6. So that puts pay to her chances. She's coming inside of number 5, so she's sticking with the plan. Finds the B element of the Double H feeds. Double of verticals. Sits on 8 now. Finishes well. Time 39.79. 8 penalties. 2 down along the way for Chelsea Gertenbach and Eagles Chipolata.
6A and 9 going down, while AB going down, total of 8 penalties.
Ryan Andrews, he's in.
47 is stretched, so we're on to 48.
Take a look at the replay of young Chelsea.
We do have Ryan Andrews, 47 KP Confession.
KP Confession will go next. Ryan Andrews. KP Warm Blood Stud. Avid breeder, passionate about the breeding is Ryan. Number 2 comes down. Sits on the 4. She canters up now to that Callagher vertical at 5. Safely through the United Aviation double. Up the hill now to Blair Athol. Oh, yeah. Just seemed to change his mind at the last minute. Asked for the extra one and just a little bit tight he landed up. So 2 fences down now, 8 penalties. 3 down, 12. Just coming a little bit unraveled now as he finds another rail. Canters to the last. Safely over that one. Score of 16 penalties in 43.38 for Ryan Andrews and KP Confession.
16 penalties for Ryan Andrews and KP Confession. 2 riders left to come. The leading time still pegged at 37.1.
Sunny Park Crispin.
Anthony Aggrold and Optimus.
Nicholas Riley. The very, very speedy Crispin. Lots of 130 classes he has under his belt. Well established. And one would feel he's got 37.13 well within his sights. That time belongs to Optimus and Anthony, who lead. But if Nicola's in a winning mood, one would feel that pretty easy for her to hunt down on this wonderful little cheeky fella, Crispin. Got to leave them all up though. That's the first thing you have to do. Right, so now she looks like she's gone up a gear. She's definitely going to come inside here. Yep, quickly back. Lovely. Super shot in there. She's well up. Between 7 and 8, she was super fast. He's such a game little horse. Oh, finds the rail. Front rail of that Kuda Oxa. So chances are gone. Time definitely going to be up on Eckerold, even though she looks like she's slowed down. 37.09, and the 4, Anthony's time 37.13. So she had the time, even though she slowed down. She definitely did after having that pole. But as I said earlier, first thing you got to do is leave them all up. Couldn't do that this morning. 4 penalties, drops down to 13th when she would have gone into the lead on that cheeky little Crispin. We do love him. So Stacey Lee Weston is a busy young lady here in this first class of the morning. This is her 3rd ride. Courtsicle. Western Farriers, Courtsicle, Stacey Lee Weston. Penultimate competitor on track. Stacey's in the money. Currently sits in 3rd on Quinine in 38.90. Ten-year-old mare by Courtster Clips. Asked her for a little bit more speed now coming off that turn. Inside ride. Double H feeds. It's kind to the riders inside of that double because you can afford to get a little bit deep to the first one and still manage to get out relatively easy after that. So nicely built here by international course designer Henk Linders. Coming to the last. This is looking good. Come on. Oh, Stacey just looking to play it safe and balance up. Fine. Just got a little bit snug to that last one, I'm afraid. Just disrupted the rhythm riding to that a little bit too much. You can see here on the replay, a little bit tight. Oh, and finds the last. Stacey will have to take that on the chin. And I do believe that that was the last competitor in the class. So Hijinks not going to be here this morning, which means we do have a provisional result for you. Can't tell you the winner. From KZN, well done to Anthony Eckerold. Optimus, clear all the way in 37.13. Domini was first to go on Rotoflow Bellissimo Z. He finishes on 38.57 in second. Stacey, he you've just seen, on Quinine in third. 38.90 in fourth place, going to Kelleher Karina and Kimberly Williamson.
Smallest class, we'll be taking our top 6 into the arena. Please for the prize given. Victory going to Anthony.
Welcome to Wonderland, we've got it all. Potions and pastries that make you grow tall. Forests and cottages, castles and carts that can talk. Welcome to Wonderland, look where you're at. Maddest of hatters, the Cheshire Cat. Magical cabins and lovely white rabbits with clocks. Dancing through a dream underneath the stars. Laughing till the morning comes. Welcome to Wonderland, where should we go? There's a tea party along down the road. Make an appearance and maybe they'll sing us a song. If this was a dream, then at least I've got memories for when morning comes. Oh, Wonderland I love.
Welcome back to our live pictures here from the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Equestrian Park, as we see our winners entering the arena. So there is Anthony. Well done to Anthony. Making the trip. Is it the N3 from Durban? Is that the one? N3. All the way up the N3. Horses in tow. Optimus by Optimum Fonda Wellington, doing a stellar job here this morning and taking the win in the first of the two pools of the 130 A two-phase competition, I beg your pardon. And Optimus and Anthony. Long-time leader was Domini, finishes in second, and there is the result for you. Anthony Eckerold and Optimus take the win. Second place, Domini Alexander Rotoflow Bellissimo Z. Well done to Domini. Stacey Weston, there she is, in third. Western Farriers Quinine. Stacey will be joining us for commentary Sunday for the big class. We look forward to that. Kimberly Williamson, Kelleher Karina in fourth. Caroline van Skalkwyk, Swazi Liska, Land of Lagos in fifth. And Chris van der Merwe on the up-and-coming Mythos rounds out those placings. He finishes in sixth. Minor Money, Capital Cameroon in seventh. Eighth to Conrado and to Mark Lixman, Capital Harvey in ninth. 10th place to Braveheart, Nicholas O'Reilly. Amigo and Caroline in 11th as well. So good class for her. Lord Jack and Sten Muchner. 12th in the final placing, 13th place to Sunny Park Crispin, who in fact had the fastest time, 37.04. But rails going down in that class for Crispin, so not their day today. President of the ground jury and judge for the competition, Mr. Jean-Michel Toulot. There he is in picture, going forward to present all the prizes. 1,500 Rand going the way of the winner, Anthony Eckerold. That'll pay about a third of his trucking bill, with petrol prices as they are. Anthony all smiles, well done to him. Lawyer by profession, I do believe. Well done, Anthony Eckerold, as he canters off on his lap of honour on the good-looking stallion Optimus by Optimum van der Wellington. Dominic Alexander, Stacey Lee Weston, Kimberly Williamson, and Chris van der Merwe rounds out that top 6. That was Pool 1. Pool 2 to follow on. I believe there will be a course walk for those 130 riders who are allowed to lie in a little bit longer than those in pool number 1. They're here and ready for action, but will get the opportunity to walk the course for pool number 2. And of course there will be a few scratchings and whatnot, a few changes to the second pool, but as the program stands, 51 horses and riders will go through the start in pool number 2. Don't forget, lots more to come here throughout the next couple of days on Equestrian Live. Today, we look forward to, it's a big day this Friday. After pool number 2 of the 130s, we will be covering the 145, 150 Riders Grand Prix Tour, sponsored by the United Aviation Group. That's a big class. We look forward to that. And of course, most of the horses and riders in that class will be those going forward to Sunday's World Cup qualifier, the first in the series of World Cup qualifiers, 5 in the series this year. And at all of these World Cup qualifier shows, there will be the team competition, which happens as the final class of today. Lots more to talk about in the upcoming hours here on Equestrian Live with regards to that team competition. So don't go away. Stay tuned. You're watching Equestrian Live SA.
We're not like everyone else, you and I. We're a cut above the rest. United in our passion, our insatiable hunger for the finer things. We're unique. We're explorers, tycoons, the tastemakers, the elite. The destinations we seek have never been normal. How we get there shouldn't be either. With us, the journey already feels like you've arrived. A whole world that's ours for the taking. We turn runways into, well, runways, and travel with unapologetic opulence. The lifestyle, the design, a red carpet rollout at 35,000 feet. Because average is for everyone else. And just like us, you're not sorry for wanting more. Never change. Never settle. That's just who we are. How we're always going to be. United. Join us. It's time to fly above the rest.
Welcome back to Question Live SA as we build up to the second pool now of the 130s. And there are the horses and riders. Of course, there will be a few scratchings. We know of number 17, Yoroko. Joanne Roberts comes out. Number 19, Callahoo for Tasker scratched. Electro at 26 and 33, Bella Rosa are the scratchings that we have. Currently, of course, there are bound to be a few more as the time ticks by. As we build on up to the two main events of today, we look forward to them a little bit later on. The United Aviation Group Riders Grand Prix Tour, 145 or 150. And then the first in the team competitions, the first of 5 legs, building up to the final, which will happen in November at Summit Ridge Equestrian. 50% of those teams in today's starting order will go through to the final. Much more to come, much more information on that exciting new concept here in South Africa. Well done to United Aviation Group with regards to that. So, there in picture, visiting us from KZN, and of course it was a KZN rider in the who took the honours in the first pool. That was Anthony Eckerold. This here is Carol Nurden who goes first on Lucano. So nice for owner Victoria Daniels. Born 2011, gelding, Namibian warm blood bred by the fantastic sire Consuelo. Has he not left the mark on breeding in South Africa? Out of a challenger mare. Carol trained by Martin Manette, who may or may not be watching in KZN. If you are watching, very good morning to you, Mana. Hope that you are well. Carol visited us not too long ago at the Easter show, Toyota Easter show. Oh, number 5 comes down there for Carol Nurden, and Lucano So Nice. Just looked like she fell slightly right on takeoff once again. So easy to do that on the angle to jump number 5. Sure, big jump over that Blair Athol fence. Lots and lots of scope. Has So Nice. Aptly named. So 4 penalties currently, gives that a little bit of a roll. Penultimate fence, rolls on up the hill now. Right hand turn to the last. Oh, slightly awkward on takeoff there. Almost unseated Carol, finds the rail. 8 penalties, the final score. Sure. Looked like he just balked on takeoff slightly. So finishes on a score of 8 penalties, Lucano So Nice. 4 in the first phase, 4 in the second phase. This is Heather Mostert on Capital Denise, the grey. Don't seem to have Kevin Vessels on Conquidam at number 2. So we move on now to number 3, Capital Denise and Heather Mostert. Capital Denise was a winner in this very arena at the Toyota Easter Festival. It was a pretty busy arena as well. So all the goings on in the marquee shouldn't trouble Denise at all. We saw a few horses in the first pool that it seemed to upset slightly. Lots to look at here in the Peter Mini at this Reonet sponsored World Cup qualifier, the first in the series for 2022. Heather also from KwaZulu-Natal. There's a lot of travelling, her and husband Anton Mostert, to all the big shows. He's had lots of success here in the past at Kyalami Equestrian Park. We'll be seeing her on her big horse a little bit later, Summer Bridge Cruise. Good ride to the last there from Heather Mostert. Clear all the way, 0 penalty score in 38.03. The time there, 38.03, which is a competitive time given the times in the first class. The winner's time was a 38. Second time, it was a 37 seconds, but that found penalties. So looking at the first pool, the winner's time there, 37.13. That belonged to Anthony Eckerold. 38.57 was second place, and Denise's time here, 38.03. So had that been in the first pool, that would have come in second. But let's take a look how pool 2 plays out. Sabrina Barbaglia is on track now. This is the lovely Callao Loki by Lissabon. Out of that wonderful mare, Callao Fiorella. Super well bred. Oh, and just unseating Sabrina as she goes through that double. Finds that second rail. So this very well related to Jean Corber's Lexington, who we'll be seeing a little bit later on, I suspect, in the 145-150 Grand Prix. That's up next. All your action here on Equestrian Live SA. Finds the rail at the final fence there. So 16 jumping penalties, 1 for time in 48.40 for Sabrina Barbaglia and Callao Loki. Finishes on a score of 17, her total. And there just didn't get through the distance on that United Aviation double. Chipping one in there and unseating Sabrina. That was the first mistake. So, number 5 now is next to go. This is young Jason Slade. Riding for Slade Equestrian, data sign says Mozart von Het Ekenhof. Jason progressed not too long ago into the adult ranks and has been doing so well. He's got a good few 140s, 145 classes under his belt on Jita. Here he goes on Mozart, unfortunately, just getting through that distance a little bit too easily. A little bit snugged, that E-pole fence, finds the front rail. 5 safely, down the hill now, rolling on to number 6, the Aviation, United Aviation double. Right-handed turn now, switch back, up the hill he rolls to the Blair Athol Oxer. Clear over that one. Takes the wide line, the outside line, round number 5 he goes, onto that Double H Feeds, who we saw in the first pool. Create a few problems. There is that inside ride inside of number 5 available to that double of verticals, but in pool A, caught quite a few riders. If you want to have a chance of taking the victory in this class, it is a ride that you have to pull off. Second rail comes down at the penultimate fence. Gives the last a rub, gets away with it. 2 down, 8 penalties for data sciences Mozart and Jason Slade in a time of 43.46. Remember that the time allowed, if you've just joined us. Very good morning to you if you've just joined us. We should take a look at the replay here. That was the first mistake that Jason made. Just a little bit strong up the hill there. Finds that front rail. 45 seconds is the time allowed. Right, Simon Hendry now. Highly accomplished rider as well. He goes on Aeroplus Atoki for owner Simon Byrne. And it is a very happy birthday to Simon Hendry, enjoying the last of his 30s. 39 years young, I do believe, today. Happy birthday to you, Simon. Oh, that's not a good birthday present as he finds the first rail. Jump number 1. He'll head off straight to the bar after this. So 1 down, 4 penalties for Atoki. No prizes for guessing the sire. Katoki out of a Selena mare. Simon, professional rider. It's yard H equestrian, based here in Kyalami. Trains a lot of riders as well. Smooth, beautiful rhythm all the time, always going forward to the fence. Wonderful feel, wonderful eye he has on a horse. Textbook upper body position as well. He's given a few a little rub here. And of course he had the rail at jump number 1. Finishes on that score of 4 for jumping, but some time penalties to add. 47.01, time allowed 47 seconds. Remember, we're 1 for 1 these days. 1 time penalty per second that you're over means 3 to add. Final tally of 7 penalties for Atoki and Simon Hendry on his birthday. Go and enjoy it, Simon. Many, many more. Anne-Marie Esslinger now, number 7, Capital New Star in this 1 meter 30 class. Horse that she's been producing for the Capital Stud. New Star by numero uno, out of a Cassini mare, beautifully well bred. Big power jumper, plenty of scope. Gets a lovely tune out of him, does Anna. Sure. Giving these fences plenty of air. Not entirely sure how many 130 outings they've got under their belt. I don't think too many, to be sure. Not that that should pose any sort of a problem, and it will have them very, very well prepped, well rehearsed. You'll never find her taking a horse, stepping it up until she's 100% sure that it is ready. Consummate professional for many, many years now. Lots of titles, big titles. And a lovely way to finish. There you go, on a 0 penalty score. Into second she goes in 43.23 for Capital New Star by numero uno, Anne-Marie Esslinger in the saddle. Well done. So into second, 2 clears we have. The leader's time 38.03, Capital Denise and Heather Mostert. Next to go, Gregory Scott. Number 8, back on track, Habibi S for owner Linda Ellerine. Dutch Warm Blood mare, 10-year-old by Harmony out of a Concord mare. Lovely type of horse, plenty of scope, athleticism. Greg gets a beautiful tune out of her. She is tricky. But nothing rattles Greg's feathers, that's for sure. Lots of experience, as cool as they come. Ruffles his feathers, I should say. Rattles his feathers. He's going inside. Inside a 5. Let the mare step out right after that double, just to buy himself a little bit more time on the turn back to that Kura fence. So hugging the railings, giving her lots of time on the turn back, on the rollback to see that Kura fence, but unfortunately is now find a rail, a late rail, penultimate fence comes down, last fence to negotiate, safely over that one. And finishes, there'll be time penalties to add here, 45.13, so 1 for time, 4 for jumping, total of 5 penalties for Back on track, her BBS and Greg Scott. There is the replay. Just rubbed that off. That was an unlucky fence because done all the hard work. Does have a water tray under that Western Shop vertical, but I don't think that posed much of a problem. I don't think the mare was looking at that. Just an unlucky rub. Assegai Chat now is on track. This is number 9, Lauren Coltman. Lauren's been riding really well, so riding at the Easter Festival. Always moving forward and up to her fences. Gives the horses every opportunity to jump it easily. Riding really nicely. Just seemed to fall onto his shoulders around that turn, having a look at something, and that disrupted the rhythm riding up to that. So she didn't get a smooth ride around that turn. Not what she wanted coming up to that Blair Athol fence. Back into her rhythm now. Four penalties as she rides up to the last. Tack and togs to finish. Oh, she was lucky to get away with that. The horse stepped out left. Disrupted her distance. Got a little bit tight. Gave it a rub, but left it in the cups. 4 penalties. An unfortunate 4 penalties coming around the turn there for Lauren. Riding up to Blair Athol and found that front rail. But yeah, she should be happy with that. Well ridden. Well done. So, Tanya Strauss now. This is Verdant Capital's Callagho Connor. On a good rhythm. Safely over 1 and 2. 6 strides up the hill. From the KEP vertical to the E-pole oxer. Round the turn she goes now. 7 strides on the distance down from the Callagho vertical. United Aviation double. Well negotiated through there. Oh! Well, this is looking good. She got a little bit snug to that Blair Athol oxer, but got away with it. The horse just propped up. Took the inside line now. Remember, it's a 2-phase competition. She's gone up a gear, and unfortunately just having a little bit of a hesitation and a disobedience at that Kuda oxer. She didn't need that. She was going very, very nicely. And you saw Greg Scott's ride on Habibi, how he created space to allow the horse a good opportunity to just settle after that double of verticals and have a good look at that Kuda oxer off the turn. Avoiding the problem that Tanya ran into there, where the horse just came a little bit tight off the turn and didn't have a long, a good look at that Kuda fence. Didn't lock on properly, and unfortunately, that's what caused the disobedience. So there, now she completes her turn, literally a stride and a half, 2 strides maximum before that fence. And the horse didn't have enough time to actually realize what was being asked of it and bailed out last second. So what was her final score? 19 after the time was added, 15 time penalties, 15 seconds over that 45-second time allowed, and 4 for the jumping as well. Daniel Evertson now. This is Ziais Lakuito. This horse owned by Rainique Ducci. By Quintenda out of an Armani mare. Front rail goes down on that 6-stride distance between a KEP and E-pole. E-pole fence coming down, 4 penalties. Just lacking a bit of rhythm, a little bit of ground coverage here. She's looking to definitely run into time penalties unless she ups the pace slightly. She's on the 4 already for that pole. At jump number 4. Finds that rail at the penultimate fence. Sitting on the 8. Time penalties to add. Good ride to the last. Throws a lovely jump over there. Finishes on a score of 13 penalties. 5 of those being for time for Zeiss Laquita and Daniel Evitsa. 13 to finish. Bell's just gone for our next competitor. Looks like Yvonne von der Seyde, number 14, Capital Cadbury. Oh, not the way Yvonne would have liked to have started. Rail at fence number 1. Just didn't look like he was up to rhythm cantering down. Fence number 1 is very close to our commentary position there. And also looked like his line was slightly compromised. Looked like he just fell into the left coming off the turn, running down to that one, and finds that rail. Yvonne, a very, very good rider. Was in the money yesterday on Filou in the 135s. Based out of Plettenberg Bay, has to pool his shows together. So he and his fiancée Savannah Gierke made the long drive to Joburg before the Easter Festival. And then they went up to Polokwane for the Revel show. Jumping out there, and this week here at the World Cup Qualifier. I think they will be heading back after this. So another rail there, bottom end of the arena at the Kura fence. Currently sitting on a score of 8, coming up to the last. Yvonne, a very good producer of young horses, got a lovely feel on a horse. 1 time penalty to add, so for Capital Cadbury and Yvonne von der Seyde, a score of 9, 8 for jumping, 1 for time. Belinda Martin goes next, number 15, Penbrit's Sherlock. Riding under the Penbrit Numna. Penbrit, the name of the setup that Belinda owns and runs, south of Joburg, Aikenhof area. Very active in the administration of the sport, sitting on the Gauteng Show Jumping Council as well. Of course, I've got a very competitive daughter in the sport as well, Michaela. Oh, yeah, unfortunately was a little bit passive coming into that. Sherlock just looked like he had a look and backed off, and then the distance to get out over the back rail in that double was always going to be a difficult task. Having a look here as well. Oh, and once again it's the doubles. So, goes in deep, improvises in between those two verticals, gets away with it, adds a stride. But certainly going to be time penalties to add as well. Or are there? Rolls on up the hill to the last. Come on, she could just make it. Just over, I'm afraid. Total of 6, 4 for jumping. That B element of that United Aviation double coming down, and then the 2 time penalties to add. So here we see. Down the hill. Horse just had a look, chipped in. Just couldn't get out the other end. Just a touch too far after going deep to that first element. Score of 6 for Sherlock and Belinda Martin. Capital Carrington is next to go. Tyler Sanderson. By the mighty Capital Colnado out of a Capriccio mare. Tyler rides out of the Northland setup of Rogan Askin and Greg Scott. Just up the hill from Kyalami Equestrian Park. Lovely big jumper is Carrington. As game as they come. Nicely done, the ride from 5 to 6 on the distance down the hill. Make that double spot on. Going round the Callao vertical, a long way round to jump number 8. Oh, a little bit snug there. Steps up to the second element, gets away with it. You can be a little bit deep to that double. Course designer Henkland is inviting the riders to take the chance of the inside ride, inside of 5 to number 8, that double. So unfortunately, one down. Western Shopper with that water tray underneath it, causing a few problems in the second pool, although having said that, it did come down quite a few times in pool number 1 as well. That the only mistake. A good round from Capital Carrington, but 1 for time, just over 45.50. Lands up on a score of 6 penalties, the total. Ooh, Michaela Powell. Conventional, giving a hop, step, and a buck. As she rode past this commentary position where we're pictured in our very, very nice little Downings tent. Big thank you to Richard Mons and his team from Downings, spoiling us once again this year. Big thank you to them. Michaela and Kellaho conventional. So far, so good. Michaela trained by Ray Corber. Just across the road from the showgrounds, from Kyalami Equestrian Park, is Corber Equestrian. Inside ride now. Come on. Had to look after that right shoulder. Gets him in line, straightens up in the nick of time. Well done, Michaela. And that'll buy her a few seconds. So this is looking good now. Takes a bit of a long one. Chancey ride to that Kuta fence. Gets away with it. 2 left now. Is she going to come inside of the leader's time? Capital Denise leads in 38.03. This is looking good. Safely over the last. Stops the clock. 37.87. That inside ride pays dividends. Into the lead she goes. Michaela Powell. Callao Conventional. Well done. Super ride. Took the chance. Inside ride of number 5 to number 8. Gets away with it. Leaves them all up. Into the lead she goes. Well done. That was a replay of her coming through that double safely. Philip Boertes goes next. Kojak van der Corneelse Hoover. Number 20 on our program. Horse that he took over from Dominique Alexander some time ago now. Big striding, big jumping, powerful son of Deauville de la Vie. Out of Elise de Damen mare. I know that Dominique thought a huge amount of this horse. He's a big horse. He's deceptive in the amount of ground that he covers. One of those that never looks like they're going that fast, but eating up the ground with a very big canter. Oh! Yeah, as he came around that turn, just looks like he took a check and fortunately disrupted his rhythm a little bit. It's not the easiest turn. Once you go down the hill through that double away from the gate, you've got to either make the decision. Are you going around the Kuta fence to get a better ride up the hill to the Blair Athol, or are you coming inside Of course, it's a two-phase competition, so the quicker ride, and of course you're against time. First phase, the beams are set up just after jump number 6, which is, if I'm mistaken, let me just double check that I'm giving this correct information. First phase 1 to 6, yes. So after that double, that United Aviation double going towards the gate, that's where the beams are. So that's where you go through the beams to begin your second phase. Now, it's cleverly done because you can either go round, in which case you're accumulating more time. That's not what you want if you want to be in with a shout. If you want, so you're given the option there of coming inside of that cutter fence up to the Blair Athol. But the Blair Athol is probably the biggest jump on this 130 track. And you have to have a good ride at it. And what happened there, Philip came inside of that cutter fence and his rhythm was disrupted. He was going for the time, but unfortunately just couldn't find the correct ride up the hill. And found himself in the poles at the base, I'm afraid. Some really clever course designing here from Henk Linders. He's visiting us from the Netherlands. Lots.
Four jumping faults in the first bit, 2 time faults in the second phase, 6 overall. Puts her into 9th place, and 13 prizes on offer. 18 down, 26 are still to come. Simon Hendry is back. His second ride, this is Dondor Portobello Cave for Tanya Hendry. .44.73, but it's 8 penalties for Simon Hendry for the pole down in either of the phases. On we go to number 27, Panzer Turner and Call Me Crazy. 071, lovely quick round from Call Me Crazy and Kenza Turner, but unfortunately the A element of the United Aviation group combination going down.
Well, we do apologise for that break in our live stream. Unfortunately, the power going down here. Good old load shedding interrupting play and some technical difficulties. But we're back, and that's what counts. We are once again live on Equestrian Live, so welcome back. So that was just the Call Me Crazy that went. Kenza Turner, quick time, 40.71. 4 penalties. Let's just recap. Credo Larissa, who you missed, ended up on 4 penalties. Oxa van der Boerter and Jonathan Clark 0 in 37.07. Is in 40.46, I beg your pardon. 37.87, the leader is Kelleher Conventional. Michaela Powell, Denise in second. Oxa and Jonathan Clark, who unfortunately stellar round that we missed live. 40.46 sits in third. Currently on track, Liz Mulligan went with Kerry Muir. Good round there. 6 penalties, 4 for jumping, 2 for time. Gondor Portobello, Simon Henry finished on a score of 8. And the horse that we've just seen the finishing round, Kenza Turner, Call Me Crazy, finished 4 in 40.71. So currently jumping now, but having a few difficulties. Jump number 6 is Alice Stokes. Won't be stoked with that, I'm afraid. Eliminated. 2 disobediences there for Alice and Iman at that. Few horses haven't liked that plank that sits in the undercarriage of that Oxa going into the double for United Aviation. Alice just going to take a little confidence builder. Come on now, Iman. Giddy up. Okay, so not their day today. Fortunately, an elimination. So number 29 next to go is Tack and Tox Zonjati Borneo and the very speedy Kyla Brimacombe. Borneo owned by Kyla's sister Kirsty. Hunting down conventionals time 37.87. This combination is quick. Kind of very good young rider. Nice shot to number 5. Down the hill she goes now. Good ride to the double. Now it's all about after she's so she's come inside of Kuda. Good ride. Now it's another inside turn. Come on, Double H feeds. Right, that's out the way. Now she's got to put her foot down. Looking to beat her conventionals time 37.87. This is looking quick. 2 left to come. Safely over the penultimate fence, rolling up the hill now to the midfeeds. Tack and Togs jump. Kyla, of course, a brand ambassador for midfeeds. Tack and Togs gets away with that, and into the lead she goes. 36.94, and that the fastest time not only of this pool but of the day as she goes into the lead. Of course, the first pool of 130s was earlier this morning, and that was one on a time of 37 and some change. So this now goes into the lead, 36.94, the fastest rider that we've seen all day. Kyla Brimacombe takes the lead. Belvedere is on track now with young Geminel. Belvedere formerly ridden by Oliver Bishop. Jumped some big 150 classes with Oliver. Some big wins as well. The Burlington Cup was one of them. Now the ride of Gemma. Forming a very, very nice partnership. She's had him for quite a while. Come on, forward. Yep. Now she goes wide. She's gone around number 5, this Callao vertical. But the rhythm is good. She can't catch Kyla, unfortunately. If you want the win, you have to come inside. There's no two ways about that. So she's riding for the minor money now, but looking good doing it. Very careful horse is the son of Vancouver. Belvedere came into the country years ago, named Bomaki. Was renamed. I quite like Bomaki. There we go. Into 5th goes Gemma. Time 42.41. Let's take a look at that top 6. Borneo, Kyla Brimcombe leading. In 2nd place, Conventional, Michaela Powell. 3rd place, Capital Denise, Heather Mostert. 4th is Oxa van der Boteren, Jonathan Clark. In 5th place now, Belvedere, Jim and Nell. You've just seen them. Anne-Marie Esslinger and Capital New Star sit in 6th position. Tammy Ingram now. Number 31, Callao Concerise. Tammy, a very, very good rider. Lots of success in years gone by on her wonderful thoroughbred Glendon. Took her up into the big classes. When I say big classes, I mean the very big classes, derbies, World Cups. Just drifting out through the left shoulder, coming to that to get the outside leg on. Did well to straighten up to jump number 5. So far, so good. Concerise, a 10-year-old mare by Con Coriano. Just going around that Callao vertical, disrupted her rhythm. Just took a balance and the horse stopped in its stride. Tammy had to get the leg on. Get the mare going once again. Come on. Got a little bit wrong there. Good ride from Tammy Ingram. Doesn't seem the easiest. Seems to be very sensitive to the inside rein. Just bulges through the outside shoulder. Back to the schooling paddock, but up and coming horse, and Tammy will sort that out no problem. Very, very good, capable rider. Good production rider as well. So look for that one in the future as well. Concerise and Tamlin Ingram. Annette Rousseau goes next for the Callao Warm Blood Stud. Callao's Commodus. This is number 32. Following this one, we're going to back to Kevin Vessels on Con Quidam. Of course, there are 2 arenas running here. The May Foxcroft is also on the go with the smaller classes. A lot of these riders have other commitments in other arenas. Annette has been going very well of late on Callao's Commodus. So this could give... she's into her 2nd phase now and going well. Super ride up the hill. Elects the inside ride to the double. Come on. It's a little bit snug to the A element, but fair inside, easy to kick out over that. Double of uprights, so no back rails to watch out for. Can afford to get a little bit tight going in. Oh, on the angle. Has she taken a different ride? Cut the beam in 35.91. Annette Rousseau, Commodus. Spots a gap here, spots a route that the other riders haven't seen, takes that water tray on the angle, buys herself some seconds and puts herself into the lead by some 2 seconds in 34.91. Why have we only seen now, late in the second pool, the first rider doing that? It's a difficult ask, she gets away with it, and big ups to her, puts her into the lead. Annette Rousseau spots something that the other riders, takes a chance. Game horse, pays dividends, into the lead she goes. Well done, Annette. She came inside of that coulda jump on an acute angle to that water tray. The Western Shop vertical, got away with it. Wow, that was some riding. Well done. Kevin Vessels now. We've gone back in program order to number 2, Con Quidam for Kim Harding. A little bit tight down the hill to the A element of the United Aviation. Gets away with it. Right, he's stepped up a gear now. Kevin looks like he is going for it, but wow, that was some riding. That was a big gamble that Annette took. So that's where she bought herself time. After the Kudder fence, I beg your pardon, I said came inside of the Kudder. I meant after the Kudder, she came, landed sharp, came inside of a keep on a very acute angle to that Western Shop. Every other rider's gone around that keep vertical. Netra, so wow. That was something. Kevin Vessels, well, he pinned his ears back. 36.36 his time. That puts him into second place. So Kyla Brimacombe has now dropped down to third. And remember what we said when she got that time of 36.94. That, at that point in time, was the fastest time of the day out of all the 130 riders. And since then, in just the next 10 horses, or the next less than 10 horses, we've seen 2 who have gone faster. One who has gone 2 seconds faster. 34.91, Callahos Commodus and Annette Rousseau, taking a gamble that no other rider has even thought about. Well, maybe they thought about it, but they didn't think too highly of it, as none of them tried. She does. Impressive stuff. Imogen Hilterman, number 34, Albrecht 10. Saw Imogen on the grandstand yesterday, had dirty jods on. She bought a plot yesterday. Come on. Got her leg on there. She was a little bit worried about today. Capable rider. Said, come on, that's the game. Tomorrow's always another day. Come on, Imogen. Going well. Going super well. Leaves them all up. Cantering to the last. Come on. Super ride there from Imogen. 38.24. And that young lady goes into 6th position. Well done today, Imogen Hilterman, Albrecht 10. 38.24. Commodus 34.91. Leader of this class. Ivan van der Sade, he goes next. This is Equilibrium Callahos Caprice. Ivan's been around this track. This is his 3rd ride of the day. Now, Ivan is always game, but of course you can't be attempting things on horses until they're very, very ready for the task that you're asking of them. So is he going to attempt that land and turn on the shoulder, right up on the angle, that very acute angle to that Western Shop water tray? Okay, so now he's through. He's into his 2nd phase. He's definitely up the ante. He's pinning his ears back here, Ivan. Good ride to that double. Here's the big question. We thought that the turn to number 8 was the big question. Well, there's now a bigger question, because if you want to beat Annette, no, he's gone round. He's gone round. He's taken the safer option. Is he going to beat her on pure ground speed? Well, he gave it a go. 36.94, but into 3rd he goes. Drops Kyla. Into 4th he goes, I beg your pardon. So Equilibrium Callahos Caprice. 36.94. We have a dead heat between Borneo and Caprice, exactly the same time. So Ivan van der Sade and Kyla Brimacombe, they dead heating for 3rd. 2nd place to Con Quidam, Kevin Vessels, and Callahos Commodus, Annette Rousseau. Some 2 seconds in the lead. Goodness gracious me. Olympic Zambezi, Bronwyn de Santos. Super talented mare this. I beg your pardon, stallion. Belgian warm blood by Zambezi. This is a horse for the big classes. Big future. Still only a 7-year-old. Turning 8 in July. Finds a rail. Riding up the hill there to that Blair Athol Oxer. Horse with a very, very big future. Bronwyn's not going to be hunting 130 classes. She's looking to build rounds, keep the confidence in the tank. Finishes on just the 4. Bronwyn de Santos, Olympic Zambezi, number 36. Lauren Coltman is carded to go next. On her lovely grey Zeiss Antelure. This is her second ride in the class. Safely over number 1. Oh, the bridle's gone. The bridle has gone. Hang on, Lauren. Jump off. I would be jumping off. Yep. Oh, what a pity. So it looked like she was kitted out in the Hackamore. Jump number 1 down the hill and just took a balancing, ask for some balance. Did the Hackamore go? Did the leather go? Did the shank go? Something went. Disappointing. Wardrobe malfunction. We'll write down here on this on the sheet. Disappointing for Lauren. Let down there by her tack. 38 now is the very accomplished, highly talented Kelly O'Connor. Callao Leodara. Usually the ride of, well, this one owned by Bianca Pitt. Kelly O'Connor now in the saddle. I think one of the Garton girls was riding this for a while, if I'm not mistaken. So it would be I think a new ride for Kelly. They'll be joining us in co-commentary for the 1m40 class Saturday, I think it is. Finds a rail coming up the hill there. Pole. Back rail of that Oxer goes down. Second rail, the A element. Kelly and Leodara are just getting to know each other. Kelly, of course, winner of the South African Derby, a 2-time winner of the South African Championships, a 2-time winner of the Bloberg Cup. Has represented South Africa as a young rider, represented Ireland as well as a young rider. Spent lots of time riding overseas. Horsey family, it's in her veins. But of course it's all about building the right partnerships with the right horses. She's had a few good ones in her time. Hero, of course, viewers will remember. 9 penalties for Leodara and Kelly. Some of those being for time. 8 for jumping, 1 for time in 45.01. So just over that time allowed. Tanya Strauss goes again, her second ride, Verdant Capital's Hamlet. Sure, big jump over jump number 1. unseated Tanya slightly, had to regather very quickly. I think she's still trying to get her balance back. Is she still missing an... there she's got her stirrup back now, just in the nick. Nick of time. Horse jumping very big, the apex of its jump just popping right up through the wither. That time not so much. Eight penalties, 2 down.
Total of 13 penalties there, 5 of those being for time at 49.63 for Tanya Strauss. 14.41 are both scratched. Put a line through those on your running order.
Total score of 13 for Verdant Capital's Hamlet. 5 of those being for time for Tanya Strauss. So this is now Belinda Martin, Penbrit Takara, by Tolano van der Riethoeven, out of a Pilot mare. Oh, needs to straighten up. So Tolana produced by Oscar Ngube, now for Belinda, and Belinda now taking over the ride on this very, very game mare. Just getting a little bit wrong there. Just love the way Takara goes to her fences, the expression in the back end over the fence. So the two of them still building a relationship, a rapport. They're formerly ridden by Oscar Ngube and only recently taken over by Belinda. So they'll be back.
The relevant fences back on their way out. The next belt to sound will be for Reonet FEI, number 43.
Reonet FEI will go next, number 43. The pony, Princess Leia, the very, very speedy pony.
That's the question we ask ourselves, and Ed Rousseau sitting pretty at the top on the table.
Let's recap the top 5, 34.91. The only rider to have pulled off that very, very difficult turn after that Kuda fence to the penultimate fence on the angle, the very acute angle. Brought her some 2 seconds over the rest of the field. The next best was Kevin Vessel's Konkidam, 36.36. And then there's a dead heat for third, Zanjati Borneo and Caprice. So unfortunately, Reonet FEI already finding a few rails here on the very game, very speedy pony, Princess Leia. Fortunately, the force not with Princess Leia today, finding 2 rails. But She certainly is very game. Up to the last she goes, safely over that one. Just 2 rails along the way. Look at the time. 35.33 her time. Good effort, would have put her into second had they stayed up, but unfortunately 2 down in trying. Jenna Barrow goes next, number 44, Liberty Park Pleasure. Jenna, another rider visiting us from KwaZulu-Natal. She's got lots of experience now, also in the bigger classes. A lovely string of horses she has. Figo. Riding Park Pleasure today. Long-time student of Gonda. Lots of travelling she also does up the N3, be at all the big shows. Good rhythm she's on here, good turn, come on. Very good ride between the Blair Athol fence at number 7, inside ride to the double of verticals, double H feeds at 8. That was very quick. Around the keep she goes. Safely over the last, good ride there from Jenna Barrow, 33.93, and look at that. That was pure ground speed, a very, very quick turn back after Blair Athol to number 8. She went round the keep where Annette came inside of that keep fence. Annette Rousseau, who now is relegated down to second, 34.91. And that there, viewers, that is pure ground rhythm that takes the lead here. She went around and she still comes out with the fastest time in 33.93. That was brilliantly well done by Jenna Barrow. This class is hotting up as we get towards the tail end now. Simon Henry on his 39th birthday. His 3rd ride of the morning, or is it his 4th? I can't keep count. Lots of horses he has. This is French Diamond by Diamant de Semele out of a Kidam de Revel mare. Can be a bit of a spooky horse. Keeps Simon on his toes. Had to ride at that one. Came off the turn, past the commentary position and got going. So just that back rail of that A element going down. United Aviation double. So 4 penalties for French Diamond and Simon Henry. Simon not taking any chances riding the inside line. Decides to go the long way round. Of course, he's already had the rail, so no real point in asking the horse that question. Riding to that double H feeds. Oh, has a real look at that water tray. Finds another rail as a result there. Come on. 8 penalties for jumping. Couple to add for time. 2 for time, 10 the total for Simon Henry and French Diamond. Leona van der Merwe, Capital Callaway goes next. Capital Callaway, lovely sort. Still just a 7-year-old, just gone 7 by Capital Colnado. My Lord Cartago mare. Of course, Leona, the wife of Chris. 2 of them just moving into the area fairly recently. Highly accomplished rider in her own right. Very, very strong pairing is Leona and Chris. This sport on the Capital Stud sale not too long ago. They've always thought very, very highly of this horse. Coming up the grades in the right way. That e-pole fence has caused far more problems in the second pool of the 130s than in the first pool. That's for sure. Didn't really feature too much in that first pool, but it's come down quite regularly in the second pool of riders. So with the 4 penalties, Leona deciding to go round this vertical. Oh, he's got lots of kick off the ground, this horse. Just sits up on him and ping up into the air he goes. Must give a rider a lot of confidence. Kicks out over that one. One left to come for a horse that's we're going to see plenty more of. Beautiful way to finish. Opened up behind. Absolutely exquisite technique. Young horse, as I said. Only just gone 7 years old. Watch out for that one in the future. Callaway and Leona. Danielle Lemmer now, number 47 next to go. Callaway Convalenta she rides for owner Cameron Dawson. Danielle, a very good rider. Technically very sound, stylish, polished. Always rides on a very good rhythm. Always meets her fences going forward. Very good upper body position. Super round off the turn coming past commentary. Saw the leg on, saw the reaction from the horse, got going down to number 5. Right, so she's gone round that could have fence. She's gone through the beam and gone round. So she's not looking. Ooh, let's hope the ray's not in. Went round that Callaway fence. I actually haven't seen Danielle partner up with this horse before, so building, as you see, Convalenta Cameron Dawson's horse. That last penultimate fence come down once again. It's caused lots of problems here today. Big smiles from Danielle Lemmer. 4 penalties in 42.82. Was a good rhythm she had. She took the long way around everything. Comes home just on the 4.
13 prizes we have on offer, but it's the big money you want, and you've got to work hard for it. With Jenna Barrow well in the lead in 33.93 seconds, and just 3 riders left. Jason Phillips and 49 Callaway Fandango. They had a fine run of form yesterday. That's all at the top of the prizes in their first class. Cutting down 33.93 seconds now. Hang on, we do have Rainer Korper, beg your pardon, number 48 Data Sciences Picasso. Sorry about
48 Data Sciences Picasso and Rainer Korper for Slade Equestrian will go next. Jason Phillips standing by. And not too many more to come, just 2 after that, Yvonne von der Soda and Bronwyn de Santos. As we take a look at some of this class statistics. 38 have gone, 3 left to go. 11 clears, 28%. Rainer Korper going well here. Picasso, of course, Ray, a top rider, highly ranked in the country. Winner of the South African Derby. 2 years ago. Two left to come. One left to come. On a good rhythm. Super ride there from the very, very talented Rainer Korber. 38.39 into 9th he goes. So very competitive is pool number 2 in this 130. Leader's time 33.93. By comparison, pool number 1, the winning time there was a 37 and some change. So they are certainly up on pool A is pool number 2, pool B. Riders here really giving it horns. Jason Phillips goes next. Riding for owner Taton Hoffman. Kelleho Fandango. Can you do it, Jason? Can you do the Fandango? Scaramouche, Scaramouche. No, you can't, Jason. 1 down, 4 penalties. First phase, costly. Been going well of late. Really good form on this little horse Fandango, who I think is an always... No, it's a 4Joy, beg pardon. 4Joy and some thoroughbred blood in the mix there, out of a hobnob mare. Must have been an old mare when Fandango hit the ground. Finding another rail, I'm afraid. So 2 down, 8 penalties. Jason, a very hard worker, up early in the mornings in the property game, but rides a lot of horses in the evenings under the lights. Always competitive. Fortunately not his day today. 3rd rail that goes down. So 12 for jumping and time 2 for time. 14 penalties for Kelleho Fandango and Jason Phillips. So Ivan van der Sade goes once again here. Equine Librium Filiu. What's he going to do? This is a super, super game little mare. 12-year-old mare now by Berlin. Out of a Lux dam line, Dutch bred. Was in the money yesterday, was Ivan. Brought his entire string of horses with him from Plettenberg Bay. Doing some nice shows in here while he's in town. Always enjoy watching Ivan ride, always enjoy having him in the neighborhood. Seen Ivan win some classes where he has gone so fast it belies belief. After Dark, one of his champions of yesteryear. Right, now he steps on the gas. You could see it as he pressed the button. Definitely going to come inside. Press, super ride, through the double, down the hill he goes. Now, here's the question. Is he going to keep galloping and going round? I think he will. Only one person has done that inside. No, he's come inside. He's come inside on the angle. Brilliant ride from Ivan. This is going to put him up. Come on, Ivan. Keep rolling to the last. Safely over. 34.08 into second he goes. Leader still remains Jenna Barrow, who went around that KEP fence in a very fast time of 33.93 at the gallop. Ivan comes inside of KEP, pulls it off brilliantly. Just pipped to the post. 33.93 the leader's time for Lou and Ivan. 34.08 into second they go. But take your hat off to that man. What a ride that was. How fast was Jenna Barrow going? How much ground was she covering to go round that KEP fence and still come out as the top time? As we take a look here at Bronwyn de Santos, Latoka, who's last to go in this class. 6-year-old mare by Katoki. We'll round out the second pool of 130 riders on this Friday morning as we gear up to our bigger classes. Don't forget, here on Equestrian Live, next, United Aviation sponsors the 145, 150 Riders Grand Prix Tour, the first in the series, to be seen at all of the World Cup qualifiers, and then later on the first leg of a new initiative, the United League of Champions team competition. We're looking forward to that. Bronwyn canters up to the last fence here on this lovely Latoka. Nicely done. 44.29, 0 penalty score. Into 14th goes Bronwyn de Santos, and that wraps up the second pool. That was a hot class. 33.93 the winner's time. Liberty Park Pleasure, Jenna Barrow, brilliant performance. Two competitors went for that inside ride from that Kuda, land, turn on the front shoulders, pick them up. Quick reaction time on the angle, acute angle over the water tray, up the hill to finish over the tack and tog jump. Annette Rousseau, Yvonne von der Sade, they finish in second and third, but it was pure pace, pure gallop. That was the name of the day here for Jenna Barrow and Liberty Park Pleasure. Takes the class 33.93. Prize giving to follow. Thank you to Canon. All of the pictures that you're seeing coming out of this Peterman Arena here at Kyalami Equestrian Park, courtesy of Canon and a very generous sponsorship of their cameras. Big thank you to them. And of course, look at us positioned in this lovely little tent from Downings. That's us, giving you a wave there. Myself and ably assisted on my right by Kira, and the man who's supplying the tents on my left-hand side here, Mr. Richard Mons. So if you're in the market shopping for a marquee, if you've got an event, get hold of Richard at Downings. Big thank you to them. And there they are, www.downingsmarquee.co.za. Big thank you to them. Right, back to our pictures, and there is the winner on the left-hand side of your screen, the chestnut with the big white face. Wow, so fast. Jenna Barrow, she didn't travel up the N3 for nothing. Beautiful win here this morning by her. Brilliant stuff by Jenna. Also brilliant stuff by the man in second and the lady in third. Yvonne von der Sade and Annette Rousseau. Filiu in second. And in third place, then it and Callahow's Commodus. And in fourth place, Kevin Vessel's Conky Dam. This was a hot class. Really blitzed those in pool number 1. Winner's time here, 33.93. Winning time in the 130 pool number 137 and some change. So really stunning stuff by young Jenna Barrow. And of course, I think we're going to see her in the next class. It's a 145, 150 Grand Prix. She's got a lovely string of horses. Highly accomplished for her young years is Jenna. I think she's only about 24, 25 now. Yvonne van der Sade, he's been a winner of some big classes. The Mini Derby being one of them. Annette Rousseau, well done. Brilliant ride there by all of those riders. They're going to lead us off on a well-deserved lap of honour. There goes Jenna Barrow. And the winner, Liberty Park Pleasure, Equine Librium Filou, Yvonne van der Sade, his time 34.08. Commodus, Callahow's Commodus and Annette Rousseau, 34.91. Kevin Vessels in fourth. Fifth place went to Kyla Brimacombe. In fact, it was a dead heat for fifth between Kyla Brimacombe and Yvonne van der Sade as well. So good class here by Yvonne. Finished tie fifth on Caprice. Michaela Powell, she led for a while on Conventional. She finishes seventh. Eighth place to Capital Denise Heather Mostert. And then Imogen Hilterman back in ninth. Well done, Imogen. Around Corbon Picasso back in 10th. Oxer and Jonathan Clark in 11th. 12th place Belvedere, Geminel, Emery Esslinger. To come, and do spread the word. We are live streaming courtesy of United Aviation, who very, very happy to have on board. They, of course, they sponsor the next class, which is the 145, 150 Riders Grand Prix Tour. And then later on in the afternoon, the first in the series of the United Aviation League of Champion Team Series. That's coming up later. All these pictures brought to you by United Aviation Group. And, of course, the big sponsor here at the show. Big thank you to Gov Triggle and his team from Reonet. It's Friday as we build up to the big one, the World Cup qualifier, on Sunday here on Equestrian Live.
This proudly South African product, made by equestrians for equestrians, will allow you to build amazing walls, pillars and wings for your jumps and gymnastics. Our award-winning rotor VTs are designed with your safety in mind, with its rounded corners, interlocking pins, and brightly colored options ensures an affordable, safe and lightweight product that can be quickly assembled and taken down. Our rotovettis come with a plug for an easy way to fill your rotovetti with sand or water if you need to weigh it down on those windy days. The durable and sturdy construction ensures years of use thanks to the UV8 technology. Contact us via our Facebook page, email, or contact number provided.
Stand by. Welcome back to Equestrian Live, and this is the Peter Money Arena from Kyalami Equestrian Park. United Aviation Group, big thank you to them. That's up next, the 1m45, 1m50 Riders Grand Prix Tour. It is not the result, in fact. This is the lineup. So George Cutlass goes first, Hannah Garten, Johan Lotte, and lots of these riders will, of course, be trying to make their way into Sunday's World Cup qualifier. And, of course, we look forward to that. That's sponsored by Reonet. But big thank you to Jonathan Walpe and his team from United Aviation Group. They're sponsoring two big events today, this being one of them, the 145, 150 Riders Grand Prix Tour. And then later on, the first in the team competition, United League of Champions team competition. It's part of a series which will be featured at each one of the 5 World Cup qualifiers throughout 2022. And then the final will happen at Summit Ridge Equestrian Centre sometime in November. I think it's late-ish November that'll be happening. 250,000 Rand goes to the winning team. More on that to follow. Of course, that's the class after this one. This is a good substantial field in this 145, 150. Henk Linders from the Netherlands, from Holland, has pitched this track. I've enjoyed his tracks this morning, so we are looking forward to this. Still waiting on some course dimensions, which fences are pitched at 145, which are at 150. There's some sizey fences out there, and we look forward to it. So some big names taking part there: Nicole Horwood, Tam Rueda, Chayton Hendricks. There, Oliver Bishop, Gaucho Dema has made his way up from KwaZulu-Natal, as is Grant Langley. Jean Corber, Lexington's in the mix. Desiree Davidson, what a year she had last year. Govert Triggle, Epamine, Carinius, Sandy Manassi, Ashley Healy. There you go. Hausberger's Elder goes in at number 48. Of course, the winner of the South African Outdoor Grand Prix with Ronnie Healy. Ashley's got the ride back. She'll be looking forward to that. Clarissimo, Chad Cunningham, Ronnie Healy on Mandarino, last year's Burlington Cup winner. So 50 horses line up for this class. And looks like it's going to be a cracker, so we look forward to that. That's up next here on Equestrian Live. Don't go far. Grab yourself a cup of tea, perhaps a bowl of popcorn. Settle back, relax, enjoy the show with us. Welcome back, everyone. Equestrian Live, and here we go. United Aviation Group's 1 metre 45, 1 metre 50 Riders Grand Prix Tour. It's over 2 full rounds. Top 25% will go through to the second round. Top 25% or all the clears. Joining me in co-commentary, very happy to have you back, Stacey Weston. How are you?
Marvellous. Having a great show. This Reonet show has been superb.
You've been busy in this.
I've been very busy, which is very exciting. Lots of young horses finally coming up.
Very exciting. So on track now, let's just turn our attention back to the job at hand for a second. This is George Cutlass, NCT's Callagho Lord Chris. He's the first to go out of a 50-horse field. We have been advised of a scratching at 18, but we've also been advised of an additional horse, Arnold Borta and KP Laudanum at 26A. How are these courses riding that Henk Linders International FEI 3 stars pitch? They look
well, they've been very nice for the lower grades, pitched it very nicely for the amateurs and the young horses, but walking this course, it's tough. There's a lot of questions. He opens you up, he closes you down. Like here, you need to canter up so you don't get time penalties, but you need to make sure you're getting straight to this oxer, otherwise it's going to catch you. It's a big square oxer.
375 meters per minute is the ground speed that the riders are being asked to go at. Has he put his wheel a little bit tight all the time? You can't afford too many pulls. You've got to go some.
I don't know. We're going to see after the first horse. I saw that he did add a couple of strides on the turn back to the treble, but we're going to see how it rides. That was a really nice round. Just let's see what the time.
79.46, so some time penalty, 77 seconds.
Yeah, I think he got them
allowed
on his turn back to the treble, which is probably one of the biggest tricks or challenges on this course. It's right deep in this top left corner, you can see here, and it's straight after this HH feeds upright. That's going to be a big question for a lot of people.
So we've seen one go, time allowed 77 seconds. He left them all in the cups, but 3 for time. International course builder Henk Linders is currently in the judges box. He'll have the opportunity of watching another 2 horses go, gets the opportunity to watch 3 horses go a full round, and then the decision will be made whether the times will be shortened. But looking at our second competitor here, Hannah Garten, she is going some. I don't think she's going to get time penalties, in which case I'm sure the timer allowed 77 seconds will remain.
Yeah, she's a very nice forward rider. I'm sure this is probably her first Grand Prix. We've managed to steal her for our team event, which is our young rider for our team event, just FYI. Anyone watching later, Team of Fire, that's us, watch us. And yeah, here she goes. She's a super rider, and she is also very forward. But this distance here is a steady 7.223, but she rode it very nicely and forward. This is a big upright, nice distance here, and then here again is where the time is going to catch people if they're a bit slow.
But you see how she lands and she asks the horse for another gear. She landed and she got going straight away.
Beautifully
off the turn,
ridden, coming out that corner. I love it when people do that.
Forward out the turn.
It's a nice double. And then again here is where people need to keep cantering. There's a lot of space to that horrible wall. Sorry, can't. I don't even know. I thought we were having a bonfire, but anyway, it's still here. Yeah, that was amazing.
Wow, 74.50. That 77 is going to stand. That was a true 375 pace.
Oh, she's going to be thrilled with that.
That was
a beautiful round.
Well, 2 have gone. 2've left them all in the cups, these shallower cups, these lighter poles. We're up to standard now. The times are looking good as well.
Got international course designers again. Thank goodness for travel. We've missed them. Travel's open up, and yeah, it's lovely to have someone else out here. As much as we love our local course designers, it's nice to have a change.
I'm enjoying his courses. There's lots of questions, like you say, but they're flowing courses. They're flowing tracks. You can keep moving at your fences.
He's been pitching them at the right level. So like the 130s, there were a few questions, but it wasn't anything too hectic. And so your horses came out confident, even if they had a rail or two, which is what you want.
Johan Lotte, a man who needs no introduction, has ridden at World Equestrian Games. He goes at number 3, Pour Moi for Nova Sonnenstrahl. He's a Belgian warm blood stallion by I Am Mohoevestar out of an Urker van der Roskalamer for Lynn Roan and Nova Sonnenstrahl. And Johan's in some good form. He's had some good results on all of his horses of late.
Yeah, but this horse is new to this level, I think.
Jumped a few 150 140s. I think 145, 150 will be a test for him. But
Yeah,
he's got a decent jockey on his back.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just another step up for the younger horses. The jumps are bigger, they're just bigger tests of endurance. And then there he went very nicely tight around that wall to make up time. You know, this is a big, deliberate horse. But, you know, Johan is a speed master. That was a tight turn. Super. But then you see running down to the gate, he rode at the oxer, and then running down to the gate, the combination caught him. So there's that test again.
What is the trick there from a rider to land after number 9 and sit in that distance?
Well, it depends on your how you've ridden number 9. He rode very forward to number 9, so he should have maybe had a little steady just to sit the horse up, because it's running down to the gate, so the horse is already thinking downhill a little bit on the forehand.
And it depends what you're sitting on as well, the step
Yeah,
of the horse.
exactly.
Here we take a look at the replay. So there was Johan Lotte and Poimois. I think he'll be pleased.
Yeah, I think it was a nice round. The horse was confident. It's a big step up.
So just remember that we are sitting on the top 25% or all the clears. We'll go through to the second round, over 2 rounds, and in the event of equality of score after 2 rounds, then we could be going to a jump off. Top 25% of 50 starters means that we guaranteed 13 horses in the second round. But remember, it's also all the clears.
This old man, he jumped that number 1 like he was a little 4-year-old.
I thought you were starting a nursery rhyme there.
Oh,
This old man.
Yes, and Anya said she's a bit nervous. She hasn't jumped a big class in a while. I chatted to her now and walked the course, and I said, of course, it'll be marvelous. You and this guy have the best partnership. She's been riding him, I don't know, I think she's had him since he was a youngster, and yeah, they're just lovely to watch. See how she didn't have extra strides on that corner, so I think her time will be fine. I think we walked at about 11, depending, I mean, if you want to go 10 to that treble, and George went on 13, and then you can see that's 2 extra seconds. This is a nice distance to Big Oxer. Now she's going to canter up around the corner. See, she took more time, get straighter, and now she's just going to sit up and wait for this double. See, down the hill, you just got to wait and be upright.
Perfectly ridden off this
Beautiful.
turn to number 9 as well. The balance was just so good. There's your favourite. What is it you don't like?
Not me. My horses at least jumped it, but I did feel a lot of horses didn't like it at all at Easter, as we saw.
Total of 5, so just exceeding the time allowed of 77, 81.38. 4 for jumping, 1 for time. Let's take a look at the replay.
Not quite on the pace. 5 time
Wonderful Lombard and Anya Moller.
To number 5 we go. Caleb goes back for Carlo Lombard.
Has that marquee come into play at all? Something that the horses have never seen? Last year we saw a lot of horses look into that and have a few rails. This year, not the case.
I don't think so. I think the horses have been fine. It hasn't been busy either. So, you know, I think on the Sunday when it gets really busy, maybe there's a bit more.
When the bar opens.
Yeah, when the bar opens and everyone gets more festive. Although there's going to be a really fun afternoon here with some great singers. I'm looking forward to it.
It's a great show that they've put on, and hats off to Govert, Reonet. It's
yeah, shame. So Kayla just had number 1 down, but it's her first big class on this horse. I think no, she jumped to 150 at Easter.
She did, yeah.
But this is the first big Grand Prix, so this is a small mare. She needs to run a little bit, and so this is going to be this is a test for her, because this course requires a lot of control and discipline. And this horse, you know, is one of those running horses that you kind of just got to ask nicely, a typical mare. Please, would you? And, yeah. It's a
Game
big
as
step
they
up for
come,
her.
I mean, she's never going to say no.
No. And Kayla, top rider, also ridden overseas for a number of years. She had to hold her off that corner and then couldn't quite get the run up, you see. So that's the test there.
And it would also be a fact-finding mission as well. You don't know how good the horses are until you step them up and you have, and you have a try.
Yeah, and I don't think there have been some rails here, but it's just a step up. I think Kayla will definitely be putting this horse back into a Grand Prix again. She'll probably take it down again, jump 140, maybe at 135, a little more confidence. But you can see the horse still got her ears forward. She's looking for the next fence, and she wants to go. And that's what you want in a show jumper.
Lovely little mare, Lacano Ballard by Challenger. And finishes her round. Not really representative because of those time penalties. We're on the 1-to-1 ratio now, so 10 for time. Total of 30 penalties, but yeah, like you say, she'll be back. Step up. So, 30 for Ballard as we move on now to Ronnie Healy, Blue Turtle, Cat Weasel. And like you say, you were talking about going up, coming back down. We've seen a lot of Ronnie on this horse doing just that. I think he started this horse again in the 130s this year and slowly built him up, and today he's
back up into the Grand Prix.
Into the big stuff.
And I think he probably has quite a good chance on this horse. He's a very quick horse. You know, this is a different test to the World Cup because it's not as big, still technical, and it's also quite exciting because it's such a big field, so our jump-offs are big, and everyone just has to go a little bit hell for leather, which is great for the crowds. Wish we had more of them here, but I suppose normal people are working on a Friday at 10:12.
It is a Friday. You forget when you're out here, you know, enjoying the outdoors, watching show
We're
jumping.
not normal people.
Yeah.
So I hope some people are watching the live streaming at work. Don't get caught by your boss. And
We'll get him to watch as well.
yeah, get him to watch as well.
New blood in the game. Come on.
So the jumps are being put
Well,
up again.
the
I think
Double
a
H jump,
pole
Double
got
H
broken.
feeds Ronnie's jump. Look at him. Get me a new pole. It's my jump. Get me a new pole.
So the poles, if it were broken, they have to replace them with exactly the same pole. So there's been a number of replacements. It can't just be like, oh, this pole's broken, we'll just grab that one lying on the side of the arena. So
And what you forget as well is the top poles are now lighter because a shipment of new poles from overseas came in. They're maximum of 13 kilos or 12 kilos, I think. They're hollowed out poles at the top, and those are shallower 18 mil cups. So if they just nudge them, they're going down. So once again, Ronnie Healy now on Blue Turtle, Cat Weasel. Had lots of success in this arena over the past couple of weeks. Remember, he was the man who took home the title of the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa on Eldo.
now that 223 was a steady 7, but he rode it so nicely and quiet. That's quite a tight turn they did. What's the scope? Ah. Couldn't really see what happened in the middle there.
Those are white poles in that United Aviation group, and I've just been wondering if the white poles against the backdrop, the white backdrop of the marquee, has anything to do with the horses not kind of picking them up so nicely.
I'm not sure, but Ronnie kind of lost his line on the turn to that upright. He's got him back now. Let's see, now he's going to steady. But Ronnie, when he steadies, he's such a smooth rider, you don't even notice it. So that's the thing about show jumping. The less someone's doing, the more they're actually doing, and the better they're at it. So it's an interesting
Correct.
sport. Like my little son will say, "Oh, you didn't do much." Yes, well, that's what it looks like.
There was actually a funny
Yeah.
article after one of the Olympic Games where some critic of show jumping wrote in and he said, "Oh, why do we watch they just sit on top of those horses doing absolutely nothing, you know, these toffs." I thought, well, you know how many years it takes for you to be able to achieve just sitting and looking
I
like
wish
you're
I
doing
could
nothing.
sit around like I was doing nothing, but yeah. Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed with that. But I'm sure the next show he'll be, I don't know if he's going to put him in the World Cup, Cat Weasel, or he's just going to jump in the Grand Prix and then down and then maybe World Cup next show.
Score of 10, 2 of those being for time in 78.45, so 8 jumping penalties, 2 for time. Regenesis vet Pilgrim goes next, and this is Lisa Williams.
So this horse jumped big classes just started jumping the big classes this year. Tapping off number 1. Steady 7 here. Got to get them back, you see there. The big horse, and then into a big oxer. Okay, now this is the test. You want to get a good ride here, be straight, and into the corner. Horse seemed just to start a little bit on takeoff with the oxer, but was recovered well through the treble. A lot of scope.
In 79.11, there's 3-time penalties.
Total score of 11 penalties for Regenesis vet Pilgrim and Lisa Williams in 79.11, 3 of those being for time. That's amazing how it goes. Lord Chris, okay, he had 3-time penalties, but he left them all in the cups.
Yeah.
Next to go, Pollyanna Clear. You think, oh, we're going to get a lot of, this is going to set the trend, and then all of a sudden, battling a little bit out there.
Especially when you get a young rider first time out and she jumps clear around, and everybody's, you know, going to do well now. But yeah, it's tough, this track. It's not as big, like I say, as the World Cup, but there's so many tests here. It's a different class, and different horses will be in this class. It's nice to put a horse up, either young horse that you want to step up.
I'm just outside the door. That's the sound coming and going.
So Page Gates, Rathmore, Quiet Man, another one who's had fence number 1. A few people are having fence number 1. Is it the approach? Is it the rhythm?
And win.
Unfortunately, parting ways early in the middle of the combination. Stones elimination for Page. In fact, actually are all right.
Unfortunately, elimination there for Page Gates and Rathmore, Quiet Man. Problem riding there to 5B. Parting company, parting ways, and unfortunately that does mean elimination. So let's just recap on what we've seen. We've seen George Cutlass go first and go clear despite the 3-time penalties. Pollyanna and Hannah Garten then gave us a true clear for jumping, clear for time. And since then, Johan Lotte, 4 penalties, Lombard, 5, Gertenbach and Ballard, 30, Ronnie Healy, 10, Regenesis Vet, 11, with Lisa Williams, elimination for Rathmore, Quiet Man. Remember, we are on the top 25% rule. 13 will go through. We guaranteed 13 through to the second round. So when we get to around about 13, we will have a hot seat situation where some people will get knocked out, relegated, and some will be going through. So we'll keep you posted as we get closer to that time. Currently on track now is Nicole Horwood. This is number 9, United Aviation Group's Capital Hitoshi. Absolutely, like you say, when it's his day, it's his day. He can be either brilliant or he can just sometimes fluff his lines a little bit. But I mean, he's won some proper Grand Prix in his time.
Good forward pace. 75.26 comes home in
No, and on the top 25%, and the way things are going, it doesn't mean he's out for this class either, because sitting on a score of 12. Listen, there's a long way still to go, but currently in that top 25%. Let's see how it all plays out.
9 have started, 41 still left to come. Lots of opportunities for a few more players in the bag, including Tamara Rueda. She goes next, number 10 for Genesis Vet, Just On Time Z.
So Tamara Rueda goes next. And this is Regenesis Vet, Just On Time. Fairly new to her string. She's had him for a while, but I can say fairly new. It's still a partnership that is being built up. Okay, I can hear her now. Beg your pardon, we just are having a few little technical difficulties with the audio. So I'm just getting Stacey's mic back online as Tamara finds a rail there with that Attack and Togs Oxa. Currently watching Regenesis Vet, Just On Time. This is number 10 of a 50 horse field. At the current time, just the one clear is what we have. PMH, Pollyanna and Hannah Garten.
This number 3 does catch people because it's early on the track. You've got to have a steady distance, but your horse has to be sitting on its hocks and, you know, jumping up. So I think that was the thing that got her there, and just a new partnership in the big classes.
She's a very, very good rider.
Yeah, she's got a super string also. She had some great results. But yeah, I was just having a look here and seeing like we've got 50 horses in this Grand Prix, which is amazing for our sport because our sport, you know, it goes in a triangle. So if there's 50 in our Grand Prix, I mean, the bottom of our sport is really growing. And I must say, during COVID, even more so because one of the only safe sports that you could do without, you know, any sort of touching. So the riding schools did say they were super busy. He's just touching off the back rail there.
Final score of 10, 6 of those being for time, 82.66, time allowed here 77 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising that it's taking this long to get another clear round.
Could this be the next, a man in form? Wygen's Kalinko, Chayton Hendricks.
I do think so. I just love this horse's expression. She's just so willing and she just loves this job. Just watch her ears as she goes around.
Do you suffer from FOMO?
Sometimes.
You wish you were out there?
Not today, because I don't feel like I have the horse to be here, be competitive right now. But I don't like not being at a show at all. I can't come and watch a show. I find that like when I was pregnant, I could not come and watch the show. It was horrible. Let's see how he rides this. Nice and smooth on the 7. Oh, this horse giving him air. Let's just see how many he does on this turn.
Trademark of Chayton's riding as well is that he's just so smooth, always on a rhythm, always going forward to the fence.
And that was like steady. And it's funny because it did walk 11, and I was actually walking with Chris van der Merwe, and he was like, no, we must do 10, maybe even, like, just depends how you ride. And you see, he did the 12, and that Oxa after the treble caught him. And I think it's just because the ride was slow into the treble, and the ride afterwards then wasn't quite right. Didn't quite see what happened there. You see, and he kicked up after they're making up time. Especially in this field, the top 25%, a rail doesn't mean you're out. You know, now you just need to concentrate and just not get time penalties and not drop any other rails.
Are they cognizant of that? Do they realize when you have a rail, okay, there's that top 25% to play for? Because most times you just program, a rail.
Well, I mean, that's the problem. And that's why this is such a mind game, and it's a bit naughty when you do have a rail to put your hand up, because you start to just do that. And now you're in the middle of a track like this where you just need to actually be more focused, and you automatically want to stop and put your hand up. It's actually terrible. I'm one of those people. But also when you ride the older horses, you now would think, okay, if I'm still in it, I'll carry on. If I'm not, I'm out.
Well, he's still very much in it. Still
Yeah.
just the one clear. We've got
So
a
he's
3, a
lying
4,
second
a
or not?
5, and a 6.
Oh, Chris.
he's
So
in
George
fourth.
Cuthbert did well there.
Yeah, so he's in 4th at the moment. George is currently sitting in 2nd, in fact.
Yeah.
Dominic Alexander.
Number 1. That horse wasn't going near that.
R&R Capital Coleman. R&R is the sponsor by Colnado out of a 4 Pleasure mare.
Oh, he rode that 7 so nicely. And that was lucky, it stayed in the cups. Let's see how he does this turn. He also said, you just don't want to get stuck in this corner. It's a big oxer going into the treble. So you're just keeping that canter, and he's nice and smooth there.
And would this be the biggest test that this horse has faced? I know he's been in a few 140 classes, but I think this is
so.
stepping him up a little bit.
Yes.
He's a horse that Dominic rates so highly. He's produced him himself. He was a graduate of the Capital Stud sale a few years ago. I think he was the highest price on that sale and worth every penny.
Yeah, he's super.
You see his form and his ability there.
Nice forward ride. Now you got to steady down the hill. This horse lands so balanced. I mean, that's the big thing. This horse just the back rail coming down there. And that could have been just because he didn't steady enough going into the treble, into that double. And the horse just not managing to get up and make that back rail.
I think you'll see a big smile on Dominic's face. Look at that.
Super happy. Dominic very happy.
You passed the test, my boy. Wow, big pants for him. That was the stiffest track that he's ever faced, and he did it with ease. Yes, he had the 1 pole down. 2 for time, 78.80, so finishes on 6 into that top 25%, and Dominic is super chuffed.
And watching Dominic, didn't look like he hung about.
No.
So, I mean, I think just also because he's a younger horse, his turns are probably just a bit wider than you would do. In a few months, you'll see him, he'll be skimming the jumps more, and that's where you'll lose those time penalties.
13 next to go, Plastic Colors Master Batch Aguri. This is Michelle Fleming, your bestie.
My bestie. Yeah, this is going to be tough for her. This horse, he's a big horse, big stride, and she really has to ride him to keep some impulsion. So like this 2 to 3 on the steady 7 is going to be a test for him. The big jumps don't matter. It's the discipline between the jumps. Let's see how she does this. She went on 6. So she opted for the 6 and just found that back rail, but I also think she could have maybe gone quicker as she landed off the callow. If she was going to do the 6, I don't know if it just happened and she suddenly thought, oh, the 6 is better, just instead of making the decision early. So you can see he's just skipping to the treble. Sorry, Mish. But that again is his nemesis, coming out of something like that, holding his body. He struggles. He's a big horse, but gives her so much confidence. And yeah, I mean, Michelle, the top businesswoman, and this is her sport, her fun. She's not a professional, and she just loves to be able to come out here with this horse, and he just gives her everything. See, here she's going to lose so much time because she just didn't land, kick him up there, and make up the time there. There will be some time penalties here. But a good round.
Score of 10. 2 for time, 78.32. Time allowed there, 77 seconds. Not too far over the time allowed, and it was a good round.
Yeah, it was a good round. She'll be irritated about coming out the treble, I think.
What does she do about that? When you say that's his nemesis at this stage of the game, is there anything she can do?
Well, you just train the horse to hold its body more. Barry being her coach, probably something like a line with some V-poles, just to teach him to, as he lands, to sit down on his bum, get his body up. It's, that sort of general training. Well, quite specific training for him, though.
So we've hit the 13 mark. We now head into that top 25%, and there will be those that fall by the wayside as scores are bettered. Gareth Neal now, and this is the lovely mare Dartoli, number 14 for Delmont Mining and Civils.
That was lucky. That just bounced in the cup. And then he said, actually, we're a little bit asleep. We need to get going. And now she's awake. Look at that face. I love this horse.
Isn't she wonderful? Van Gogh, Kigali, the breeding.
So 12 seems to be the distance, even though, because when he landed after that upright and bounced in the cups coming out the treble there. Gareth's got luck on his side today. Good ride. Now he's going to canter up so he doesn't, not that I think he's going to get time penalties, but in the second round it will be in reverse order of time. So you do, if you do jump clear, you do want to be quicker, but at this point I think everyone's just looking for a clear. Oh, she was jumping super. Cantering up around there. This, I don't want to say it, but this wall hasn't really given any problems this class so far.
I don't know what you're on about. Wow,
super
there
round.
we go.
2 time penalties.
2 for
How
time.
did he get time penalties? I thought he was quite quick.
78.51.
See,
Maybe he
there's-
went slightly wide somewhere.
Maybe after the double, turning back to the wall. I mean, we can't really see from here, but that did look like he maybe went a bit far.
So still just the 1 outright clear. Then there have been 2 on some time penalties that left all the jumps up. We're on the top 25%, so well within that top 25% is Gareth.
Here goes Chris. I mean, I don't want to jinx him, but I think
Super ride from Chris inside the time allowed 75.96. The only blemish on the record being the middle element of the United Aviation Group triple combination. 4 penalties. Sorry, A elements of the United Aviation Group triple. 4 penalties, but at this stage good enough for 4th place. Chris. Cut-off currently in 13th is 12 penalties, 75.26 from the Cole Forward in United Aviation Group's captain, Mike Toshi. Going next, number 16, Kind of Robico, Consumer Rocket International, Quisto 2. Great effort from Veronica, just a single fence down and half a second outside of the time to come home on 5 penalties at 77.55. Into the top batch of riders she goes into 5th place. Means Johan Lotte is on the cusp of that top 25% with 12 penalties at 75.19. We're a third of the way through the car, 16 down, 32 still to come. Roman Dos Santos going at number 17, earns and rides the easy. 18 and 19 are scratches, they're lucky now completing your walk.
Can.
Well, we've waited quite some time to get our second clear, but Roman Dos Santos and the BC fine flying form. Clear they go in 76.47 seconds, half a second inside the time allowed for the guarantee through the second round of the competition. Unfortunately, knocks Johan Lotte out of the running, and it means Lisa Williams into the hot seat. Penalty 79.11. 17 down, 2 clears in the bag, with Roman joining Hannah Garton. That's the only 2 clears so far. To go next is number 20, Michelle Hobbs, riding ZM Okinawa. Looking lovely until the final couple of fences. 10B goes down, a little off the pace required at 79.89. There's 3 time faults to add for a total of 7 penalties. So Michelle Hobbs drops her down the running in 10th place, so still in the top 25%. Unfortunately, unlikely to be going through with another 30 riders still to come. 2 clears in the bag. Cut out third, coming from Kylie Stainer, number 21, back on track, Legato. Reminder of that arena rating will be happening after 25A. race from Kylie Stone to come home at 75.35. Once again, it's 10B that goes down. Has fallen quite a number of times already in this class. That second element of the key combinations finish on 4. Reonet, if we can just check the front rail on number 8 as well, please. Front rail number 8. With that 4 faults, it was a quick effort from Kylie Stain, and speed does matter. Into 5th place she goes, and into the top 25%. Knocks out Tam Rueda in the process. Currently on the hot seat, Ronnie Healy with 10 penalties and 78.45. 22 is Leona van der Merwe riding Capital Stud's wonderful stallion, Hamiris.
So Leona van der Merwe is on track now, number 22, Capital Hamiris for the Capital Stud. Having a little bit of a control issue, so she just needs to get him to focus. Of course, he is a stallion by Darko out of a Cashmere. So that'll constitute a disobedience. Okay, cool. We're back live.
Oh, that's a lovely stallion. They have a great partnership, these two. She didn't jump at Easter because he doesn't like the grass, so I think she was hoping to have a good show here. But the bigger the jumps, it's better for him. See, for me, this class is never going to be his class, because the horses in here, smaller, quicker, it's nice for to have around. For me, his class is where they're big jumps, you need scope to finish, and that's where he's going to be at his best.
Do you think she went into this class knowing that, and that's why when she was struggling for a little bit of control, she pulled him up and just said, hey,
probably.
She's thinking towards Sunday?
Yeah, exactly. Just, if she's a fast rider and he's a good horse, but in this class, it's not a class for him, in my opinion. Love Leona, love his horse, but yeah, I think World Cup, big classes, and any big Grand Prix, outdoor Grand Prix, put on the grass. She probably would have jumped it if she knew it was going to be in the Peter Mini.
Yeah, true. Go to Blue is next, number 23. This is Amy McCow, KwaZulu-Natal based. In fact, that's where the family is based. Amy's now apparently studying in Stellenbosch. And the horses have relocated, I believe, to the Western Cape. And as far as I know, she's now training with Damien
Stevens. And has his horse jumped any big classes?
He has, in fact. He's jumped a handful, not a lot, of 1 meter 50s. I think kind of build-up events. I think this would be his first Grand Prix outing. Jumped quite a few.
Back here.
Jumped some nice 140 tracks. President's Cup came up into the 150s.
Okay, so she had jumped that.
Yeah. Don't think she jumped the big class, but at President's Cup show, some of the build-up classes. Amy's a very, very talented rider.
Yeah,
cool as they come.
Very nice round. So
by Zirocco Blue. Very natural rider, natural balance, natural rhythm.
Yeah, keeping in the time, looks like it's going to be good. She did take a little bit of time in that corner. Very scopy. Is the horse small or is she just very tall?
I don't think she's not short by any means, but I don't think she's very, very tall.
See, that wall, you see? And she was going so well. I thought maybe it's going to be another clear. Maybe a clear round jump off with all the youngsters. Well, Hannah. It's very annoying. You just need to get in early and show your horse. I mean, I don't know if she jumped. Don't think she jumped at Easter show, so the horse hasn't jumped that wall. And maybe she didn't realize how actually the horses don't like it. You see Nicola there, she's showing her horse the wall, even though it jumped at Easter show.
She did. Amy was, in fact, at Easter show, but she jumped, I think, the 140s on the final day.
Okay.
I can't remember what part of the wall, how big the wall was, but he would have seen it.
Okay. Yeah, but you see, you just can't take for granted a jump like that. You just can't take it for granted that your horse is going to jump it because it's jumped it before. I mean, there you got Nicola showing a horse the wall. Because it's just one of those things.
So let's look at the final score for Amy, 26. It doesn't really tell the story about the round because, I mean, she was clear up until that wall and then 22 part-time penalties. So just the 4 for the disobedience and then 22 to add gives you a score of 26, and it doesn't really represent what that round was all about, just that one mistake. Nicholas I'm Riley, Sunny Park and Stables in Sagi, and two-time winner of the President's Cup on this horse, the current reigning South African show jumping championship partnership.
And I think, this is a class that, she'll perform well in. Like I said, a lot of discipline required here. You saw how beautifully she rode the 7, just quietly popped over.
Where's a class that she doesn't perform well in?
Exactly. The 135s, 130s, yeah. But, lovely to watch and just smooth. Yeah, she's cantering along. And Nicola, I mean, she over the years has been known for a time penalty, so she is always conscious about time.
And she's done quite well on time penalties. Twice a winner of the President's Cup on a time penalty.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I did say to her this morning she had a time penalty. I said, ooh, because she always says, Nicola, Sam, 1 for time. So then she said to me, 2 for time means you're doing it right. Oh, super round. And in the time.
76.48. Well done, Nicholas I'm Riley.
And none for time.
Looking at this replay, she shook her head like she was... What was she worried about there? It was a lovely clear.
I think she was a bit off there. I think she's probably shouting at herself about something she'd done. We all show jumpers are very critical of ourselves. I mean, you'll go around and think it's someone else, oh, beautiful round. Meanwhile, you've given yourself about talking to at every jump about something you've done. It's a bit bad. You need to be more positive and more, okay, these things happen, but yeah. I think it's because it's such a small margin for error in the sport that we become overcritical at times.
Jonathan Clark now back on track. Clooney 3 for owner Linda Ellerine is...
Now, he didn't like this wall in the World Cup. Where were we last time? The Outdoor Grand Prix.
The Outdoor Grand Prix. He did not like it, but there was a training day here on Wednesday, if you read the comms, where the wall was brought out for those who wanted to have a jump. It was only the half wall, so he should be fine. And he said, annoyingly, Clooney just went and popped over it like it was nothing.
Yeah, probably having a laugh.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Horses.
So remember, we are on that top 25%, and what's interesting as well that we haven't mentioned is the second round is in reverse order of qualification.
I did mention that.
Of course you did.
You're just a man. You didn't listen to what I said.
Beg your pardon. What was that? So 1 down, I'm afraid. Jonathan, 4 penalties thus far as he canters on down to number 9. Is he on a 375?
No, I think he might get a time penalty. But again, John is very good at judging time and just skimming round jumps. See, like down there, it looked like he was a bit slow and wide. I think he will get time penalties. Jumped the wall, though.
Yep. Yeah, so he's well within 2 time penalties. 82.61, 10 the total. 6 of those being for time. Is he gonna kick himself for that? Is that gonna come back to bite him? Because top 25%, 10. He's out of it, I'm afraid. He's in 15th, so top 25%, 13 go through. 10 penalties, so it all comes down. Look at that. Michelle is sitting on 10 penalties, but her time 78.32. Jonna finished on the 10, but on a slower time, so he unfortunately drops down to 15th. So Shigori and Michelle. Now, you have to be better than 10 penalties in 78.32 if you want to get into that top 25%. As we take a look at the very imposing, good-looking stallion. We're talking about Laudanum. No, I'm not talking about Arnold. I realize as I said it, I might have set myself up for that, but no, I'm talking about Laudanum. Arnold would love me to be talking about him, former Billboard model.
Apparently he missed out on being the, I think was it the Chesterfield man?
Oh, really?
Because he really can't smoke. And when he does try, it's not very sexy. So
even a prop cigarette was too much for him. He is a character, Arnold. Laudanum by Lord Z out of an Acclaim mare. Big horse. I think he's over 18 hands, this horse. Very playful.
Yeah, just so much scope. Love his canter. A lot of impulsion. Just getting a bit quick through that double.
Second rail now. Currently sitting on 8 penalties.
But he didn't jump on the last day of Easter show. He hadn't had a great Easter show. So at the moment, probably just rebuilding. And he'll be happy with that. Oh, they're going to rake now.
Arnold giving a little bit of a huff and puff as he came over the last fence there. Was that hard work for him? He's a lot of horse to hold together. He's a big old boy, is Laudanum. So there is going to be an arena rake now. So while we have a chance, Stacey, let's go through the top contenders. So the clears. Pollyanna Hannah Garten gave us our first. BBC Bronwyn de Santos gave us the second clear. Nicholas Simon Riley gave us the third. Those are the 3 clears. So those have definitely booked their space in the second round. All clears will go through. Dartoli and Gareth Neal sit on 2-time penalties. George Cutlass sits on 3-time penalties on Lord Chris. He's in 5th. In 6th place, Legato, 4 penalties in 75.35. Kylie Stain. Chris van der Merwe, 4 penalties in 75.96. Sits in 7th. 8th is, as we've lost that screen, it's just come back. Consumer Rock International. Kyla Brimacombe, 5 penalties. Then Elsie Lombard, Anya Muller. In 10th is Kalinko Chayton Hendricks, who sits on 6. On 6 penalties as well, Dominique Alexander. Brilliant ride by him on the up-and-coming Coleman. Okinawa and Michelle Hobbs, still in that top 25% in 12th on 7 penalties. And hanging in there, sitting in the hot seat in 13th place. Remember, 13 guaranteed to go through is Plasticella's Masterbat Chigori and Michelle Fleming on 10 penalties. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the second half of the first round, the United Aviation Group's 1 meter 45, 1 meter 50 Grand Prix Tour. Don't go away.
Hi, Mark White here. It's again this time of the year when we can proudly say we're back involved with equestrian sport and show jumping in particular. We'd like to thank the South African Show Jumping Fraternity for their wonderful support in the last 11 years. And we as Mark White Nissen will continue in the future with our sponsorships. I would love you to come down to the dealership for any of your motoring needs. come and sample our new products of next year, which we'll be launching. Plus, we have got towing vehicles, vehicles for your sons or daughters. Whatever your needs might be, we have it for you. Mark White & Listen is located in the Fourways Crossing Shopping Centre on the lower level. And for any more info, please go to our website www.markwhitelisten.co.za or call us on 011 840 1960. So, if you are in the market for a new or a used car, pop down and see us and we'd love to put a deal together for you.
Right, well, there we are in our little marquee. Big thank you to Richard Mons, downingsmarquee.co.za. Give a wave. There we are. Being treated oh so nicely. Who's that lurking in the background there? Oh, that's Richard Mons. That's the man of Downings. I was like, who? There's somebody in the background.
Scary.
That's Mr. Downings. Just making sure we stay on our A game. And, of course, as you were saying, Stacey, all the vendor village as well.
The vendor village. I love the show. The vendor village right here. They on the grass there. And later on, we've got the entertainment. And it just feels like, I don't know, I've never been to an overseas show, but as much of a feel as we can in South Africa. The VIP tent opposite us is definitely going to get busy later on, especially over the team event, which is going to get very festive.
Big thank you to Canon as well. All these pictures coming to you today from Equestrian Live, courtesy of Canon, www.canon.co.za. And yes, my guest for today, and also going to be joining me for the World Cup is Stacey Weston. You're a hit with Equestrian Live.
Maybe because I got all the inside scoop.
Back by popular demand, huh?
Yes. Well, I really enjoyed it, but it is hectic, and you want to just be on. I don't know how you do it all the time. It is hard work actually watching, making sure you're giving the right commentary and trying not to sound like a moron.
We try. So they are just raking the course. Of course, we've had, let's see, 24 starters, 25 left to go. So we exactly at the halfway mark. The water tankers are going around, just sprucing up the arena. This track set up by Henk Linders, visiting us from the Netherlands. Turning out to be a little bit of a testing track here from the 24 starters. Just the 3 clears, 12%. Of course, top 25.
I thought it was still going to ride harder, this from the HH feeds and the turn back to the treble. It doesn't seem to have caused as many problems as I thought. Surprisingly, this last line, the 9 to 10, has actually caused more problems, but maybe it's because it's late on the track, you're a bit more tired, concentration, you're losing concentration, horses are getting tired. But I thought that was actually going to ride quite nicely.
You've looked at the field. We're going to go to a quick break. You're going to look some more. You do work for Mr. Sadler, so you should have a betting gene as a prerequisite working.
I did phone Aisling before the show. I said, can't you set up some sort of online betting for the show?
Who would you price up as
favourite?
No,
I was actually just saying class? For the team event. But for favourite for this class, now you're going to get me in trouble.
Well, let's go to a break. You can have a look and see who you think is going to be in that top 25%, who's going to come out as your overall winner. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, the second half of the first round of this United Aviation Group, and a big thank you has to be said to Jonathan Walpe. Wow, they're putting money into the sport and doing exciting things. All the live streaming courtesy of United Aviation Group for not only today but tomorrow, Sunday as well, and that'll be the case right throughout the World Cup Series, 3 days of live streaming at all those shows. So lots to look forward to here on Equestrian Live. Big thank you to Jonathan and United Aviation Group.
And it's so nice to just go watch the recordings as well, I won't lie. I watched the whole of that outdoor Grand Prix again.
Let's take a break. When we come back, second half of the first round. Don't go far. Are you reading me? We're back. Richard, are you there? What? I'm just going to commentate. I can't hear them. I don't know if there's something going wrong, so let's just commentate as they relate.
Okay.
So Savannah Gehrke gets us underway in our second ride of riders in this United Aviation Group's 1 meter 45 150 Grand Prix, and she's visiting us along with Ivan van der Sade from Plettenberg Bay. Was here for Easter show, went up to Polokwane for a little spin around Revel Stables, and now back at Kyalami Equestrian Park. But this, Stacey, would be their toughest test to date, I would think.
Yeah, I do think so. She started off really well at Easter show. I know she didn't finish well in the 140s, but obviously did some rebuilding at Revel. And lovely horse, had a long partnership, and she adores this horse. So far looking good and smooth.
And do you know the plan? Are they here to stay for a while? Or are they
No, they're going back after this. They came up, so that's why they just did everything. You know, they did the Easter, the Revel, the show, and then they're going. I don't think they're staying for Stockies, and they're going back after this.
Oh, come on.
You see, just not coming out this corner, and then was just a little bit of the inexperience of not kicking on landing. You know, these are split-second decisions that need to be made. You know, sitting on the side of the arena saying, oh, you could have done this. It's so annoying, I understand, because you're there and you need to make that decision. But that's what you learn over time, jumping these bigger classes. You know, the higher you go in the grades, the jumps come 1 second faster.
I think she'll be happy with that as well. She is smiling. She'll put that down. I mean, the horse was faultless. There was a rider error.
Yeah. I mean, she's new to the level as well. I mean, it's just a lot more stressful coming in to jump a big class. You know, if you didn't know that it was a 145 Grand Prix, you'd probably be like, oh, I'll be fine. If you just was told it was a 140 championship. But it's, this mind game.
Well, that means that Shigori's still in 13th, so Michelle survives for the time being. Final tally there for Poland's was a 21. Lara Neal, Diamond Dundee. What is it about number 1?
I don't know. And, she had quite a nice ride in there, I thought, but the horse was looking a little slow. Nicola Syme did like this inside turn to number 1, which I thought was a bit hectic, and a horse jumped it very nicely. And then, that's the thing. You go around, you give your horse a nice run up, and they clunk it. Sometimes you're like, seriously. And again, their front rail of an oxer, and it just could be the horse's inexperience. They're going into the treble. It has jumped 2 World Cups, I think. It's still a young horse. She will definitely get time penalties. You saw she's just slow and wide there. Nice run up to 9. See there, she got him back. Oh. Again, I think just the inexperience.
How deflating is that to have jump number 1?
I hate it. I sometimes just want to come out after number 1. It's the absolute worst. But then you gotta. The other day, I think it was Easter show, I had number 1 and 2, and I gave myself a quick talking to, and I said either you're in it or you're out, because if you don't commit and stay in it, then that's when you have accidents, you do silly things because you're not committed, you don't ride properly. So you got to make that decision quickly and say, okay, well, I've had these rails, but I'm jumping around anyway.
And especially in a course like this where top 25% rule, I mean, you're not out of it if you have a rail at jump number 1. So Ronnie Healy returns, another ride for him. And we saw this horse out in the big classes for the first time at Easter Show. This is Magic Boy. He is a Magic Boy. Ronnie was saying Easter Show, probably asking him a little bit much in that final day in the big class. But would that have brought him on quite a bit?
I think so. Ronnie would have gone home and done a bit of homework, built his confidence again. And I think this will be a nice track for him. It's not too big. It is technical, but I think he will jump a good round here. I think the Outdoor Grand Prix, it was just a lot in a short space of time for a young horse.
Richard, have you got us? Richard, have you got us? Are we live? Mike? Let's just carry on like we love. Yeah, we might be. I don't know. I'm not getting anything from them, so...
So that pole's broken, so now they've got to go find another one. Like I said, this is a new jump, so...
Which is quite funny, because when he came in on Catweasel before, he was also waiting for a broken pole, wasn't he, for the Double H
feeds
jump?
So it's actually Ronnie's fault that these poles keep getting broken.
I think we can blame him.
He'll take one for the team. And now, I mean, he will have the option, if it goes on for too much longer, they will allow him to go out and have a warm-up jump. Because the horse will get cold, and then what happens is if you don't opt for that, a lot of the time is you canter to 1 and you will knock number 1 because the horse is asleep. So let's see what he decides to do.
What would you do in these circumstances? Would you give a little canter
Depends
around?
on the horse. Depends on the horse. If it's my hot horses, I'm happy.
Sure.
I like the weight; it calms them down. But if it's on your other horses, your colder horses, I do like to go out for a jump.
Well, a little bit of a wait here, of course, like you were saying earlier. They've
see now this jump is different. They've changed the poles around.
Well, thank you to all of our viewers letting us know that, in fact, we are live. We're having a few comms problems here, so I was asking, are we live? And, in fact, we are. So
good.
that,
I was worried we were commentating to ourselves.
We have had... I'm just kidding. You're live. You're live. Thanks, guys. Thanks. We're live. Thank you for letting us know.
Okay, so we'll just watch what we say now.
The producers weren't seem to be hearing us, but apparently yes. Watch what you say. Right, so Ronnie's live broadcast. Ronnie's going, so this is Capital Magic Boy.
Okay, so he didn't go out for a jump, and he jumped number 1 super. He does say that this horse sets his neck against him. Remember, you said he's trying this bit, this combination hackamore bit, which is actually very nice. It's actually very soft, the bit in the mouth, but it just gives you that nose pressure. Because he is fiddling a bit with his head. But Ronnie just carrying on riding him. I mean, that's all you got to do with these horses. If they are fiddling with the head, you just got to ignore it and carry on. He's settling a bit more now and looking super over the jump. Ronnie made sure to get straight to that water tray this time. Yeah, that was nice.
Scope he has, for sure.
Yeah. We had a tap there, but it stayed. Ah, super round.
Wow.
In the time, what's the time? We can't
76.72. Time allowed 77 seconds. Clear all the way for Blue
great,
Turtles.
So 4 in the jump off now.
Capital Magic Boy, which means I'm afraid that Michelle has dropped out. So one Michelle out of the top 25%. Another Michelle Hobbs, now sitting in that hot seat on Okinawa. So to get into that top 25%, you now have to be no worse than 7 penalties in 79.89. 7 in 79.89. Better than that, we'll go through to that top 25%, which is 13. So 1, 2, 3, now 4 clear rounds. Going to highlight that one. Magic Boy. In comes Lisa Williams, her second ride, number 29, Protein Feeds Campbell.
You know, so interestingly, we're talking about different horses for different classes. I mean, he's just such a superstar. It doesn't really matter what the class is. He's game. Could be a Grand Prix. Probably could put him around the 120s. He'll still be game because he's just a competitive horse. And he is quick. And yeah, I remember her winning the Grand Prix at the Ecuador when we had a show there ages ago, before she went overseas. Yeah, he's a lovely horse, and at all levels.
Horse of a lifetime.
Yeah. Yeah, so well ridden. And you can see just, I think she's riding at about 400 meters. Very forward, and you see she just skimmed there, but she got straight for the water tray. So a lot of people there, the rails I think we've seen at the water tray, people skimming, but then their horses have just fallen out, jumping across and not getting straight. Again there, I mean, she turned tight 2 strides, Oxa, had him balanced up for the double.
Landed after number 8, hit the accelerator.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just, this is what we all aspire to ride like this, just, you know, but a lot of it from learning overseas. In the top level. Wow, great round.
Super easy as you like. Look at that time, 71.16. And
3 seconds faster than Hannah Garten.
And of course now that puts her into pole position because we're in reverse order of classification in the second round. So at this stage she will be on that time the last to go, because although they're now 5 sitting on 0 penalty, she's the fastest of the clears. Means in reverse order she'll go last.
Yeah, and you just watch that round and it didn't look crazy. There was no galloping, there was nothing out of control. It was just smooth round the corners, and yeah, that's what we all want to look like when we're jumping a big class.
Biogen's Casper Paige Gaich is next to go. This is her second ride. She had a little whoopsie in that treble combination at the B Element 5B, where she became unseated on Quiet Man. Will that rattle her nerves, or you got to just put that in the past?
Yeah, it depends on the person on the day. I think it won't rattle her she's on Casper, gives her so much confidence, lovely big horse. But again, she did also have a whoopsie with him in the Outdoor Grand Prix, which I don't think she's had before. So I think she will be awake here and be forward, be positive. So she was thinking about that a little bit.
Overthought it, maybe.
Yeah, sometimes you do that. But she'll probably breathe a sigh of relief now and think, okay, now I'm in it. Saying that, it's one of those things I used to, even as a kid, say to my mom, I can't do it. My mom would just say, just jump number 1. And once you're in, you're in. And that's what I always say to myself. I'm very nervous. Just get to number 1 and then there's nothing I can do. I've got to keep going. And here she jumped that very nicely. I mean, it's also number 8 in Oxer, back to another Oxer. It's a test of scope and just keeping your horse together and not letting them, get long and on the forehand round this corner.
2 down thus far. Is she going to come in the time allowed? Just over, I'm afraid. So time penalties to add.
She'll be happy with that. It'll give her confidence just building, and I'm sure she'll jump the World Cup. And after having a good positive round like that, I think she'll now forgotten about, well, not forgotten, but definitely good building from the last whoopsies.
Absolutely. So Michelle Hobbs, after Campbell's clear, dropped out of that top 25. In that hot seat now is Dominic Alexander and Coleman. So the scores are dropping down. Anything worse than 6 penalties in 78.80 won't be good enough, I'm afraid, to see into that top 25% in the second round of this United Aviation Group sponsored 1 meter 50, 145, 150 Riders Grand Prix Tour. We've missed this horse.
Yeah, she hasn't been here, been at the shows this year, but she's back, and just lovely to watch her and Nicole. Short partnership, but they've done very well. So there, I think she just lost her and just turned too quickly. And she's probably just thinking, I just don't want to have any mishaps. The horse is just back, build rather for the World Cup.
Absolutely.
It's a bit disappointing, but also with these older horses, you can't jump too many small shows, small classes, so you choose the big ones and sometimes you're a bit rusty with that specific horse.
And she'll be building to Sunday as well.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
really what her mission will be.
Yeah, she'll probably be trying to win this World Cup Series on this horse. She won the World Cup Series with Chris van der Merwe, I think it was 2019. And then when Nicole took over the ride, she won a number of big titles. Nicole's probably looking to add to that collection.
In fact, there was a bit of a rivalry brewing with this horse and Campbell because SA champs, she just pipped Campbell. I think there were 2 big competitions where Campbell finished just second behind her. So it's going to be interesting come Sunday. Let's see.
See, she's just falling in, and Nicole's trying to hold her out, and she's just thinking, oh, this is not feeling great. But, we'll see how she goes on Sunday.
So that was Capital Sean Tully. Finishes up on a score of 18. Doesn't tell the full story there. Again, with those time penalties, 1 for 1. Had electing to pull out of the treble combination. That gets costly just on the time penalties as we turn our attention back to tomorrow.
Yeah, she didn't have a rail though, huh?
Yeah.
Just a circle.
Her second ride, tomorrow Rueda. Alexander, Capital Coleman. How beneficial is it to have multiple horses in a class? It's got to be an advantage on your second horse, and you know your way around, you know what to expect.
It's so nice to have other rides because you always just think, oh, well, I've got another chance. But there's also the sense sometimes of having one horse is better because you're just thinking and focusing on that horse. So, I mean, it depends on the horses, the class, etc. It's nice to keep having rides at this top level and just getting your rounds in, getting practice. Jumping at this top level, it's not just about the jumps in the arena, it's the whole, it's the build-up, it's the stress, the anxiety, it's just different, the whole warm-up. People in the warm-up, it's more stressful because everyone's on high alert. So yeah, it's just the whole thing. Oh, stuttered there a little bit, but got away with it. She canted the last. I think is she in the time?
Just out, I'm afraid. 4 in fact for time.
Not usual for tomorrow. I mean, she's a very quick rider, but it was a very nice round.
Well, yeah, it does put her into the second round, but of course you carry forward your scores from the first round into the second round. It's not a clean slate that you start with, so she goes into the second round sitting on that 4, but of course anything can happen in that second round. It is a full, it's a shortened track, but they call it a second round, not a jump off.
I don't think she will be in the second round. I think there's too many horses that are going to jump clear or one-time penalties to come still. So I think this is a very strong.
You've got a point because she's sitting in 10th, so 3 better than her, and she's gonzos, I'm afraid.
Exactly.
So 13th, in fact, Kalinko and Chayton Hendricks. Chayton could knock himself out of the top 25% if he does better than 6 penalties in 78.55, because on Kalinko he sits in the hot seat on that score, and this is Greta.
Yeah, so she hasn't jumped any big classes this year. She's been successful over the few years with Chayton, and I'm sure he's looking for a clear with her, and she's very quick if she gets in the jump off. See people skimming there. He's skimmed, but he straightened up. Big upright. He lands but keeps cantering. Giving her some time there. But it's quite forward off the corner. I think then she just jumped at it a bit. So now he's thinking, I just don't want to get time penalties. I just want to be on 4. So he hurried up round the corner, as Gondo would say. Hurried up. She likes that. Let's see.
Clear of the last 75, 97 finishes on the 4 into the top 25%. He goes 4 now. But out he goes on his other ride, I'm afraid, on the 6 penalties with the time penalties. Kalinko is knocked down to 14th. And now the old man, Elzu Lombard and Anya Molla on those 5 penalties. 4 for jumping, 1 for time in 81.38. Anya sits in that hot seat. His next to go is Dominic Alexander, Rotaflow Yella S, number 34. Who's been a winner here this week already. And, of course, he had a lovely ride in Coleman earlier on.
Yeah, these two building a strong partnership at the top level now. Oh, that was beautifully done. Nice and smooth. Just kept cantering out that corner.
Once again, no horses on standby. Now please wait outside the gate for us.
I don't think he'll get any time penalties. He's really kept cantering. He's cut that quite tight.
Sure.
Oh, beautifully done. Well, you can see Dominic knows what he's doing. Done this a few times.
Once or twice.
Yeah. Now he's you saw him cantering up a bit to that wall. He's thinking, I just want to make sure I'm in the time. Well within the time.
75.30 into 3rd he goes, who puts himself in a commanding position moving into the second round. Well done, Dominic Alexander. And not bad prize money offer, 22,000 Rand to the winner of this class, 16,000 for second, 12,000 for third. So a nice pot of boodle that's been put up by Jonathan Walpe and United Aviation Group. Yella, strong chances. So let's take a look at those clears. Pollyanna, Babisi, Insagi, Magic Boy, Campbell, Yella are the clears thus far. That's 6 of them, 18% of those that have started. And Yanni Kleinans is on track now. This is Equus Chili Whack. He shouldn't have any time penalties. One thing about Yanni is he goes forward.
Lovely big horse. He didn't jump at Easter. Yanni hurt his back, I think he said. So he scratched. has jumped this horse in the big class a bit the last few years. He's a super horse, very scopy, and like you say, Yanni goes very forward, so he has ended up with some good tickets in big classes. Oh, just a little bit too forward at that Oxa. One too many in the corner there. You see, so you get caught out down the line, even if you know,
Clear over 9.
yeah,
but
clear over 9, you get caught later on, and that's the tricks that the course designer, these subtle tricks that you don't realize they've put in place. So, like as I said, you came out that corner, and I said one too many, so the horse had to really work over number 9, and then he just didn't get his distance correct for the
because he
double.
lands short.
Yeah,
Short
and then he
over 9
didn't-
and have to run it.
and he wasn't quick enough to ride him up and have his hands up, and then the horse was a little bit on his forehand going through the double there. So these are just slight tricks that the course designers put in place. I mean, it's so slight. I mean, it's just one of those things. But a good round. I'm sure he'll be back for the World Cup.
13 the total, one of those being for time, so not into that top 25%. Elzu Lombard has dropped out, I'm afraid, with Domini's round. So Consumer Rock International, Quista and Kyla Brimacombe on her 5 penalties. They're in that hot seat. Lorette Knowles-Taylor is currently making her way round on Amor Wirunda.
A little bit slow and deep there. But you see, then she got after him, gave him confidence, said, come, we're going, and he jumped through the rest, number 2 and 3. If he just sat there and did nothing, he would have stopped. And still only one pole down. Keeping her head, keeping her cool after the little whoopsie. It's hard to do, you've got to talk yourself into it sometimes.
Second pole coming down, number 9, back rail. 8 penalties.
Yeah, so she's out now because you've got to be better than 5 penalties.
Finds the rails at the last, so 12 the total score. Inside of that time allowed, only just 77 seconds. The time allowed 76.38 the time for Lorette and Amor. A final score of 12 for number 36 as we move on down to Annelies Comfort, number 37 Regenesis Vet Whitewaters on time.
5 penalties and 77.55. All of our 4 falters and Reonet.
We had a just on time, and now this is an on time.
As are 3 of the 2 falters, George Douglas and Gareth Neal.
Oh, by the way, we went to commercial break, and I asked you if you were a betting person.
I think Ray Nakorba on Anush, and I'll tell you why. Because he didn't have the best round in the Easter Outdoor Grand Prix, he'll come back firing now. That's why. Because there are a number of people here that are fast and good riders, but I think, he's that kind of person that he's like, oh, I didn't, he'll just make sure now. That's my bet.
I'm not going to go against Dennis the Menace. And Lisa, that's my bet. I'm going to go for Campbell.
I mean, that's just like obvious. Like, you can't just choose the...
Play the favourites,
Play
man.
the favourite.
Play the percentage.
Yeah. What do you think? The house now? And he's not having the best round here, just finding rails everywhere. I think she just looks like she's just running the whole time, not getting a horse back, getting control.
Both elements of that keep double coming down, so Not their day today, I'm afraid. 28 penalties for Regenesis Vet. Whitewater's on time, and Hunley's Comfort, 28. Summerbridge Cruise is next to go. Heather Mostert. This is a lovely horse.
Drops it down the running into 33rd. Thirty-six starters we've had, 6 clears in.
Getting a bit chilly here, a bit of a wind.
Has managed to hang on to that spot at number 13.
Heather's had a good day. She started the morning in the placings in the 130s on Capital Denise.
38, she rides Summerbridge Cruise.
Heather's had some really nice results on Summerbridge Cruise. I think was the winner of the, was it the
Mini Derby.
Was it the Mini Derby? Yeah, it
Yeah,
was
she
the mini.
pipped me.
Oh,
I
goodness.
remember now.
Oh, you'll never forget.
You never forget who beats you on those ones. You always have a little bit of a. It was her day.
By cruising. Little Irish sport horse, Trevor Coyle back in the day.
Got a nice rhythm, very forward here and positive.
It just looked like he wasn't straight, and she had the head turned to the left-hand side over that. Didn't jump through his body, and
Yeah, I mean, but also like that jump will catch you because you're busy trying to think about your line to the treble, so sometimes you don't ride that jump before the harder jump as well as you should, you know, because your mind is already ahead.
currently on 8.
And just too forward on that
12.
distance. You didn't have much of a chance. There you go. I mean, I think she'll be happy with a round like this. It's positive, confidence builder for both of them.
Finishes nicely, exceeds the time allowed. 15 penalties the total tally. 3 of those being for time for Summerbridge Cruise and Heather Mostert. Just look here.
Yeah,
You could kind of see
like I said,
the head was to the left, but the body was going right.
she was already thinking about the landing to turn him out.
Yeah.
So she was just, like I said, thinking about that distance and not jumping the jump that she was busy with. Something we all can do.
Right, so here is
my bet.
Yeah, here's your
Ray,
bet.
don't let me down.
And New Sharkey, the daughter of Tinker's boy, Rainer Korber.
I think also because it's the kind of horse I'd like to ride. You know, you're a little bit predisposed towards your type of horse. You know, very feisty, chestnut mare, you see.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness, Ray, killing me. That's it. I'm sorry, Ray. And Ray's gonna blame me, maybe. Maybe no one tell him.
Number 1 is caught a few today.
Quite a lot, actually. Oh, can't even believe this.
All right, well, who's your
I'm
second
not.
choice?
I'm not a bet. I'm not a betting
Oh,
person.
clearly.
I'm terrible.
Clearly.
Clearly. I don't really want to choose anyone else because I might put the
Put the mockers
on them, and then, you know, he'll never invite me back. No, I'm not going near a rail.
Yeah.
It's funny when there's a number 1 that gets a lot of people, because number 1 is a jump that you can hit, but then some courses, for whatever reason, number 1 is a problem. I remember at Bloberg Cup once, there was a number 1 in Bloberg Cup. I think 10 people hit it, including me. That's why I remember it. But it was just very strange. It was a pathetic little upright.
Well, she didn't hit it that day. I think she won it that year.
73.22. It's the quickest start before.
Oh, what a
I
pity.
think that was the year she won it, actually. Not she, Ray. She was talking about the horse.
4 penalties at jump number 1. Good time,
Do you think
73.22.
maybe I should take those 4 penalties?
I think you should. Go tell the judges you want
Okay.
them, and
I'll take them. My fault.
He is in the top 25%, so he finishes in ninth, which means that Kyla Brimacombe drops out of there, and now Tam Rueda on La Adorado, 4 penalties. It's coming down. Are we going to get to the clears, do you think?
No, I think there'll be. I think those two. I think Dartoli and Lord Chris are going to stay in. That's my. Okay, there I'm betting again.
Okay,
They're going to be in. So there'll be 11 clears. That's my bet. Aisling just missed that. She's had a little bit of a miss there. And Kuster tried.
Paramedics into Donovan.
She just winded, I think.
What happened here? Look down at the Keller. Oof.
Oh. She just didn't ride that corner smoothly, and I think he just was a bit confused as to where he was going. But he's such a sweetie. He said, I'm going to go, and I'm going to take the jump out anyway, and I think she just got propelled out the saddle.
She did.
Shame, I hope she's going to be okay. Aisling's a toughie, I'm sure she'll be fine later. But now it's just a bit of winded and She also went up very high and then came down very hard.
I think that leg is sore. I saw it brought all the weight down onto that one leg. It looked like it buckled. Sister Kelly with her, and Kaylee's there.
Not Kelly. I think
Is
it's
that not?
Jackie.
Is that Jackie?
Jackie Cochran. Aisling did have a little smile here. They're probably giggling about something. She
Get me a drink.
Yeah. As long as she's on form for the party.
Oh, what a pity. So unfortunately, an elimination there.
Shame. It's not good for Aisling's confidence. She wanted to jump the World Cup this show, so I think after that fall she'll probably be jumping the 140s.
Yeah, I mean that looks sore.
Yeah.
Let's hope she's jumping. That's going to need some ice. Ice and a Voltaren. Call me in the morning. Oliver Bishop now. KwaZulu-Natal based, Hillcrest. Made the way up for the show.
A little bit slow there, just far, but never looks like he's in a rush, Oliver.
I know, deceptive. And
Yeah.
then you come here. What just happened?
Yeah.
What is it?
He just flew around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice and smooth ride in there. Such a soft rider. Oh, just tapping the back rail. Guineas is steady here in this distance.
So that's 2 down now. Puts pay to his chances today. Sunday's another day. Nice way to finish.
Goes outside the time, but confident round.
11 the total, 3 for time and 79.79 for Gaucho and Oliver Bishop, which means that still hanging in there is Tam Rueda, Regenesis Vet La Adorado 4, and those 4 just for time. So look at that, we've got a couple on 4 that were genuine penalties where the poles came down, and Tam is now sitting on the 4 penalties where she was actually clear for jumping but 4 for time. She now sitting in that 13th and precarious position. Forsyth Bengston, Grant Langley is next. Homebred by Forsyth Berger out of a Polydictus mare, and well placed at Easter Show, was he not?
I think came third.
Yeah, in the big class.
Yeah, Outdoor Grand Prix.
So bringing some form here back to Kyalami. Of course, based in Natal, so from one Natal rider to another. He shouldn't be battling with the time at all. He's always moving on up.
This horse is very careful. I mean, these last few jumps, he's just got in there a bit quick, and this horse has made sure he got his legs out the way. It was going to happen. There was going to be a pole today. It's just hasn't been the same smooth round he had in the Outdoor Grand Prix. Yeah, going down towards home. Again, just catching him there.
.73.56, so the time was very, very good. Fastest time we've had is 71.16, and Grant 73.56. There's been a 73.22 as well, so certainly one of the fastest to go around here. But
we have 8 more to go.
2 down, 8 penalties for Bingston, so out of that top 25%. Coming up, 8 left to go from 41 who have been, 14%, just 6 clears thus far. And 43, and next to go is Jean Corbin, Star Fragrances, Callao, Lexington.
Oh, just love this horse. Just this canter. Oh, legs. He was just asleep there. I must say that few people have tapped this 3 and it stayed up. I think these are very deep cups.
It's the yellow ones you've got to watch out for.
Okay.
The yellow ones are the 18mm ones. I think, are those yellow? I think they are.
No.
No, they're the yellow
red.
ones. No, the back
Oh,
one.
the
The front one is the yellow.
Well, he obviously knows how to hit them.
Lightly. That's caught a few.
Yeah, you just got to get straight for that. For some reason, I mean, you can jumps at an angle, but I think if you come round and you skim that too much, your horse's shoulder is just a little bit out, the legs are not square underneath you, they're not pushing evenly, and then they just tap that. Like I said, it is a big upright.
Sitting on 12. It's not his day today again, because a horse, I mean, he's highly capable.
She went through a phase of just coming in clear and then just out or just in top prizes, and she was just kept missing that win. And now he's just been having a few rails, but I'm sure she'll be back on form soon.
12 for Star Fragrances, Callao, Lexington, and Jean. Not too many more left to come. Number 44, and next to go is Midgard Zingaro and Caroline Chelchinsky. We still sit on that 6 clears, 14%. Still in that precarious position. In that hot seat, Tam Rueda, La Adorado, 4-time penalties in 80.18. Caroline, I haven't seen out much, to be honest.
She normally jumps in the 140s.
Yes.
Quite comfortable 140s. Has jumped many good rounds, and she's actually very fast. Lovely horse.
So this, I mean, she jumped Burlington Cup last year. I remember that.
Yeah, but this must be one of the first big classes, I'd say, at a World Cup. I don't think I've seen her in a 145 or a big class before, so probably a lot of nerves. She seems to be holding it together well. Got away with that. She wasn't quite straight there. She actually overdid it. She went too far around the corner, went too wide. She'll definitely have time penalties, I think.
It's gone wide on this
Ride
turn
there
as
again,
well.
but good ride in. Getting back. Running too deep. Yeah, to both of them. And we just got to get back for that double. you know, the test with the doubles that the horses, it's so quick. The horses have to jump the first one balanced to get back up
Yeah.
with the second one.
Well, she's squealing with joy. She loves it. 12 penalties, 4 of those being for time, so 2 down, and just that a keep double. She's running down that hill a little bit quickly. Are we going to see the replay of the mistakes?
Well, we're just being positive here.
Yes.
That actually was a very nicely done, that line.
6 drivers remaining in this first round. Look at the bottom half of your top 20.
Lovely for her, lovely for her.
We have the bell
Caroline, well done.
Desiree Davidson,
Regenesis vet Liquido, Desiree Davidson.
She's due a win in a big class soon. You know, they just, it's, you know, slowly you get in the top 10, then you're in the top 5, then it's just you're on the podium, then you slowly just get to the top of the podium. I'm hoping to be there someday. And I think Desiree's just so close.
She's come close. I mean, she was on the podium for Derby.
Yeah,
She was
and
on the
first
podium
Derby.
for Burlington Cup.
And she's just been having good rounds.
Yeah. Really cementing her position.
Hunting that number 6. Well, I don't know why she did that. I don't know why she made that choice. It's definitely a steady 7.
And she landed on a steady 7. I
And
think.
she landed for the steady 7 and then went hunting. Like I said, the only 2 horses in this class that could have done that 6. Oh, and Aldo's coming. He probably will do a 6 and easy.
He might do a 5.
But, yeah. It's a little too forward. That was lucky. That just rolled in the cups. Just not looking like she's in control today. Looking like she's trying to get a rhythm. She's riding him up, but then he's actually just running away with her a bit. Yeah, just not at all her usual smooth style. Let's see what happens.
Not her day today.
See this, look how far. I mean, she was. There was a whole other stride there. It was a big question, and he's a brave horse, and I don't think that would have scared him. But yeah, she'll just have to go and do a bit of rebuilding tomorrow to be ready for Sunday.
Not their day today, but they'll regroup, as Stacey says. Govert Triggle now, number 46, Epimene. Of course, Govert, the man behind the sponsorship of the show, Reonet, for which we are very grateful. Worked out well for him last year when he won the World Cup.
At a show.
Yes. Now, he took over this horse from Charlie Crockart how long ago now?
2 years, do you think? Just before, just I think 2020. Not sure.
My point being, I don't know if I've seen him in a big Grand Prix out on this horse yet.
Oh, maybe.
I stand to be corrected.
I'm not sure either. This number 3 has definitely come down a lot this class, and this order tray. Yeah, just running down there. I mean, bit of a soft pole there. Just not opening up behind. Just he's looking down at his horse. Jumped number 9 and just didn't finish his jump.
He came around past the commentary book box looking back at his right stirrup like something he wasn't happy. He was niggling at something, and I don't know if it was something was stuck with him or the horse didn't feel right.
Actually, if you watch that replay, did something in his back legs there. Not sure.
Again, not their day today. Epimene and Govert will return. So another day, that is. Sandy Manassi now on Carinius, to be followed by Eldo, and then Clarissimo and Chad Cunningham will be last, will they? Mandarino and Ronnie will be last. Over the page we go. So just a couple more to come in this United Aviation sponsored 145-150 Grand Prix. in the first round, that is. Top 25%. Let's recap who's in that. Tam still hanging on in there in 13th on the 4-time penalties. So that's the worst you can do. If you have a pole, you have to come.
I don't know what happened. They jumped 1 and then circling to 2. She seems to have lost her confidence a bit the last while. Didn't have a great time at Easter. She was super. She was doing really well last year, riding with Anne-Marie. And let's see if she's going to finish. Still a bit of determined look there. I think
Steely
she's thinking, that's it, I'm getting going.
Yeah, this is not his form, is it?
No. She's upset with herself.
Save the civilians coming midway through the track. That western shot vertical unfortunately means elimination.
So many little things happen when you're riding and people can't see it. Like, just, you know, can be things in your head and you say to yourself afterwards, it's ridiculous. Why did I get so upset with this little thing?
But you're feeling something on your horse, and you're on that horse every day, and you know your horse, and you know when your horse is rattled, and it's a mind game. Often you think something's amiss, and it's just creeps into your brain, and then a little thing becomes a big thing when it's not really a big thing.
Ashley's first show back after having her second, her and Ronnie's second son. Managed to get one of her horses back from him.
The right one?
Yeah, the right one.
I mean, if you're going to get one back, this is the one you want back.
Ashley going down number 48.
Aldo fresh of his win in this arena, Outdoor Grand Prix. It was so nice for Ronnie to crack a big one on the horse.
Exactly. He just kept getting pipped at the post. Did she do 6? I wasn't actually watching.
Yeah, she went forward, yeah.
I thought so.
Easily.
Just a horse like this.
Just opened up and...
Yeah. I mean, most of us, after we've had a baby, we go back, we jump low and we go up again. But, you know, Ashley, very brave and good rider and has a super horse. I think she won the World Cup at Stockies last year after she had the first son.
Yeah.
Came back for the World Cup and won it.
In some style.
I say this is looking very smooth. She has her first show back. I mean, I keep saying this first show back, but you don't seem to understand. You're off for so long, it feels like forever when you're pregnant. And
something happened there. He shied at something. What?
Oops. Keep coming at the tight turn. That's unfortunate.
I'm not sure what happened. Down the bottom end of the arena from where we are, slightly obscured. Maybe we can, if we do, perhaps Richard. So let's see. Came around the corner.
Yeah, just what did he shot at? Just jumped.
It's like the track,
something on the ground, wasn't
like
even
the tractor mark.
Yeah,
or
wasn't even
something.
looking at the wall.
Looks like he looked at the. Oh. Now she's showing. Yeah, was it the wall? I think it might have been the wall. I'm not sure.
We'll ask her later. I mean, that was very cheeky considering he just jumped the wall perfectly well at Easter. And
Stallions.
yeah.
So 14 penalties, not good enough, I'm afraid, there for Aldo and Ashley. We turn our attention to Chad Cunningham, Capital Clarissima, very, very nice horse.
Chad's first time in the big class on this horse, I think.
You're right, yeah, definitely. I think he was entered at Easter show and then he scratched for some reason.
Okay, I think he did jump one of the big classes at Easter and the warm-up classes. Just getting a bit deep to that oxer after the treble.
And he'll enjoy being back in the big classes because, I mean,
he's on a super competitive horse like this.
Yeah.
Oh, those plats. Magnificent.
I was up all night.
You know, some of the shows sponsorships put up for how well the horses turned out, and it's a big thing between the grooms. And then someone is the judge, and they choose the best turned out horse. I think might have to be this horse today.
This wins hands down.
Yeah.
Well done.
I think you'll be happy with that. It's his first big class on this horse.
So 8 for jumping, 2 down, and 3 for time in 79.99.
So my betting is really bad, huh? Last 2 to go, and we have how many clears? 6 clears.
We have 6 clears. Ronnie is last to come.
And then 2 time penalties, and 4 on 4.
And is Tam going to survive? In
So
that top
we got the 2 Ronnies
25%.
left.
Those that are going through. The draws are Penning Shakes, Hendricks, Chris Hunabad, Kylie Stain, Raiden Corba, George Douglas, and Gareth Neal, along with all clears.
Ronnie Healy, Cornets Mandarina. Where's your other Ronnie Healy? Where's your other Ronnie? You said the 2 Ronnies.
I
No,
thought
that
it
was
turned over. I thought it was Ronnie
No,
Lawrence.
that was a British
Sorry.
sitcom to the 2 Ronnies. That's got nothing to do with this class.
Sorry.
Mandarino and Ronnie Healy.
Wow. Jump number 2. Properly. This is a
Combination.
super horse.
The winners of last year's Burlington Cup. This horse has really impressed the way he's come along. Nice string he's got.
Yeah. Just, you know, it takes time to build the string.
Horse is already clear on Magic Boy, so
Well done, Aiden.
I'll take that.
So Ronnie's had 3 in this class. He had Cat Weasel, Magic Boy, and now Mandarino. Like you're saying, it's nice to keep, you know, get your rounds in, get your eye in, jumping at this level. It's different.
Ooh.
Got away with that. Let's see if he gets him back. Yep, Ronnie knows what he's doing.
Never panics. The horse stopped going forward there, was kind of bouncing on the spot, lost the rhythm. He just waited till he settled down, put his leg, and off he went
I
again.
know. Super. I was annoyed about that pole, but it was a good round.
4 penalties into 13th. Well, he's into the top 25%, and I'm afraid at the last minute, Tomorrow Ueda and La Adorada get bumped out. They get relegated out of that top 25%. So Ronnie does have 2 in that top 25%. Remember, it is over 2 rounds. A different course for the second round. We're going to take a look at that course when we come back. First, let's go to a quick commercial break. You're watching Equestrian Live. More action, plenty more action to follow after the second round of this. Still the United Aviation League of Champions team competition yet to come. Don't go away. Welcome back to our pictures here from the Peter Mini Arena Equestrian Live. You are watching as we move into the second round now of the United Aviation Group 145-150 Riders Grand Prix Tour. And joining me in co-commentary is Stacey Lee Weston. And take us through the track, because you've had a chance to have a look at what they'll be. So this is the second round.
Yeah, so in the first round, this 2 to 3 was very tricky because it was a steady 7. So obviously some people are going to definitely go for the 6. So it's going to be the first test. Tight turn back to the HH feet.
There were a few that did the 6.
Yeah.
Is Elder going for the 5?
I think so. He could probably go, but Elder's not in now. He probably could,
of course,
though.
Yeah.
Tight turn back to HH feeds. And then this was a trick earlier, and they really used the arena, so I think they're going to turn back as quick as they can here and not use all the arena to the treble. Then I think they're going to go around their keep jump to that Oxa. I don't know who sponsored that Oxa. I can't see from here. Blair Athol. And then back around the HH feeds to 5A. And then they're going to turn back inside, I reckon, that Oxa to the wall. And I saw them re-walking now the last line. I can't remember what it was. I think it was an 8. So now obviously some people are deciding whether they're going to kick on for the 7.
Let's look at the running order. They got 53 seconds. That is the time allowed, but of course they're going to be going a lot quicker than that. Now they carry forward their penalties from the first round into the second round. We go in reversed order of qualification. So first to go will be Ronnie Healy, Cornets Mandarino. We have been advised that Chayton Hendricks and Chris van der Merwe have in fact scratched from the second round, so they didn't feel they had a chance. They'll save their horses' legs for Sunday. Then we go to Legato. So Legato and Kylie Stain will be second. Anusha K, Lord Chris, Dartoli's on 2, and then we go to the clears. The clears are Ronnie Healy, Magic Boy, Nicholas Syme, Riley, Insagi DB, BBC, Bronwyn DeSantos, Dominic Alexander, Hannah Garten, Pollyanna. Last to go, Lisa Williams and Protein Feeds Campbell.
Yeah, so the first few who are really sitting on penalties are going to have the balance of going a little bit fast, but trying to keep all the jumps up so that when the higher qualified and the less penalties come, and the lower penalties are hoping they have some rails and they can move up.
Well,
so
that's the beauty of this format, because on 4 penalties, and that's all there is. It's one pole that separates them. That's it.
Exactly.
Right, Ronnie Healy, Cornets Mandarino on track.
On 7.
Left-hand turn. Double H feeds.
Oh, he's going tight here. And this ox is right against the fence, so you can't angle it too much because I'll be jumping into the crowd.
Nicely done. He's not hanging about.
No, Ronnie never does. It's so smooth. Also, you don't notice how quick he's going. Jumping that straight, and now I think he's going to put foot a bit. But you've got to make sure your horses see this wall, because it is that little bit of the bogey fence. And a nice canter down to the last. Super. Oh! Spoke too soon. Just didn't finish that jump. But big smile for us here. I think he's happy. A little bit upset.
I don't know. I think he might have been cursing under his teeth there. Smiling at us as
Wow, it was a good round.
Really, really, really good round. Let's take a look at the time. So 4 in the first round, 4 to add, 8 penalties in 48.30.
Yeah, and if you just kept that up, it would have put a little more pressure on the others. Now Ronnie's probably going to be at the bottom half of the class, of the
Don't forget, he comes again a little bit later on. Magic Boy, Kylie Stain carrying forward the 4 penalties from her first round. Back on track, Legato. Ronnie
Kylie's going to go in the 6 here, let's see. Perfect. Oh!
He just seemed to swerve in the last step.
Lost his balance, and I think she was a bit deep there. She may have overcooked that 6.
Do you think a 5 is on?
No, not with the horses coming. Maybe we've got Eldo and Shigori.
So 4 from the first round, 4 to add so far. Another one goes down. 12 now.
It's a pity because she would have been super competitive with that 6. Just, you know, you drop a stride, you drop a second. That's how it works.
So 8 in her second round.
He just seemed to change his legs as he took off there. That's what happened. You said he swerved, he almost just changed.
51.49, 12 penalties, the final score there for Kylie.
Here's Ray.
Ray Nakorba. Remember, he had fence number 1.
Yes, we remember. Thank you, Eden. We remember.
I know you do.
I think he'll definitely do the 7 because he'll try to keep her in a box a little bit till later on in the course. He's just going to go for a smooth, quick enough clear, I reckon. Just put enough pressure on and get a good ticket.
Super over there.
I know Ray also just so smooth and also deceptively quick.
Just sit so still. But they fly around.
Inside the finish. I don't know this man. There they go. Still looking nice and controlled, and I think he's just going to have a nice canter down to the last here. Tapping that
hill to the last.
So
remains
on the 4.
On the 4. 0 penalties from the second round in 48.60.
So smooth, quick round at 48, which makes a nice
48.60. Ronnie still leads in terms of the time.
By 0.3.
Yeah, 48.30. But of course, these are the penalty horses that are still to come. So we've had all the 4s. We now move on to George Cutlass, who jumped clear in the first round, but 3-time penalties. So clear, I mean, for jumping, left them all up.
I think also just going for a nice clear here. Ends up with a clear and 3 penalties. He's ahead of all the 4 faulters already. So.
But 1-time penalty, and he drops onto level pegging on the 4s.
So he's gone quite wide here. Did he do 6 there? Actually wasn't concentrating. He had a good run at that.
It's gone wide again.
Well, let's see. When they come into the... What was the treble? They're on 20. He's on 20. Just for future. You can just have a marker. A little slow and deep, but got away with it.
Time allowed 53.
Yeah, looks like
He's going to be outside of that.
Oh,
just
0.04 out. I mean, which is very annoying because he was ahead of the 4 faulters and now he's with them.
Correct.
So this is where this format is interesting. He should have maybe just not been that cautious and he could have just stayed ahead on penalties. And then you say, but could have then had
rubbed
rail. So,
correct.
you know.
I do think he played it a little bit too safely.
Yeah.
He went quite wide.
I think after this tack and togs, he rode this tack and togs a little bit forward and lost control in the turn, and that's where he lost a couple of seconds. He went very wide. There goes Gareth. He can be quick. What's he on? He's on 2-time penalties.
2-time penalties.
He's going to go for a... I think he's going to go for a clear inside the time.
Well, he can afford 1-time penalty and he'll still be in the lead. And then, of course, he's got to hope that that the others find a rail. But I think with the likes of Campbell, and it's wishful thinking.
So now, does he go faster? What's his plan now after having a rail? Doesn't look like he's sped up. Yep, but now he has a little bit because now that's the chance you take of going slow and cautious. You have the rail, and now you've got to catch up with time. And Totoli having a manure, she's so relaxed. She says these jumps aren't big enough. World Cup, here I come.
Nice way to finish. 52.87, inside of the time allowed, only just. But 4 for jumping equals 6 penalties, the total after the 2 rounds, in 52.84.
Ronnie Healy already been around the second round course once, currently lying in 4th place on 8 penalties overall, but Blue Turtles' Capital Magic Boy delivered a stellar clear.
So our first clear round, Ronnie Healy, Blue Turtles' Capital Magic Boy. Let's see how he goes. I mean, now we said it was a young horse, and he's building, so I think he's just gonna, you know, he's gonna go quick, but I don't think crazy. On the 6. Also a bit wide there. So then you say, is it not more efficient, time efficient to go on the 7? So you land and you can turn quicker. So, you know, that depends again on your horse and what you think is faster. I mean, many a time you gallop around and actually sometimes you're faster than the inside people, so it depends. Tap that, staying up. So he wants to go fast enough now, but he just wants his last 3 to stay up. Going inside to the wall. With a nice smooth turn. Ah, beautiful.
50.93.
That was actually a very quick change over now that I have a look at. He was literally just here. Super, so he's in the lead of this clear.
So that gives us a target, 50.93. They have to leave them up, and that's what they need to do to beat
that wasn't
Ronnie
that
Healy.
Slow, 2 seconds slower than his previous horse and Ray, who on more experienced horses, well, definitely Noosh more experience and turning tighter.
I think the 2 speed demons here, Pollyanna, of course, Campbell. Remember, Pollyanna won that Grand Prix, 140 Grand Prix at Biogen last year, where she's absolutely flying. Hannah Garton.
Oh, Nicola, she just didn't like the 6 in a little bit. That was a tight turn there.
Nicola Simon Riley and Sagi on track now. 4 penalties in this round, cleared the first round. Just like that, things can change. Good prize money on offer. 22,000 Rand to the winner.
Yeah, she just slowed up and just having a nice canter to the last 2. So getting a bit cheeky.
You could hear her say, "Come on, hey!"
She says, "Hey, back in your box." You know, also if you not in for the money here, you don't want to run the socks off your horses and then they come out, you know, completely wild on Sunday. So there's a number of things people, riders at this level, are thinking about when they're jumping a track and they've had a rail. What do I do now? And you've got to make these decisions quite quickly. Do I keep going? If I keep going wild, how's my horse going to react in 2 days' time? I'm out of this now. Do I not just want to keep my horse in the box and ready for the World Cup?
I think with that prize money, I'd keep going.
But now you've had the rail, so what do you do?
Well, you know, for 4th, there's still 9,000, 7,000 for 5th.
Okay. Yeah, but then you've got to think, what's the prize money off a World Cup?
Bigger.
And my horse comes flying in World Cup day. Oh, just tapping off that front rail. Didn't see the ride there.
So at this stage, just the 1 double clear, 50.93 Magic Boy, Ronnie Healy. And that's the thing with this format, like we were saying. You come in on 4 penalties, you think you're out of it, but it's so easy to find a rail with being clear in the first round as well.
Sometimes it's a bit annoying. You think, I've jumped a clear round. Stop the rest of you. You can actually not come here. And, you know, it's very annoying, actually. Oh, she jumped that last jump super.
4 in 50.25, so that
is ahead of Nsagi, who's 50.92.
No,
That's 93. It's your writing.
48.91. Well, you have the screen in front of you.
I do have the screen.
50.25.
I like sharing.
4 penalties for Bronwyn. 3 left to come now. Dominic Alexander, Rotoflow Yella. 0 penalty score in the first round. Looking to be clear in a quicker time, 50,93 to go ahead of Blue Turtles capital Magic Boy. Sitting in second on 4 penalties is Inush. 48.60. Insagi in third, 48.91.
Dominic can be a speed demon. And so smooth there.
Without you even knowing
Yeah.
he's being a speed demon. He's one of those. Just
You want to give him a 20 for equitation, and he's been fast. You know, I'm an equitation judge in my spare time in the old days.
true story.
True story. My mother said I have to get back to the sport as I came out of school. Told to go to equitation exams. It is good. You actually realize what a tricky job it is being a judge. Oh, this is looking great.
Gone up the hill in the 7. Ronnie put in the 8 there. Comes home in 48.00 and clear, and that's well into the lead. 48.00, double clear. Take a bow, Dominic Alexander and Rotoflow Yella.
Nice place to be because you know you're on the podium no matter what.
And they're going to have to go some to beat you.
And now you've revved them up a bit, so this is where the mind game comes in. They've watched you go clear, they've watched you go fast, and now Hannah's thinking, I can go faster.
Well, she can.
But can she lead them all up and go faster?
Correct,
so let's see.
Correct. Well,
So
she did, as you were saying, is that at the last World Cup, at the Biogen World Cup, is that the 6?
But was it a one? Yeah, I think so. But was it 145 or in the 140?
It was the 140.
She seems to keep her cool.
She extends the stride, goes forward.
What? Got away with that.
Ooh. Ah.
And got caught after that funny jump.
I don't know if we're going to have a problem with the timing equipment cutting the time now because she bumped the beam. That's gone down.
Shame.
44.9. So that was all fine, but found some rails along the way. So the time was super speedy.
4 seconds faster than Dominic.
But like you said, found the rails doing it.
But that's just experience on Hannah's part. You know, sometimes you just come in here and you think, okay, that's it, I'm going to go for it. I struggle with this as well. And, you know, then things sometimes fall apart and you panic a little bit. She's definitely one to watch. She didn't look like she panicked, but I think, you know, as she had that funny jump over the oxer, turned back and did a little hop. And that's what she got caught.
So Michaela Thonga just trotting out there to go check the timing equipment. As Hannah came inside of that, the mare just clipped the beams with the back rail, so we're just making sure all is in order. The time did stop for Pollyanna and Hannah Garton. It was a quick one,
So as things stand with one rider still to come, Ronnie.
but we're still waiting for it to be posted on our screens. It's neither here nor there really with the, how many rails? 2 rails down.
48 seconds on.
As we move on now to the last pole position, Lisa Williams, Protein Feed Campbell.
Second place at this stage being Ronnie Healy in 50.9 and 3 seconds. But Lisa Williams, quickest in the first round with a clear, comes in last, riding Protein Feeds Campbell.
Dominic Alexander leading.
There's Lisa winding up. Now they're in trouble. Now they're sitting there watching, biting their nails.
Mm-hmm. A little bit wider on that turn. Is she up?
I think so. She's at 23 seconds, yeah. George, who was it? Was it 20 seconds going in to the double? And she's coming. That's
Forward to that.
and tapped it, but it's staying up. I mean, it's just so awesome when you have such a careful horse. You can just keep galloping and
Yeah.
you don't have to do anything funny because you know they're going to try clear it.
7 strides up the hill to finish.
45.45.
And look at that. 45.45. Dominic's time 48. Wow.
Still a ride from Lisa
So beating her instructor. So he's got to be happy and sad.
against the clock. She left nothing to
Yeah,
last.
listen, I mean,
45.45 seconds, the quickest by
he's
some
brilliant.
margin.
He's brilliant.
And he's also Ronnie's instructor. So Dominique's actually very happy now. Got him on the podium and his two pupils.
Two pupils. Well done, Lisa Williams. Protein feeds Campbell. 45.45 their time. Clear all the way.
Just want to point out Ray came fourth, even though I had a rail for him in the first number one.
Can I just point out who won? So I wouldn't be collecting very much at the bookies.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
exactly.
he would have been.
I think you'd have to pay the bookie.
So well done to Lisa Williams and Protein Feeds Campbell. Another win, sure.
Yeah, just adding to the collection.
That's a big trophy cabinet. But,
It's amazing. It's, you know, when you're on the roll, you just want to enjoy it.
And what does that do for her confidence going into Sunday's class?
I mean, Lisa, does she need more confidence? Yeah, I just think she's just enjoying her time with Campbell. You don't always get a horse like this, horse of a lifetime, where, like I said, at any level, he's so good. At the Grand Prix, at the World Cup,
Of course, last year's Derby winner, won the World Cup Series, the overall World Cup Series winner. He won that without even having to partake in the final leg. You were at the Show Jumping Awards.
Yeah, I mean, she's just at the Show Jumping Awards, just the row, just the trophies in front of her. I mean, you just, wow. Yeah,
they had to push the photographer back, put on a wide-angle lens just to get everything in the shot. It was actually insane. But I mean, she's just so humble. She deserves it. She's worked hard.
And lovely to watch. I mean, how stunning was that round? So quick, but just smooth. Just beautiful, and we're all very honoured to get to watch a horse like that at this level, because they come and they go, and then it's beautiful, and I'm sure she'll have a great round in the World Cup as well, and I'm sure her and the team are very happy with the result today.
Well, we're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have the lineup, the prize giving. I just want to say thank you to Stacey. You'll be back for the big class on Sunday, so looking forward to that.
Thanks so much, Aidan, and well done to everyone. Super.
But quickly before we go to our break, team competition, you fancy your chances?
Yes, I've got a strong team. But I mean, there are 10 very, very strong teams, and it's going to be so exciting. It's just so fun to have a team event because we're all out there by ourselves, and now we've got to rely on other people. And I think it's going to just, everyone's excited. There's been a lot of social media posts, and I think it's just about being involved, actually.
Looking forward to it. That's the next class. But, of course, before we get there, we've got a prize giving, and then we're going to hopefully get Lisa Williams on the couch for a little interview to tell us more about this wonderful horse, Campbell, and her win today in the United Aviation 145-150 Riders Grand Prix Tour. Stay tuned to Equestrian Live. More to come. Welcome back to Question Live, and there is the result of the previous class, and what a great class it was. The United Aviation Group sponsored 1 meter 45, 1 meter 50 riders Grand Prix Tour on a double cleared, was over 2 full rounds, and Lisa Williams comes out trumps. Looking good for Sunday, going into the first of the World Cup qualifiers for 2022. Of course, she and Campbell already winners of the overall series, I think 4 times already. This is, with 2022, will be her 5th crack at it. Protein Feeds Campbell, Lisa Williams, prevailing in 45.45 her time. Brilliant. In 48 seconds back in second, Dominique Alexander was looking home and hosed until Campbell went. Rotoflow Yella-esque. Great performance this afternoon from Dominique and Rotoflow Yella. In third place, Blue Turtles Capital Magic Boy and Ronnie Healy. Double clear in 50.93. Minor Money, 4th place to Data Sciences and Anusha K. 5th place to Insagi DB, Nicholas Simon Riley, BBC, Bronwyn DeSantos in 6th. In 7th place, Callagher Lord Chris Dartoli back in 8th. In 9th, PMH Pollyanna, Hannah Garton, Mandarina and Ronnie Healy in 10th. In 11th place, back on track, Legato, Kitchen Belignisi and Chris van der Merwe, and Chayton Hendricks and Abijan's Greta G. They get that 12th position, the two of them electing not to ride the second round, feeling that they were pretty much out of it at that stage. So there are the winners. Lisa Williams climbs to the top of the podium in first place. Jonathan Walpe of United Aviation. Big thank you to Jonathan. Look at those two in second and third with their pot plants holding them up. Lisa holds aloft the trophy. Lisa Williams, the winner of the United Aviation 145-150 Riders Grand Prix Tour. Welcome, well done to all of them. And welcome to Equestrian Live. If you've just tuned in, plenty more to come. Of course, the United Aviation League of Champions, the team competition, that's up next. The first new initiative in South Africa. It's a team competition comprising 120s, 130s, 135s and 140s. Also, a shout out and a welcome to all the lads and ladies in the tank. Hope that you are enjoying the live streaming today. Wherever you are, you're watching Equestrian Live. Welcome to you, and plenty more to come. Don't forget that we are also live streaming on Saturday and Sunday. Roger Bierman just having a few words with Lisa Williams there about her win here this afternoon. But we will, here on Equestrian Live, also get Lisa onto the couch and have a chat with her winning interview before we go to the United Aviation team competition, that League of Champions. That's up next. Lisa Williams, 45-45, the winner on Protein Feeds Campbell. Dominique Alexander in second. There is the full result. Ronnie Healy, Blue Turtle Capital, Magic Boy, and Rainer Korber back in fourth.
Fantastic. Looking forward to seeing you then. Here's a wonderful day off at you as well, and good luck for the World Cup qualifier on Sunday. Thanks very much, Lisa.
So Lisa will remount Campbell, Protein Feeds Campbell. Winner here today. And not a bad amount of money that she walks away with. 22,000 Rand for the win, 16,000 Rand for second, 12,000 for third, 9,000 for fourth. And so it goes down all the way to 13th place, courtesy of the United Aviation Group in this Riders Grand Prix Tour here. First of the World Cups as we build up to Sunday's climax. This show sponsored by Reonet, and all your live stream pictures sponsored by United Aviation. Lisa Williams, there she goes. Dominique Alexander, Ronnie Healy, Rainer Korber, Nicholas Simon Riley, and Bronwyn DeSantos all involved in this canter parade. We're going to go for a short break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have the winner, Lisa Williams, and get a few words out of her.
Welcome to Wonderland, we've got it all. Potions and pastries that make you grow tall. Forests and cottages, castles and carts that can talk. Welcome to Wonderland, look where you're at. Maddest of hatters, the Cheshire Cat. Magical cabins and lovely white rabbits with clocks. Dancing through a dream underneath the stars. Laughing till the morning comes. Welcome to Wonderland, where should we go? There's a tea party along down the road. Make an appearance and maybe they'll sing us a song. If this was a dream, then at least I've got memories for when morning comes. Oh, Wonderland, I love.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live, the Peter Mini Arena here at Kyalami Equestrian Park, where we've just seen the conclusion of the United Aviation 1m45, 1m50 Riders Grand Prix Tour, and Protein Feeds Campbell, Lisa Williams coming out trumps. Wow, once again.
Thank you very much. It's, yeah, amazing, Aidan. Felt great.
Brilliant, brilliant ride. Take us through the first round. First of all, the track, because we've got international course builder who's pitching some very nice tracks here.
Yes, we are so privileged to have Henk here. I've ridden Henk's tracks before, a few times in Belgium, a few times in the Netherlands. So I sort of know him and understand him. He puts a new dimension on tracks. He has things at different angles, which is a little testing. And the time was very tight. I think the time was the greatest challenge.
You say the time was tight, but the time was 77 seconds, and you came in the fastest, of course, in 73 seconds, which put you into pole position going to the second round. Was that always the plan, or were you just going out there for the clear? Or were you thinking about that reverse order of classification for the second round?
It's always my intention to try and go last in the jump off. So I always try and have a quick round in the first round. It's not to say I'll always be the quickest. And I rode according to how I'd walked. The only thing I changed was I went in 7 strides and not 8 strides down the last line. That was the only thing I changed halfway around the track. I thought, got to get some time going here.
A couple of clear rounds going to the second round, but you were in pole position. Going in there, did you know who was good? Did you have a feeling it was going to be Domini, the coach, that you had to beat? Because he put out a really, really good time, but you came in and blew that away.
I thought Domini would be up there. I didn't get to see his round. I was doing my last warm-up jump. I got to see Pollyanna's round, which was very quick.
Very fast.
I knew she was faster than Domini, but I reckoned he'd gone quite quickly, so I knew I had nothing to spare. So I think I was a little more economical than I'd planned to be, but that was the pressure of the moment.
Well, let's take a look at your round. We've got it queued up and you can talk us through it. So here is Lisa's winning round on Campbell.
So the first jump, I had to jump on the right-hand side going towards the left, that I could do 6 strides and not 7 that it walked. I then had to turn as quickly and tightly as I can and not let Campbell bounce to the vertical. This walked 10 strides, which I did in the first round. I did 9 in the second round, so I saved a stride there. I had to see a going distance around the turn here, which I did, which allowed me to land cantering. The red vertical, I jumped across it a little bit. I felt him rub it in the air. Then again, we're on our bad right rein where he can bounce, but he didn't. And then I had to do the 7 strides up the last line and not the 8, which he finds easy. He can open up his stride easily. And generally he was on my side all the way listening, which was better than he was yesterday. Yesterday he was a nightmare. He was on his own mission, bouncing around, spooking. It was a bit fresh.
How does this set you up for the World Cup on Sunday?
I think really good. We're confident. So what I have to do now is back off him, let his energy tap up again, get his body treated by the osteopath, and let him feel great on Sunday morning.
Do you work him tomorrow or do you give him a day off? What happens if you give him a day off?
He never has a day off. He'll go for a hack tomorrow. He'll do some track work. Just light stretching work, but no day off.
What do you expect to find at the World Cup on Sunday? I mean, you've won the series multiple times, but international course designer. When you were overseas, did you jump any of other Henk's big tracks?
When I jumped Henk's tracks, the big ones outdoor, we were at Centaur Park in Belgium, where you have 200 horses on the first day, including Duran Dogodam, Kierna Connor, Laura Kraut, etc., etc. So basically Henk could do what he wanted. The first track I jumped of his on day 1 at a show was bigger than any World Cup we've jumped here.
Wow.
So I don't think he's going to do that, but he certainly will make it as technical or more technical than today, and probably 2 holes higher, a little wider. He knows after today that he's got some good horses that he can test.
So he's feeling things out himself.
Yeah, I'd expect more than we had today.
Right. Now, let's turn our attention to what's coming up next. That's the United Aviation League of Champions. You're in the team, the Mark White Nissan. Is it the Mark White Nissan team?
Mark White Nissan, Fair Lady Z.
What is the Z?
The Fair Lady Z, so I was told, is a little sports car. From I think the 70s. So that's the Fair Lady Z.
So that's Mark's touch.
That's Mark's touch, and we're all
ladies. He
gets
naming right.
We're all ladies, so that's why we're the Fair Lady team.
And tell me, what are you expecting? New initiative, lots of fun to be had, but also a good bounty at the end of it all.
I think it's a great initiative that's coming to our sport. It's adding some fun, it's adding some competitiveness, and it's taken the initiative of United Aviation, of Jonathan Wolpe, to bring it to our sport, to give us some fun, to market our sport. And I think that it's going to grow the sport. I think that the actual concept will grow and grow in the next few years. And I just want to thank Jonathan for coming into our sport. He's sponsored the Riders Grand Prix Tour. He's reviving a Grand Prix Tour that we haven't had for a few years, and he's been amazing, and it's lovely to see new sponsors in the sport, although he did sponsor the Derby, but he's very committed to the sport, and he's a fantastic person to have as part of our sport, and we really are grateful to him. We're also grateful to Reonet, to Gavit Tregal, who's always there, very supportive, runs amazing shows, top quality, and it was Gavit's initiative to have an international course designer.
Always wonderful having you in the winner's enclosure. Always wonderful chatting to you. I know that you've got to go and get ready for the Fair Ladies Z team.
That's us.
But before we go, there's a little bit of a look of you getting your trophy and those two naughty boys hosting their pot plants next to you. Next time, Dominique. Next time, Ronnie.
But not so quickly on that.
But all the best and enjoy the team competition. And we look forward to seeing you and the great Campbell come Sunday.
Thank you so much,
in the World
Aidan.
Cup.
Thank you for everything you do.
Lisa Williams, and let's take a look at the official result now of this class that she's just won. There it is, Lisa Williams, Protein Feeds Campbell, clear in 45.45, double clear, 48 seconds on the nose, Dominic Alexander, Rotoflow Yellow in second, Ronnie Healy, Magic Boy, clear in 50.93, Ryan Corman, Nicholas Riley, Bronwyn DeSantos, the Minor Money. We're going to take a quick break. Don't forget the team competition, United Aviation League of Champions. We look forward to that. That's up next. Don't go far. You're watching Equestrian Live.
Hi, Mark White here. It's again this time of the year when we can proudly say we're back involved with equestrian sport and show jumping in particular. We'd like to thank the South African Show Jumping Fraternity for their wonderful support in the last 11 years. And we as Mark White Nissan will continue in the future with our sponsorships. I would love you to come down to the dealership for any of your motoring needs. Come and sample our new products of next year, which we'll be launching. Plus, we have got towing vehicles, vehicles for your sons or daughters. Whatever your needs might be, we have it for you. Mark White Nissan is located in the Four Ways Crossing Shopping Centre on the lower level. And for any more info, please go to our website www.markwhitenissan.co.za or call us on 011 840 1960. So, if you are in the market for a new or a used car, pop down and see us and we would love to put a deal together for you.
We're gonna stop the tractor. Right, well, as you see on screen, coming up next, the United League of Champions, the 120s. But of course, there's 120s, 130s, 135s, and then the 140s. It's a team competition. It's a new initiative. And the man behind the whole concept and sponsorship is Jonathan Walpe, and he joins me now. Congratulations, first of all. What a wonderful concept.
Thank you, Aidan. It's been a long time in the making, and we're very excited to finally have got it off the ground and to be part of the World Cup here as well as the Grand Prix, and I think it's going to be a great competition.
United Aviation, first of all, as a rider myself, and on behalf of everybody in the sport, big thank you for coming in, because I mean you guys have just uplifted the whole sport. There's the Derby, there's now the team competition, there's the Riders Grand Prix Tour. It's wonderful to have you guys in the game. The concept of the team competition, how did that all come about?
Obviously, we've looked for a long time at what the international market is doing and how they're riding overseas. And obviously, as much as we appreciate the sport and want to uplift the sport, of course we are in it for the opportunity to be part of the sport. And we looked at what the other guys overseas were doing. So we thought, well, you know, the Longines concept was a very good one. And of course, we were strongly of the belief that it was achievable here.
Wonderful stuff. Tell us about it, because it's not only today. Today's the first leg of a 5 Series World Cup, but then a final at Summit Ridge Equestrian where you're also involved.
Absolutely. So the first 5 legs are qualifiers, of which 5 teams will go through to the finals. It's a speed class, of course, and at the end of that it's a cumulative time and penalties for a result. There's points awarded for that. And of course the points on the grading from first 30 points and so on down. And of course at the end of that the 5 highest points teams go through. The finals, we start again with 0, and it's 2 rounds and a jump off for a very substantial prize, so the guys have to work really hard for that.
There's a huge amount of excitement being generated on social media. All these teams that have entered have really gone to town. They've got their own look and feel. They've got their own shirts, so you don't have to ride in your jackets. Just like the global champions, you've got your own look, your own brand, and all over social media. So really, there's a lot of hype around this.
The beauty of this whole thing is that it's actually created a lot of camaraderie. And where people were riding against each other, they're now coming together to achieve a common goal as a team. And so we're very pleased with that, because I think it's good for everybody. And on top of that, it gives the young riders and the middle grade horses an opportunity to compete and get guidance from the higher grade riders, and also to ride in the big arenas and some tough tracks.
Well, that is a great concept, that you do have a young rider in the team, and you give a team can be 4 people. You can interchange as each series. Tell us how it works. You've got a 120, 130, 135, 140.
That's 100% correct. You've got 2 riders in each height category, because obviously something can happen, so it allows for substitutions, or if somebody's unavailable for a particular leg. You nominate your riders the week before the class and your horses. Your 120 rider is a major important rider in this competition, and of course you have to have 2 classes out of the 5 where your young riders competed, and that is a rule to ensure that the young rider gets a chance. And it doesn't matter what height the young rider is riding, as long as they compete in their age category.
Now, United Aviation is the brand behind all this. Tell us about United Aviation. Who are you? What do you guys do?
We're a private aviation charter company. We offer aircraft sales, aircraft management, flight support, so all the logistics, and of course air charter. We've been around for 20 years, and hopefully we're here for the next 20.
Excellent, excellent. Now, this is over a series. It's not only local, as in Joburg, we travel.
Absolutely.
Because we travel with the World Cup series.
That's
so
correct.
At every World Cup, we are going to see the Riders Grand Prix Tour and the team series, and of course, Equestrian Live through you, United Aviation, 3 days of live streaming.
That's absolutely correct, and we're very proud to be able to bring the live streaming option to the riders, so that the people that can't follow the tour still have access to the excitement.
And apart from this, Jonathan, Derby, you've signed on the dotted line and you're back in, and some big plans ahead for Derby, going bigger and better. I mean, you started off with a bang, but 2022 is going to be bigger than 2021.
Absolutely. We look strongly forward to the next 2 years at the very least of being part of the Derby. Of course, it's a stalwart in our sport and a very exciting competition. And this year, due to the relaxation of the COVID regulations, of course, we're looking forward to many, many more people on the ground, adding to the atmosphere and the excitement.
Yesterday, Jonathan, was the draw. Of course, there are 10 teams that take part in this team competition. There were 16 gaps, but you got 10 teams, 4 riders in each leg from each team. So we've got 40 horse and riders going through the start for today. We start off with the 120s and then we move on. Yesterday was the draw. There'll be a draw at every leg, so it's not going to remain this riding order. Every leg there will be a draw. So drawing first was the 334 Titans. They drew number 1. The team manager there, Govert Triggle. Langley Legends are at number 2. The Team of Fire at number 3. At 4 is the Rotoflow Rollers. Reonet Rockstars at 5. At 6, Mark Whiteness and Fair Lady Z. At 7, Team Callahoo. Kincardine Mustangs drew 8. Drawing 9 was HH Heroes. And you say this wasn't rigged, but I don't know. No, we're only teasing. United High Flyers, you drew pole position. And we say it's pole position because it is. It gives you a chance to see what all the others do before you.
It definitely is a supposed advantage. Ultimately, the sport of show jumping, fortunately, is a very fair sport in the poles either stay up or they don't.
Correct.
So nobody's got any control of that one. But yes, it is a nice position and I suppose a nice way to start the league for the year.
Now, this is all about accumulative points and time. You do get a drop score.
Correct.
So top 3 scores count. You drop your worst score in terms of penalties. It's not really about time in terms of the drop score. What are you expecting is going to play out today? Do you think they're going to go hell for leather, or they're going to be playing it safe today?
I think it's going to be very, very interesting because obviously as the class progresses, which is why our draw is quite important, the guys will be able to gauge how fast they really need to go to remain competitive, and by being the last horse in the round, I suppose you can then see if it's more important to be cautious with a nice clear or to have to chase on a bit.
So we're going to tally up all the scores as we go along. There you are, drawing number 10, pole position. So that was really, really well done. Congratulations. Now tell us about this final, because the final is after the World Cup is all wrapped up. That's 5 legs, the World Cup Series this year. And then we move to Summit Ridge Equestrian. So tell us about Summit Ridge Equestrian and what's going to happen there, and the date of the final of this competition.
So Summit Ridge is the home of my own horses, and it's a very, very proud venue to be at. We've got a lovely, lovely facility there, and the arenas are now really, really good. We're excited to get going. We've got a couple of shows coming up before the final, including a World Cup show, and of course the beautiful clubhouse to be able to watch from. At the final, as I say, you start from scratch again. So it's anybody's game once you've qualified, and of course that's going to make it really, really tough and a lot of pressure for everyone to achieve. And there's potentially a couple of international guests that we're looking at having at the finals for an invitational class. I'm not going to say who or what yet because it's not confirmed.
Brilliant.
But that could lead to a pre-class, very exciting jumping round. And then, of course, the riders' dinner and prize giving afterwards in the clubhouse.
Sounds wonderful. Again, we're about to wrap up the course walk, so we're going to say goodbye to you now. But once again, on behalf of everything you're doing for the sport, big thank you. We look forward to following this team competition as we go through the series and the World Cup series. And once again, big thank you, and enjoy the class today.
Great pleasure. Looking forward to seeing you there.
Jonathan Walpe, and he is the CEO of United Aviation Group, a company that stepped into show jumping in a big way, and we are hugely grateful for their involvement. We're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, all the action from the inaugural, the first one in the series, the United Aviation Group's League of Champions. That's up next. Stay tuned. So we look forward to all the teams for the inaugural United League of Champions, and there is Team 334. They drew number one. Their team comprises Charles Roberts from the Eastern Cape. He rides Callao Valencia. Kaylee Triggle, Callao Lisabel. Leona van der Merwe, Finale. And Govert Triggle comes in, replacing Aisling Triggle, who unfortunately had a bit of a spill in the previous class, riding Cadiz van der Pitsenberg. These are in orders of the 120, 130, 135 and 140 riders. The Langley Legends, there they are, from KZN. Starts with Janine van Wyk, Foresight Sean Gentili, Grant Langley, Foresight Caspian, Rathmore Kuda, ridden by Courtney Webber, and Kirsty Mushner on Foresight Permelia, also in the mix. Of course, she's from this end of the world. Team of Fire, there they are, all the ladies. Alex Leith, the 120 representative, Laroc Reveldor, Hannah Garten on BP Electro, Stacey Weston, Lua DeMel, and Andy Olaf. He rides for the 140s in the Team of Fire. They're not all ladies. Andy's there. Rose amongst the thorns, thorn amongst the roses, not sure. Rotoflow Rollers, Liam Duffy for the 120s, Rotoflow Capital Houghton, Kelly O'Connor for the 130s by Reputation. For the 135s, Dominic Alexander, one-on-one coaches Oakley, and Jade Kutsia, Rotoflow Coutinho in the 140 slot. Reonet Rockstars, they follow on. This was all done in the draw yesterday. Nina Lambrakis rides Billie Jean, Michaela Corsten, Cassidy, I beg your pardon, Ashley Taylor, Christian Affair, Hope van Orshoff, and Lorette Knowles-Taylor, Regenesis, Voiskirch, Sahara is the team for the Reonet Rockstars here in the United Aviation League of Champions. Mark Whiteness and Fair Lady Z, Robin Ehlers, Driftwood, Shanley Marshall, Callao Fataska, Tegan Brains, Air Holidays, Callao Luther, and Francesca Sana rides Callao Confidor in the 140 slot. Team Callao, Vanessa West for Callao Talana, Paige Gage, Callao Lucetto, Ivana Hendricks. On her birthday, she's 30 today, Callaho's Chipper Light, and Tamara Rueda, Callao Liantos, all riding Callao horses. Fitting, King Codine Mustangs, Claire Hardy, Erin Vale, Daniel Everton, 130s, Callao Liberace, Joanne van Achterberg, Napolitano for the 135s, and for the 140s, Yanni Clenens, Equus, Callao Conzano. The HH Heroes, Double H Feeds Heroes, Kelly Melville, Lucono Magalani, Ashley Healy, Sir Crumble, Ronnie Healy, Staccato's Boyne, George Cutlass, Companero's son. Charles Roberts is on track in the 120s. He'll go first, so we're keeping an eye on that. United High Flyers, Jaco De Lange, the Ice Morning Star, Oscar Ngube, Consigo, Lauren Duval, Capital Cavalier, and Nicole Horwood, Capital Night Star for the United High Flyers. They drew pole position in at number 10. So I believe that Consigo has been scratched, so I'm going to welcome Mandy Johnson, who's had a lot to do with this competition as we turn our attention to what's going on in the arena. And first off is Charles Roberts on Callao Valencia for the 334 Titans, and the time allowed here, I believe, is 40 seconds in the first phase, and the time allowed in the second phase is 40 seconds. Very good afternoon to Mandy Johnson. How are you? You've been hard at work putting this all together.
Everything's been done now, and looking forward to a great series.
Charles Roberts is having a good ride here. We chatted to Joe. He's given a good, of course he was an ex-jockey, given a good flap of the reins, getting some speed as he rolls on there to jump number 8 safely over that one. This is all about speed and penalties, Mandy.
Yeah, this is a two-phase, so the first half of the course is just on precision, but the second half of the course is on time. So you'll see most of the riders pick up the pace halfway through the course.
I don't know.
And that looks like quite a strong time there.
That's a very, very strong... Look at Charles winding up like he's just won the July. No, that was your brother, Charles. Charles Roberts, Callao Valencia. Through the finish he goes. He's proud of his efforts here this afternoon. The time, 33.27 and a 0 penalty score. Wow, we are off to a flyer in the 120s. So just tell us how it works. All the 120s go first.
Yes, all the 120 riders compete first, so 10 of them, and then after that the course will be raised to the 130 level, and so on until the 140s. There is a representative from each of the heights in each of the teams, and obviously the combined scores will count for their overall result.
Both penalties and time?
Penalties
with
and time.
With a drop score, so top 3 scores?
Yes, the top 3 scores will count, so your worst score will be discarded.
Now, what happens if somebody falls, gets eliminated, retires? What then with regards to the scoring? Is that score just chucked? Or?
So you mean if the third rider?
Yes.
Okay, so then what happens is that rider is given the highest score of the competition, whatever that may be in faults, plus 20 penalties.
The highest score of the competition, not in their team, but over the
whole
overall class.
competition.
Okay.
And they will be given the time of the competition. In other words, so it enables the team to still get a ranking point.
Yes.
If the team is eliminated completely, they don't get any ranking point.
Okay. Janine van Wyk here for Foresight, for the Foresight team, the Langley Legends they're called. She's riding Foresight Jantilli. So in other words, you've got 4 people in a team, you've got a drop score. So if you have 1 elimination, you just get rid of that, you've got your other 3. If you get 2 eliminations, then you take the highest penalties from overall.
Yes, plus 20.
Plus 20. and the slowest time overall, not
Yes.
necessarily the time that went with the highest score.
No, the slowest time recorded in the class.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you don't add 20 seconds to that?
No, we don't add
Okay.
20
All right,
seconds. I
thank
think
goodness.
they've penalised enough.
Yes. Okay. Anything else? Substitutions, because we've already got some substitutions today. Oscar Ngube, I see, has come out. So what happens there?
So what happened with Oscar is that he, unfortunately, he didn't realise, but he jumped his horse in a class this morning.
I saw that.
And he didn't realise he wasn't able to do that and ride in the team event. So that was just a little bit of an error.
So does that team then only have
That
3 scores?
team only has 3 scores. The only way you can do a substitution is with either a vet letter or a letter from a medical doctor.
Okay.
So in the case of Govett, coming in for Aisling, she's had a letter from the medics that she can't ride, and I think there was a substitution made sometime during the course of the week. In fact, Sten Muchner, who you're going to be chatting to just now,
Yes.
his horse hurt itself on the first day of the show, so they provided a vet's letter and substituted.
We've just recapping the score. 8 penalties for Forsyth Giantelli in 32.88. So Langley Legends. Let's see how the rest play out. Are we expecting these 120 riders to go faster than all of the others?
Well, I think that each team needs to have a strategy, and it depends on how strong they are. You know, that's the whole thing with a team event. You've got to try and determine which horse and rider you can rely on for what, whether that one needs to go in and jump a clear round, or whether that one needs to go in and be a little quicker. I think the pressure is going to be on the 135s and the 140s actually, because then you're going to be getting more of an idea where the standings are.
What they need to do.
Yeah.
How the 120s have gone. As you
Exactly.
just see, Alex Leith had a stop, so that's not a good start for Team of Fire. Lorlock Rivaldor. Alex Leith currently on track, so really Charles Roberts has put the hammer down already out the gates. He said, right, the pressure is on for all you other teams, because he's already well up on the times in a 0 penalty score. So they all the other teams already look like they're slightly behind the 8 ball with Charles's round.
Yeah. Remember that the 120 riders are amateur riders, so they themselves are not able to have ranking points in a higher level. So they are really amateur riders. And Charles, I think there was a bit of a fight to get Charles.
Charles is a professional
onto the
amateur
team.
rider.
Yeah, and a top 120 winner. I think Govett paid a bit of money, maybe, to get him on his team.
Well, next year we're going to have an auction. We're going to have an evening where we auction all the riders off to the highest bidders and see what happens there. Right, so what happened with Lorlock Rivaldor? We are looking for an overall score for her. We're going to get that shortly as we move on now to Liam Duffy. And Liam rides for the Rotoflow Rollers on Rotoflow Capital Houghton. Aren't you part of the Rotoflow Rollers?
Yes, I'm actually on the Rotoflow Rollers team. I just asked to be excused for this leg because I've been busy trying to get everything organised. The nice thing is, Aidan, is that the teams are able to nominate and register 8 riders, which means that there are a lot of options to sort of put riders in that are on form. You know, sometimes horses are unsound or riders are off form. So, you know, it does give the teams a bit of a few options.
You've got to have standby riders, though, because, like we see, anything can happen. Aisling had a spill today, comes out of it.
Yes,
You got to.
absolutely.
Now, what happens when we start going to out of province? Are we putting horses on trucks and as standby? You have to.
Well, I think that, you know, the horses don't have to be nominated beforehand.
Okay.
So it's only the riders, and, you know, most of the riders, certainly at the upper levels, do have more than one horse to choose from.
Liam Duffy completes his round there, so 8 penalties in 33.59. his time. And the score for Lorelok Rivaldo Alex Leith, she finished on 15 in 37.36. 15 penalties in 37.36. And Liam Duffy, just recapping, he finishes on 8 penalties in 33.59. Right, Billie Jean is the name of the horse. Nina Lambrakis rides for the Reonet Rockstars team. Just reminded that you're seeing all the 120 riders go first. The course will then be raised for all the 130s, 135s, and then the 140 riders will go after that. Now, this is being held at all of the World Cup shows, the 5 legs.
Yes, the 5 legs. This is the first. The next one will be at Stockies Dry in Brits. And then we have 2 back-to-backs down at Shongweni Club, and the final one, which is at Maple Ridge in Krugersdorp.
And then when we head into the final of this competition, clean slate, only 50% will go through. So
yep, 5 teams will go
so
through.
After those 5 qualifiers, you then drop the worst 5.
Yes.
Is that correct? You're not eliminating one after this one and one after the next one?
No.
Dropping.
Everyone finishes. Okay. And actually, Aidan, the best 4 of your 5 legs count. So you have a drop leg as such.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so if you have a shocker somewhere...
If you have a shocker somewhere, or you can't get your whole team down to Shongweni, whatever reason... you do
okay.
have
Does that
option.
mean that the team only has to compete in 4 if they so choose? I mean,
yes.
It's not a good idea to do that, because then you're giving yourself a drop score.
Yeah.
But if you can't get down financial reasons, whatever, you can take a miss on one of them.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You have to compete in 4.
Okay. All right. And then the final is a different format.
The final is a different format. It's going to be held under the basically Nations Cup rules.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which are?
So it's the teams will jump 2 rounds, and then in the event of an equality of points, the team managers will elect either their 130 or 135 rider to go into a jump off.
Okay.
But
only one of them.
Only one of them.
So one representative from the team to go and...
Yes.
Is that like that's the Nations Cup format?
Yes.
Right, okay.
We have modified it slightly, obviously, to suit our competition.
Robin Earlers is on track now. This is Driftwood for Mark Whiteness and Fair Lady Z team. Charles thus far, sure. 0 penalty score. The rest of them all some penalties and 0 penalty in the quickest time. They were all after that Charles Roberts, those teams. Team 334 managed to snatch him up, and they into the lead here. Of course, a few more to come. Robin Earlers, Vanessa West, Claire Hardy, Kelly Melva and Jaco de Lange, all the 120 riders. Driftwood LC and Robin Earlers, 4 penalties in the second phase in a time of 31.96. 31.96 was a quick time, but 4 penalties, I'm afraid. Callagho team goes next. Team Callagho, Vanessa West is their 1 meter 20 representative, and she rides Callagho Talana.
I think this, these team events, Aidan, there's a lot of pressure. It's not. It's
well, you
not
don't want to
like,
let the team down, do you?
Exactly. And I think that a lot of as I say, these are all your amateur riders. They may not have ridden before for a team, and maybe the pressure is getting to them a little bit.
Yeah, you saw a grimace on Vanessa's face as she had that one down. You know how costly that could be. Because once again, you're not just riding for yourself. There's a lot to play for.
That's
Let's talk
it.
about how much there is to play for. For 250,000 Rand, that's the prize money on the final. But each of these qualifying series has some decent prize money attached to it as well.
Yes. So each leg there is 18,750 Rand.
That's divided
Between three. There's 3 prizes at each leg. So the best 3 teams will be in the money, and then the same for the final.
And I see they're all riding in different shirts, different kits, different numbers. There's lots of buzz on social media. It's a marketing person's dream.
Absolutely. I'm not sure what Jonathan chatted to you about, but I think that's his whole sort of idea with this team event, was to really try and attract sponsors, promote the sport, and just create a bit of an exciting event, a new product.
35.66, 4 penalties for Team Callagher. That's their start. So the only team with a 0 penalty score in the 120s thus far, with 3 more to come out of those 10 120 riders, is 334 Titans. Charles Roberts clearing 33.27. And we are just going to verify that time, because he was absolutely flying. But I see there are some times that look quicker, so I just want to get verification on that time of Charles Roberts.
There could have been a couple of places where he went around, Aidan.
Even so, he was he was galloping.
He was
like
motoring.
he was motoring. He would have had to go very wide, but it's probable. But let's have a look.
Yeah.
Kincardine Mustangs, Erin Vale, Claire Hardy. Combination that's currently on track. Now you say you have to have the 120s have to be amateurs. What does that mean?
So it basically means that they are not to have ridden at a higher level in the last season, which is basically from January 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not to have ridden in a level above 120 or have any rankings in a higher level.
And then the 130 riders, they have to have remained in 130 for the past season?
No,
as well?
so the 130 up riders, they can be professional riders ridden at any level. The only other rule is that the 130 and the 135 horses may not have rankings in the 140s or higher.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can't bring out your big gun horses to put them in a smaller
No, yeah, it's just to try and keep the playing fields level for all the teams.
Got you. Okay, so that was Claire Hardy that just finished her round. 4 penalties in 35.64. Kelly Melville, Lucano Makalani, HH Heroes goes next. Double H Heroes, Double H Feeds, sponsoring this team.
So Team Callagher and the Kincardine Mustangs are sitting pretty close. A third and a fourth so far. Their times are separated by 0.02 of a second.
Yeah, both sitting on 4 penalties. So
Mark White-Nissen in second place.
Yes.
And the Titans still out there in the lead.
Out there in the lead. But of course, a long way to go. This is just the 120s. Once the next 2 riders, well, after Kelly's ride, Yaku goes, and he'll be the last in the 120s, and then the course will go up. This is looking pretty tidy from Kelly Melville.
This is this horse is
she's
looking
had one.
super.
She's had one down.
Has she?
So, yeah, she's had one down.
She, like Charles, is also from Port Elizabeth, so they've come up a long way to be on the team.
Well, a big scream goes out on my, 4 penalties in that first phase in 29.96, so super fast time. But it's all, the penalties supersede the time, right? It's all about the penalties.
Yeah. But it does put them into second place.
29.96. So if you were a team manager, what would you be telling your and Yaku was in your team, what would you be saying? Go for the clear?
Absolutely.
Don't worry about the time?
Definitely.
Okay, we've got to get the clear. There's only one clear in the bag, and Charles Roberts. So go for the clear if you can. Try and beat 33.27, but it's more about keeping them all up and keeping the scoring sheets on a 0 penalty score. Oh! Now he's got to go a little bit, right? Because now he's at one down, and there's a couple of teams on 4, and they're quick.
Well, in the speed section, he's going to have to give it a bit of a go, yes. Well, that's the problem, Aidan. You know, you can give someone an instruction, just go and get a clear, and they set off slowly, and then they have a rail.
Right, so I was right. That 33.27 that I had on my sheet was wrong for Charles. It's 27.65. So 0 penalties in 27.65 puts him well ahead.
Well ahead.
Right. So Yaku's had one down. He's now into his speed section. Of course, this is a two-phase. And for uninitiated viewers, just explain what a two-phase is and why the choice of a two-phase. Was that part of the rules, or?
Well, I think the thing is, Aidan, is that because we wanted to link the series onto a big show like the World Cup, we did not want to make too much more jumping for the horses. So to stick to a one-round class, and so your choices are either to have a full-on speed class or a two-phase, which is a sort of a half and half.
36. What was his time there? Just trying to have a look. Yaku's time will get confirmation, but one down in 36 and some change. So that wraps up the 120s. So now the course will be raised to the 130s. I'm sure you've got lots of stuff to do in terms of now. Just tell me your part in this whole. You've put this whole thing together.
Well, Jonathan approached me during the course of last year and said he'd like to do a league, and I think it was just a matter of actually getting together what Jonathan's sort of vision was, and then chatting to, SA show jumping. We wanted to run the event, via the auspices of SA show jumping, and then, getting feedback from, the likes of Lisa Williams and Barry and so on, and, it just evolved to how it's become.
And lots of excitement around it, and it
seems
really is.
To be, it seems to be really, seems to be a lot of interest on Facebook and people asking questions, and I hope it develops and next year is bigger and better.
Well, you're off to a flying start, excuse the pun, sponsored by United Aviation, and a big thank you to them. We're going to go take a quick break, and when we come back, the second round, those are all the 130 riders, 10 of them looking to clock up those 0 penalty scores in the quickest time. Don't go away, this is the United Aviation League of Champions.
We're not like everyone else, you and I. We're a cut above the rest. United in our passion, our insatiable hunger for the finer things. We're unique. We're explorers, tycoons, the tastemakers, the elite. The destinations we seek have never been normal. How we get there shouldn't be either. With us, the journey already feels like you've arrived. A whole world that's ours for the taking. We turn runways into, runways, and travel with unapologetic opulence. The lifestyle, the design, a red carpet rollout at 35,000 feet. Because average is for everyone else. And just like us, you're not sorry for wanting more. Never change. Never settle. That's just who we are. How we're always going to be. United. Join us it's time to fly above the rest.
Welcome back. Equestrian Live bringing you these pictures via our Canon cameras, and on track now is the first of the 1 meter 30 riders for Team 334. Of course, we've wrapped up the 120s, and this is Kaylee Triggle now going first for the 334 Titans. Kalaho Lisa Bell. Joining me co-commentary is Sten Muchner. How are you? How are you loving this?
Yeah, great team event. I think it's so nice for us to be able to learn how to ride in teams again.
Aren't you part of a team?
I am, Double H Heroes.
And now what's happened? You're not riding today? You're in the next leg?
My horses are known for being a little on the cheeky side, and my one ran out the horse box backwards yesterday and injured himself.
No, typical horses. What do you think of this concept and how it's all playing out and the excitement around it?
I love it. It adds a whole new aspect to our riding. I think if you watch the 120 riders now who have to be amateurs, you can see like how much pressure can get to the riders when there's an outside influence. You know, I think a lot of these older riders or more experienced riders would have ridden for owners or studs and had backing behind them. So, you know, they've learned to ride under that pressure, and I think it'll be great for our younger riders to learn that.
Well, I tell you what, 334 Titans. Charles Robert went out first for them, gave them a 0 penalty score and a very fast time, 27.65. With that good round from Kaylee Triggle, stay on the 0 penalty score, and we add 33.86 to that time of Charles Roberts, and so that's why we need to get out the calculators and do some permutations and whatnot. So they stay on 0 penalties. We add the 27.65 to the 33.86. It's all about accumulative scores. Now, a man you know very well, Grant Langley, where's his headspace going to be?
Sure. I think my feeling was for this first leg, a lot of these riders would have been aiming to just have clear rounds. I think you want good, clean jumping to start, but Charles showed us all that you should be going clean and fast. So
well, he
I'm
put
not
the pressure
sure.
down.
He put the hammer down. Yeah. And then, you know, all the other riders just need to come out and do as Kaylee did. Good equitation rounds round whatever level they're jumping. But this horse is jumping well.
But now a different situation for the Langley Legends, because their first rider, Janine, 8 penalties in 32.88. So it was a good time. Is that down? Yes, it is. So they're going to add that 4.
So that puts them on 12.
That puts them on 12. Her time was good, 32.88. Not a Charles Roberts flying time, but a good time. But it's all about penalties. That counts most. And Grant has had 1 down, but a good round.
Yeah, and I think a sort of inexperienced horse at this level, and I think he stepped up to the plate. Really jumped a nice round.
34.07, 4 penalties to add to their first rider, 8 penalties in 32.88. It's all about the 4 riders. They do, of course, get 1 drop score in their team. So they drop their worst round, and that gives them a total, and then we'll have a winning team according to penalties and time. And then the winning team walks away with the 30 points. That goes into a points tally, much like any other sport, any series, Formula One, whatever it may be. They get points for the win. And then after the 5 rounds, we eliminate the bottom 5 teams. The top 5 go into the final. And then it's all clean sheets and starts from 0 penalties once again into the final on a Nations Cup format. 2 rounds, and then should there be equality of score after 2 rounds, they then nominate a rider, a 130, 135 rider, to go into the jump off. As we see BP Electro and Hannah Garten for Team of Fire. Their first rider in the 120s in Team of Fire was Alex Leith, who came home 15 penalties in 37.36.
Yeah, and I think that was a very uncharacteristic horse error or rider error, whatever that was. But you'll never see that happen again with Hannah. Probably the first time I've ever seen it in my life, and I'm pretty sure the last.
And what do you put that down to?
I'm not sure how well she knows this horse as well. I mean, if you saw her flying around the Grand Prix now, she's a very, very talented jockey. And I think you might also find people having horses in this that are borrowed from team members, or horses that got less experience on, newer horses that they're trying to get to know. So, you know, I think it's a very difficult. If you watched Vanessa earlier, I think she was on a borrowed horse in the 120s who jumped his first 120s yesterday.
Oh.
Under the pump of it, I would think.
Well done, Vanessa. Okay, so that's 14. Okay, so for BP Electro and Hannah Garten, what was that score? We're going to take a look. I've got our scorers sitting on my right-hand side here. 26 penalties. So we'll get confirmation of that. We do have comms with the judges box. 26 penalties. There it is, 26 in 36.98. 26 in 36.98. To add that to Team of Fire's 120 rider, 15 penalties in 37.36. So for now, the 26 is going to be the drop score. So Team of Fire, I'm afraid, a little bit of a damp squib start, not a Team of Fire start, and they'll forgive me for saying that, but it's early days and lots more to play for.
And I think, as Mandy said, you know, they do get a drop. You can drop one of your leg scores along the way, so all's not lost.
Kelly O'Connor now, this is by Reputation. She's riding for the Rotoflow Rollers. And their first rider, Rotoflow Rollers.
I think, having ridden for Team South Africa, you'll find she won't be buckling under any pressure of riding for a team.
And Team Ireland, don't forget.
Yeah.
She's been there. Right, 8 penalties for Rotoflow Rollers, their first rider, Liam Duffy. So really looking for a nice solid score here.
Unfortunately, I think already the one down at number 3.
Finishes well. 4 penalties in 30.09.
30.09
for Kelly O'Connor and by Reputation. So at this point, they will drop the 8s scored for Capital Houghton and Liam Duffy. 1 drop score out of the 4 riders. Next to go is Cassidy and Michaela Corsten, Reonet Rockstars.
Michaela, I think, is a really valuable team member. She's got her older horse Cassius Clay as well, who's a rock star. I mean, he's fast against the clock and careful as a cat. So, and this horse has been getting better and better. I've watched her jumping recently. Really showing some ability, sure.
And she's in top form. She's had a good few wins. Oh, was that me? Oh.
Well, if it wasn't you, it was definitely me talking her up.
Well, sorry, listen, if you're the Reonet Rockstars, and it's going to happen at the Reonet jump. So, unfortunately, an elimination there for Michaela. Let's take a look at the replay. Oh, it just wasn't locked on. What was he looking at?
Maybe looking at something towards the outside of the school there. And I don't know, at this time in the afternoon with those shadows on the jump, how much of an impact that has.
Well, it's 10 for the dismount.
So there is the possibility that an elimination can still be counted in the final result should there be more than one elimination per team. As things stand, that would be the drops.
So that's unfortunate for the Reonet Rockstars, an elimination. So that will be, at this stage,
Their drop
score. Now, if they have another elimination, like Mandy was saying, then you take the the worst penalties, add 20, and the worst time. So not ideal.
And that's really getting hauled over the coals for such a...
Yeah. I suppose the flip side of that coin is if you do have to do that, it means that two of you in the team got eliminated. So you can't point fingers at one person.
It hasn't been a great day.
No.
It has. Yeah, exactly. At least you're not standing solely alone.
Yeah.
With two of you battling on that day.
So unfortunately, the elimination for Cassidy Michaela, we put an E next to her name, and the Reonet Rockstars now need to bring their real A game for the rest of their riders. Of course, we're on the 130 section.
As we head to Shanley Marshall, will be next to go at number 16, Shanley Marshall and Callao for Tasca.
Shanley Marshall, Callao for Tasca goes next for Mark Whiteness and Fair Lady Z team. Their first rider was Robin Ehlers. She finished on a respectable score, 4, in a good time, 31.96. So the Nissan Fair Lady, Mark Whiteness and Fair Lady Z team, hoping to keep it tidy here with Callao for Tasca and Shanley Marshall leading the charge. The 334 Titans, 2 riders have gone, both of them clear and both of them speedy as well. So they really have put the other teams under pressure.
It's a little bit cantering, that 7 up the hill, and I don't know if some of the riders are almost overcommitting. You know, sometimes you can just shave the inside line and get the 7, or ride up on the curve and get the 7. I've watched a few of them sort of fall to the left and ride up. It's fallen quite a lot, this Tack and Togs fence.
And now they really are starting to tumble. So that was the first fence to go down, the Tack of Togs fence, but 3 more after that. So currently sitting on the 16 penalties is Shanley, not what Mark Whitenessen would have wanted. Now on 20. So this so far is going to be the drop score for that team.
I think sometimes these hotter horses, once they've had one down, can sort of cook their brains a little bit. But therein comes a part of riding in a team, because you can't exactly put your hand up now and retire.
No.
You let your team down.
Well, even though you want to. So 24 in a time of 36.35.
36.35 the time.
24 and 36.35 for Mark Whiteness and Fair Lady Z. The team, Shanley Marshall, Callao for Tasca. It was their second rider, so that at this stage will be their drop score. Their first rider, Robin Ehlers, finished on 4 and 31.96. Team Callao now, Callao Lucetto, Paige Gage. Team Callaho's first rider was Vanessa West. As we were saying, Talana, the horse, finished on 4 penalties and 35.66 with Vanessa. A little bit of false advertising and a good pick for Vanessa West, because she's not really an amateur. She's just been out of it for a little while, but she's ridden some big classes.
And that's why I thought I'd just throw it in there, that horse, it was its first 120 class yesterday, and it's a borrowed horse, so I think...
so they're balancing the scales, are they?
I think Vanessa did a fantastic job. And this horse with Paige, quite experienced, should make light work of this track.
Gave that a good rub. It rolled in those 18 mil cups, but settled back.
Paige looking super relaxed. One day, all the horses in their team, they're all Callao bred horses.
Correct.
Okay. Good advertising.
Absolutely, I was about to say.
When you can put together a team of horses like that, all from your stud, I think you're doing something right.
Yeah, correct. Nice marketing opportunity for their upcoming sale as well.
Sure. And nice to have such good jockeys for them to advertise their horses with. Super right.
Wow, there you go. 0 penalties in 37.48.
Still alive from Page Gage, it's Claire, Team Callao.
Luchetto, Team Callao and Page Gage. So they'll keep that in the bank, that 0 penalties. So at this stage, they are also sitting on 0 penalties because if after 2 riders, remember with the drop score, they can afford to drop that 4 penalties. So they're at this stage, early days yet, we know 0 penalties, 37.48 is what they sit on. Kincardine Mustangs is next to go, Daniela Evitsa, Callao Liberace. Now, team managers can also be riders, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Who manages the Mustangs?
I think it's Joe.
Joe, okay. I think quite nice for them. A lot of almost their whole team trains with Carl Bunzar.
Is that correct?
Well, from what I've seen from their pictures, if there isn't someone, it's the majority of them all train with Carl.
Yanni's in their team, is he?
Yeah, he's also now, I think, getting some help from Carl. Okay. So, yeah.
Nice to see Carl back in the classes.
So good to see him back jumping. I know he said he's still in a bit of discomfort when he lands.
That makes the 3 of us.
Yeah, exactly.
Sitting on a score of 9 now is Daniela Evitsa for the Kincardine Mustangs. Of course, Kincardine just up the road from here. Lovely equestrian state. Kincardine equestrian run by Joe van Achterberg.
A very, very successful children and junior coach, and has had some very good horses herself.
See her a little bit later on in this class. Will we? No. Yes, yes we will. Next to go for the Mustangs is Joe Napolitano Z. So Daniela's finishing the score there 9. She exceeded that time allowed, 9 in 38.45. 9 in 38.45, and their first rider for the Mustangs 4 in 35.64. So they'll bank the 4, they'll drop the 9 at this stage. That'll be their drop score, but of course 2 more rounds to come. The 135s and the 140s. Right, Ashley Healy, Sir Crumble.
My teammate on her stunning import. He's, isn't he glorious to watch?
He's amazing. Everything the right way, good looking horse.
Sure. Got it all.
Yeah. He's campaigning that Young Horse Performance Series, I think, for the last couple of years, and every year he comes out his year winner.
Yes.
Sure.
And she's been lucky to have husband Ronnie Healy keeping the horses ticking over, because every time she comes back from having a kid, I think she's been back in the saddle 2 weeks, and she jumped the Grand Prix now, and she said to me she's definitely going to jump the World Cup.
And didn't she win the World Cup at Stockies Dry last year, just after having her first child?
And that was her first show back.
Good omen.
She's something else.
I think this horse, the bigger the jumps you get, just the better he's going to be.
I mean, that's equitation.
Yeah. There we go, Ashley Healy. Stunning round there, 0 penalty score. They'll put that in the bank. And that time 38, beg your pardon, 34. Just updating on the score sheet here. 34.86. And HH Heroes, their first team rider, 4 penalties in 29.96. It was a fast time, but the 4 for Kelly Melville. At this stage, they'll drop that and they'll put the 0 penalties in the bank. So all playing out rather nicely here. The Titans are in a very, very strong position. 2 clears, so they've got 2 zeros in the bank. They can afford 1 bad round, not that they'll want that at all. So now United High Flyers We've got a scratching there. So United High Flyers are not going to have a drop score. They're going to have 3 riders only participating for them.
I think that was the horse that Oscar was.
Yes.
Yeah, he rode this morning without knowing the rules, I think.
So is somebody going to give him a stern talking to?
I'm sure.
Who's the team manager for the United High Flyers?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think Oscar. Not?
Is it Oscar? It could be Mandy.
Mandy. No, of course, you're right. You're right.
Mandy would have given him a stern talking to.
Not very good when you get the rules wrong and your manager is the organizer of the event. So,
who printed the rules and wrote them. Okay, so we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have all the action from the next 2 rounds. That will be the 135s and 140s. Don't go far. You're watching Equestrian Live. That's Leona. That's not Leona. So currently on track, Leona Fanameva. And this is the first rider for Team 334 Titans. And they were sitting on 0 penalties, but of course you do get that 1 drop score as Leona finds a rail. She's riding here Finale, or Finally You.
I think it's Finale You.
Is it Finale You or Finally You? I'm not sure.
And it's a new partnership. Her and husband Chris van der Merwe have just recently made the move to Joburg from Bloberg. So a lot of the horses that they're riding will be new partnerships for Govert. But I know she's in love with this. So I think it's going to be one to watch for the future.
Yeah, from what I can see, what's not to love? So exceeds the time allowed, just over.
First picks up 4 jumping faults of fence number 3, and in 40.12, 1 time fault as well. It's 5
1 for time, 4 for jumping, a score of 5. And that time, 37.52. So that at this stage will be the 334 Titans drop score. They do have 2 zeros already banked. So they'll drop the 5 at this stage, and then last to go for that team will be Govert and Cadiz van Pitsenberg in the 140 section. Courtney Webber now, and she's up from KZN riding here this week for the Langley Legends, and this is Rathmore Coup de Coeur.
I spent some time on this horse for a few weeks. Really talented jumper, but I think every now and then can get a little bit shell-shocked by the arena.
He just seems to be going a little bit too low over the fence. It's
yes.
like he just gone inward a little bit. And I mean, it's a lot to look at.
Yeah, you can almost use the term like they get shy or overwhelmed, you know, by the arena.
So So that's 4 down, 16 penalties for the Langley Legends on this round. The other riders, 8 penalties, Janine van Wyk, and 4 penalties for Grant. So this will be their drop score. So we will add up that 8 and that 4 to give us a total over the 3 rounds.
Actually, the horse.
He got better as the round
settled as the round went on. Yeah.
16 penalties or 20. Did he have the last one down there as well?
Yes.
Okay, so 20 penalties in 38.42. So that'll be their drop score with 1 more to come. So Kira's going to add up the 4 in 34.07 and the 8 in 32.88 for Langley Legends, and see where they stand as we move on to Stacey Weston, my co-commentator for the big class. Lua Demel, Team of Fire. Now, Team of Fire need to put in a good performance here, Stacey. No pressure, because you've already got a 26 penalties in 36.90 and a 15 in 37.36. So they're on the back foot a little bit. Stacey's going to have to turn in a good performance here, keep them in the hunt.
Stacey years ago bred quite a few horses, and all of a sudden they're all 120s, 130s, 135. She's got quite a string of horses now at that level, and flip, she's riding well. Recently moved to Barry Taylor and been riding with him, and anyone that knows her, she's a competitive jockey. She'd be the fire behind the Team of Fire. She'd be the one giving them all revs to get going. So
yeah, she was
I
saying,
think when you're under pressure, Stacey's the one you'd want to be coming out.
Yeah, she's saying the most difficult, challenging thing in her riding is
to give her slower,
to give herself a half hold.
Exactly. Put the running reins on, as her husband Paddy would say. Yes, what a super round.
Super. 0 penalties in 31.96. That's what they needed. Stacey delivers. 0 penalties, 31.96. Well done. They needed that for sure. 0 penalties. So what are they going to drop? 26. They're going to drop the 26. Unfortunately, they have to put the 15 in the bank. That's not what they wanted. And they'll have to try and get another clear Team of Fire from Andy and Amazonas, who go for the 140s. Dominic Alexander next up for the Rotoflow Rollers. One-on-one coaches Oakley. What have those Rotoflow Rollers been up to? They've got a 4 in 30.09 and they've got an 8 in 33.59. So not looking bad. Domini's had a good day out here in the Peter Mini. He's second in the big class.
And places on almost all his other horses today.
I think he was a winner yesterday as well.
He was, and my money would be on a good round here. This horse, also a slightly new partnership from Michelle van Eck.
He's not hanging about either.
No.
Even if it's a new partnership or not, he's giving it a good go here. He wants a good time.
You wouldn't say it's a new partnership, would you?
No.
Super.
And there they go, Rotoflow Rollers sitting pretty, 0 penalties in 31.57. So they'll put that in the bank, and they will drop the 8 penalties, so which means they are sitting on a score after 3 rounds of 4 penalties in 30.09. Looking good, the Rotoflow Rollers. Right up there they are. Reonet Rockstars next to go. Ashley Taylor. This is Equestrian Affair. Hope van Oortshof. Here she goes round Domini. Candace up to jump number 1. Now let's look at the Reonet Rockstars. They had an elimination, Cassidy, and an 18 penalties in 40.27. So they're really desperate for a good round here from Ashley. Under the cosh a little bit.
And I think her recent experience traveling overseas and riding in those qualifiers for the Youth Olympics and all of that, I think will put her in good stead to be riding under pressure like this. plus the fact that she's a born and bred show jumper.
Yeah, she certainly does have the pedigree.
That group of juniors that have gone through that sort of selection process and that recently, I can't believe how well they've ridden under pressure and just soaked it up. If you watch that final 4 competition that they had 2 weeks ago, outstanding riding from all of them.
And I think young Thomas, isn't he in Morocco at the moment?
Yes.
And who's with him? Somebody else is with him, I think?
Amy Hay is there.
Yeah. Maybe they're watching. Hi, guys. You're going to hear a big...
Super.
There you go. Big cheer for young Ashley Taylor. Clear. They needed that. Their time 32.98. So they'll bank the 0 and they'll drop the elimination, and 18 penalties in 40.27 is what the Reonet Rockstars sit on. As we move on now to Tegan Brains, Air Holidays Callao Luther for Mark White Nissan Fair Lady Z. Let's see what they've been up to. They've got a 24 in 36.35. And they've got a 4 in 31.96, so they'd love a clear here, and they'd love to drop that 24.36, which would put them on the 4 in 31.96. And Tegan is super competent. No reason why she can't do just that for them.
Yeah, riding for owner Carenza Hunter. I feel that as the competition goes on, you'll start to see more and more clear rounds. As you get into these riders that have slightly more experience.
Horses that have more experience.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, she didn't need that.
Prizes or not? Sorry? No prizes.
Don't think he's the easiest though, Luther. I think there've been a few jockeys on him. Didn't Chayton ride him at one stage, and then Pierre rode him?
Pierre rode him, and I think my description would be strong-willed.
Yeah.
I think talented and fast, quick against the clock, but I think strong-willed and rideability always a little difficult.
Yeah, as you saw there, finishes on a score of 8, 4 in each of the 2 phases in 35.40. So 8, 35.40. So, that was the Fair Lady team. They've got an 8, they've got a 24, and they've got a 4. So they're still going to drop the 24, and they're going to add 8 in 35.40 to the 4 in 31.96. And let's see how the rest plays out. Low. Team Callao. Birthday girl now, Ivana Hendricks. Feels strange saying that.
Hendricks, yeah.
Callaho's Chopper Light for Team Callao. Let's see what they've been up to. Team Callao has a lovely 0 from Paige. And they've got a 4 from Vanessa. So looking good at the moment. So if they can get another 0 here from Chopper Light, then they will drop that 4 and they will be on a 0 penalty score, which puts them in a very, very strong position. And Charles will be talking to his other team riders saying, don't make my score count for nothing.
Sure.
You know,
sure.
He's given them a lead, 27.65, but that could easily be eclipsed if the other riders go a little bit too slowly. They're in a good position here, 3-3-4 Titans, but with the drop score, if she goes clear, there's going to be another team on 0 penalties, and then it starts to get interesting. Then it comes down to time.
So far, this horse looking outstanding. Evie giving a real exhibition.
Mm-hmm. What a magnificent creature he is.
Great round.
0 penalties for 30-year-olds. She enters her 30s. It's a birthday today. Happy birthday to Evie. Replay of her.
That's quite a nice birthday present.
Yeah.
Maybe for her, but for us as well. Yes. Hey, effortless jumping.
That's super.
And beautiful, beautiful riding.
And big smile on her face. 0 penalties in 34.52. which means, where are we looking? 0 penalties there for Callaghan, 0 penalties for their previous rider, and they'll drop the 4, which puts them on a 0 penalties. We'll add, now it starts coming down to time, 37.48 and 34.54. Titans 0 and a 0, a 27.65 and a 33.86. So they're still out in front, but it's coming down to time now. All about what these later riders can do. So Charles will be running around there saying, you better go fast. Get the clears, but make sure you protect my lead I've given you. Talking about Joe van Achterberg a little bit earlier on. Here she goes, Napolitano Z for the Kincardine Mustangs.
I think this also was imported by Catherine Neal, and then Joe purchased the horse once he was here already. Good shot.
So Mustangs have a 9 and they've got a 4. Should she go clear, they drop the 9, they end up on the 4 with 1 more to come.
Just going back to your comment about Charles, does he ever say anything other than you guys need to go faster? I'm not sure.
That family only knows one way.
And that's the right way.
Yeah. You know his brother?
Yes. Very good jockey.
British champion jockey, 11-time South African champion jockey.
Sort of good at what he does.
Yeah,
eh?
yeah, he was
a
all
little.
right. He was all right.
He made the cut.
Yeah.
Good job, Joe.
And listen to that. Isn't it lovely to have a crowd supporting their teams? They have a big roar from the crowd as she goes clear. Super effort there from Joe. And 0 penalties in 36.30. So we do hope that all of you watching are doing the calculations yourselves. Get into it. Staccato's Boy for HH Heroes and Ronnie Healy will go next. So Kincardine's Mustangs have a 0. They've got a 9 and they've got a 4. So now they've got a 4 in 35.64. They drop the 9 and they add the 35.64 to Joe's 36.30. And see where that puts them in the running as we turn our attention back to Ronnie Healy, Staccato's Boy.
This horse was purchased, I think, as an unbacked horse from England. And
where is Terry?
Ronnie riding. Terry cracked her ribs. I can't remember the story, but I don't think it was anything too exciting. But she's cracked some ribs, so she's been out for a while. And I saw she posted the other day that Ronnie is finally listening to what she's told him to do with the horses.
Oh, good.
So he should start to jump a few more clear rounds now, she said.
Excellent.
Yeah, she said he's finally started to understand that he has to listen to her a bit more and the horses will be better. I didn't see what he replied to that, but I think Terry was on the money so far.
Getting a really lovely tune out of this horse.
Yes, man.
He's riding at the top of his game. 0 penalties in 30.50.
You best thank Terry for her instruction.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a quick time as well. 30.50. The HH Heroes looking good. They've got a 0. They've got a 0 from Sir Crumble. And they've got a 4. So at this stage, on the 0, they'll drop the 4 in 29.96. That was their first rider. And they stay on the 0 and add up the 30.50 to the 34.86. And they are looking good. We've got 3 teams thus far on a 0 penalty score. It's coming down to times. What are the times going to do? Next to go, Capital Cavalier. This is Lauren Duval for United High Flyers.
What a lovely young rider. I know she trains out of Charlie Crockett's barn. Her father's a very enthusiastic horse owner and loves the sport. And I think so do his daughters.
I'm obsessed for the game. Sick for the game, as they say in racing.
And at her age, her body control and her sort of ring craft is really amazing. And Charlie's done a great job producing her as a rider.
Keeps the horse on a good rhythm through that rather difficult turn. Oh, Lauren. Good time as well. 4 penalties at the last. What do you think happened there? Just a little bit open, a little bit flat coming to that, down the hill?
Maybe even the horse having a little look down. I mean, it entices you to get a bit long and flat, that down the hill to the vertical, but maybe the horse just looking down at that filler underneath, the
A
double
lot
edge
have
filler.
done that today. In fact, the first class, the 130s, that caught a lot of people. Okay, so her time there, Capital Cavalier 31.13. Right, so they've got a 4 United High Flyers. They have to have the drop score with Oscar, who didn't go, got the rules wrong. So they've got a 4 and a 4, afforded no drop score. So they're on 8 penalties. We add the 36.80 to the 31.13 as we move into the final leg. This is the 140 riders, but a big thank you to Canon. Video camera sponsored by Canon, www.canon.co.za. Ricky Mungle, big thank you to you and the Canon Group for your very generous sponsorship of the cameras, bringing these pictures on Equestrian Live. So Gover Triggle, he'll go first for the 140 riders on Cadiz van der Pitsenberg for the 334 Titans. And there we are. Big thank you to Downings. This is where we're sitting. We're sitting pretty, as they say, in the Downings Marquee. Do go check them out, www.downingsmarquee.co.za. Very, very competitive rates. All your weddings or all your functions, whatever they may be, they've got the marquees to suit your needs. Whatever the size, whatever the specifications, do contact them on that email address that we've just posted. Okay, so how are we looking? Are we tallying up scores as we move into the final round of this first in a 5-leg series? The final, of course, will be a Nations Cup type format at Summit Ridge Equestrian in November to crown the winning team with 250,000 Rand prize money for the final. And not bad prize money, 18,750 or thereabouts for each of the legs as well. A very generous sponsorship by Jonathan Wolpe and United Aviation Group. So 334 Titans are looking very, very strong. 0 penalties. Charles Roberts, quick time, 27.65. Their first rider. Their second rider, 0 penalties in 33.86. And Leona, their third rider, 5 penalties in 37.52. So they'll drop that score. Now it comes down. Now this is pressure because they want to keep that 5 penalties as the drop score and keep their 0 penalty. It's all about the penalties. Only comes down to the time in the event of equality of penalty score. Gover Triggle now. What's he going to be thinking? Clear.
Yeah, clear round. Another man who's ridden in a green jacket for his country.
Oh, now he finds a rail. 4 penalties. Now he's going to have to stay on that 4 to make the 4 the drop score. But there are some teams as well who are sitting on 0 penalties.
Govert stepping in for Wife Aisling after her fall in the last class.
Correct. But he'll know this horse. It was his horse to begin with. Then Aisling stole it. Ah! 2 down, 8. Which means that Govert is now the drop score. So now it really doesn't matter what he does from now on because the 8 becomes the drop score. So they'll have to take Leona's 5 in 37.52 to add to their zeros.
How important is that one time fault going to
be? And another one goes down. 12 penalties. It's inconsequential now, really.
Yeah, I must say, it doesn't really matter to me how well you know the horse from before. If you haven't ridden it for the last 6 months, it's quite a thing to come in and jump the 140s at the last minute.
So Govert knows that he's the drop score and elects to retire. I suppose that is the only comfort he has going last, is that he can afford himself the retirement. If he was any of the others, he couldn't. He'd have to finish because he wouldn't know if anybody else would go worse than he did. So he elects to retire, which means the 5 comes into play from Leona. So they finish on a score of 5. Now it's about protect your score. Who's the next rider there, Sten?
Who is that beautiful girl there? And riding quite a talented horse, it looks like, too.
That belongs to who?
Kirsty Muchner riding my mare Pamilia, or her mare, I think now, according to her.
4 penalties. So
just touching off the
Langley Legends have a 20, have a 4, and an 8.
This could be their drop leg for the series. To be honest, Kirsty might be blaming her owner for that rail. I think I made them all go off to Revel last weekend, and the horses have looked maybe a little tired. Our pockets were full of cash by the end of it, and there was great prize money, but maybe a bit much for the horses to be travelling and doing. I think it was our horse's 3rd show in a row, so maybe a little on the flat side. Actually a great round.
4 penalties, 34-3-0.
34-3-0. It's 4 penalties.
I mentioned earlier that that jump in the shadows might cause issues, and I think the shadows are even more exaggerated now.
Puts them on 16 penalties overall at the end of 4.
Yeah, the sun is starting to dip now, quite drastically.
Could just be me sounding like a proud owner, you know, not wanting the horse to have a rail.
So let's take a look at their tally. The Langley Legends had an 8 in 32.88, a 4 in 34.07, a 20, which will be their drop score from Courtney Webber, and a 4 in 34.30. So a 4, and an 8, 16 penalties, and our calculator is tallying up the times, and we'll get back to you on their finishing total. 334 Titans finishing total as well. Currently tallying that up as we take a look at Amazonas for Pegasus Wealth and Management. Team of Fire, Andy Olaf, who sits on 4. And the Team of Fire, let's take a look at what they've done. A 0, a 26, and a 15.
Yeah. I think there's been a lot of uncharacteristic rails from horses in this class. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think what it could be. Horses like this horse is a careful horse.
Yeah.
You wouldn't generally see him rubbing 1 or 2 down.
Sitting on 8. Current time. Go safely through the finish, 8 in 37.05. So they'll have to add that 8 to the 0 and the 15. 23, and we'll tally up the times. The 26 becomes their drop score for Team of Fire. And a Garton's round as we move on now to the Rotaflow Rollers. And last to go is Jade Kutsia and Rotaflow Coutinho. And the Rollers for Rotaflow are looking good. They've got a 0, a 4, and an 8. So currently on 12. That's how Jade goes.
Yeah, clear round here. We'll put them on 4.
Correct.
Putting her foot down a little bit round the corner here.
Looks like you might have had a look at that and backed off slightly. So 4. 4 penalties. 34.92. So they've got the 4, the Rollers. They've got the 0. They've got the 4. And they've got the 8. So they'll drop the 8 in 33.59. They'll take the 2 4s and they'll finish on 8 after their 4 rounds, and we'll tally up those times, see with how they come out. Reonet Rockstars go next. Lorette Knowles-Taylor for Regenesis, riding Regenesis Voice-Kirsch Sahara. How have the Rockstars been faring? Let's take a look. They've got a 0 in 32.98. They've got a 4 in 30.0. No, they've got an elimination, I beg your pardon. So they'll definitely drop that. And they've got an 18. And we've just had a poll.
3.
So already on 12. Find a time penalty or 2
at this pace, yeah. But I think this mare is new to the 140s. Lorette just trying to give her a good trip round. Looked a little rattled to start and settling as she goes around the track. I think Lorette just doing a good job to let her have a comfortable round.
Went through there really nicely. Double H feeds to finish.
Gave that some air.
16 penalties in 35.19.
Penalties in a time of 35.19, but the Reonet Rockstars needed that.
So they'll have to keep that with that elimination that they had from Cassidy. So Reonet Rockstars a 16, a 0. Fortunately an elimination, so I'll add the 16 to the 18. And of course they bank the 0 as well. As we move on now to Mark White Nissan Fair Lady Z. Francesca Sanna on a horse in a million here. This is the very likeable Callao Confidor, and it's very seldom you see this horse have a rail, and he's normally super fast as well.
Yeah, I think if you could pick an anchor, this would be your anchor, hey? Definitely. For any team.
Definitely.
Super competitive rider and a horse as eager to please.
And what's remarkable about Francesca is she comes from a dressage family. Her mum, top dressage rider, and she started off dressaging as well and only turned her hand to show jumping, I think only 5 years ago or something.
Could have fooled me.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
Yeah. And she's already won some big 140 titles.
Although maybe I should take that back. That lower leg position looks like a complete dressage.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
Oh. 4 penalties. Oh, that's an 8. Just unraveling a little bit towards the back end of this track for Confidor and Francesca. She just angled that Callao fence and had that.
I don't know if she thought she needed to step the time up after 8, if that was going to help their case as a team.
8 in 31.53. So let's recap the Fair Lady Z team for Mark White Nissan. So we've got an 8 in 31.53 for Francesca. We've got an 8 in 35.40. We've got a 24, which will be the drop score. And we've got a 4. So an 8, an 8, and a 4. 20, and we'll rack up the time. Liantos for Team Callao. Team Callao looking really strong.
Yeah, very strong, hey? 3,
yeah,
4 fold.
0,
0 and 0.
A 0, and a 4. So at this stage, before she starts, they're sitting on 0.
When she starts, Liantos just having a typical little moment, which he's prone to. Tamara's really stuck it out with this horse. I don't know, I mean, a lot of people have seen the success she's had recently, but as a younger horse, I think once a week she would be on the floor.
Oh, really?
You'd see Liantos gallivanting all over Stain City. I've had the pleasure of, I think you can call it pleasure, of riding him a little bit. I've never felt a horse that can use its body like this.
It's just so elastic, athletic, electric. It's just got it all.
And she does such a good job on him. Because I think in the wrong hands he could really overwhelm himself and the rider.
High goes over that. He has a pole defense before and he says, oh, I'm not going to do that again.
No.
Hang on. Fasten your safety belt.
Again, I'm not sure how much the sun setting like that has a role to play in. Because you've seen going that way away, directly away from the sun, and coming up this, the red and white double, they keep double up this line here towards the sun. You've seen horses make odd mistakes, maybe riders making odd mistakes, maybe being a little bit unsighted by the lighting, I don't know. But that still puts him in a good position, doesn't it?
Very good. 4 37.08. We'll tally it up now. 37.08. So we've got the 4 from Tam. We've got the 0 from Triple Light and the Birthday Girl. We've got the 0 from Lucetta and Paige. And we've got the 4. So they currently drop score 4 or the 4. They sit on 4.
And do the times count? So you would drop Tam's
yeah, so
time
you would, so 37.08 and 35. So yeah, you would drop Tam's score.
7, okay.
For sure.
Fair enough, her horse was jumping 4 holes higher, so should be slower.
Yeah, that will equate for a few seconds. Okay, so Yanni Kleinans goes next for King Cardine Mustangs, Equus Calaho Conzano. Mustangs have got a 0 from Joe van Achterberg. They've got a 9 from Liberace and Daniel Evitzer, and they've got a 4. So at the current time, they're looking pretty good. They're going to drop that 9, put themselves on the 4.
Come on, Jan. The third or fourth horse to sit on the back rail or touch the back rail of that number 8 like that.
So currently sitting on 4 for the Mustangs and Yanni. Of course, they've got that 4 from Claire Hardy and Erin Vale. Her time there 35.64. So let's see what Yanni comes home in. 36. So they're going to have to keep that because, of course, they've got the 9 from Liberace as well, so they'll drop the 9. The 4 from Erin Vale in 35.64 they'll take. They'll drop the 9, they'll bank the 0, and they'll take the 4 from Yanni. Puts him on a score of 8. And his time there, 36.13. 2 teams left to come.
Come, gorgeous George. Do our team proud here. His newly acquired Companiera's son.
Double H Hero Sten's team has a 0 from Staccato's boy, Ronnie. Has a 0 from Sir Crumble and Ashley. And a 4, which they'll drop at this stage, from Kelly Melville. So currently sitting on a score of 0 with George Cutlass in the ring.
Unfortunately, he had number 1 down there.
Okay. Now it's about...
Oh, well, basically it's going to be who's faster, him or Kelly.
If he leaves them all up now.
And my money would be on the 120 horse being slightly quicker.
Yeah, she was actually very quick.
She was going.
29.96 was her time.
So a nice opportunity for George to just get some more ring time on this horse and learn him a bit.
How long has he had this horse? This was Sean's.
Yeah. And then Barry rode the horse.
And then Sean
bought the horse. And then I think towards the end of last year, I think was when George tried the horse. And I think the purchase went through the beginning of this year.
And I think Sean's gone shopping, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Okay.
So Double H Heroes finishes on a score of 4. Did that go down as well, the last?
Double H feeds jump, catching the Double H feeds rider.
Aha. But I think it does have a lot to do, I would say, with the light.
Yeah.
If you look, he's in the shadows now. He comes out of the shadows and into the glaring sun.
penalties already.
So, George's tally,
The United High Flyers with penalty
12 penalties in 32.89. Which means that the Double H Heroes will finish on the 4. And United High Flyers last to go. Nicole Horwood, Capital Night Star. Remember that they had that drop score already. So this, whatever happens here, this is going to count because Oscar didn't go. So they're sitting on a 4 and a 4. So currently sitting on 8 penalties, whatever happens here. Best they'll do is 8.
I could give you my prediction on what's going to happen here.
Yeah,
but I'll hold it till the end.
I don't think you have to be a wise man.
Yeah, you wouldn't be making much money with the bookies, would
No.
you?
Steps on the gas around the corner.
That back rail that I mentioned earlier, number 8, was nowhere near her that time.
She's going a bit. Oh! They're both wrong. 4 in 31.25. And she'll have to keep that.
A quick time of 31.2.
Because Oscar's
Penalties for Nicole Horwood, 4 penalties for the United
no
High
show
Flyers.
counts as the drop score. So 4 and a 4 and a 4. 12 penalties, and we'll tally up the times. We'll do all the calculations.
We're now going to be verifying all the results, making sure that we
And I think a good way to start the team competition. Lots of excitement. Remember, we'll have a winner. We'll have seconds, and these then convert into points. I think it's 30 points for the win, 26 points for second, and so we go down. All of these teams will end up with some scores. And remember that there will be a drop score. Each team is given a dropped score for the series. So that'll only be decided, obviously, at the end of the series once they've been through all of the legs and seen which has been their worst one. Hopefully they'll all get better from now. But as the first one, Sten, what do you make of the series, and what are your thoughts?
A lot closer than what you would have thought. A lot of the teams, their results. And I think it's going to be exciting going forward. And I think the results will get better as we move on through the season. You know. Team riders will settle. You'll figure out which horses work well in which places, which riders handle the pressure maybe a little bit better than the others, or which riders, to change up a little bit, and people will feel their teams out. I think these first 2 or 3 events are going to be a little bit of feeling out, because like Mandy said earlier, you've got 8 riders, and then also those riders all obviously have access to use whichever horses they have in their string. So I think it's going to take a bit of time for people to pick their strongest team, because a lot of these teams on paper today, I would have thought, you look at it and you think they're all strong teams.
So lots to play for, and lots to come still in the series. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back we'll have the scores for you, how the score sheet is all played out. I'm going to take this opportunity to thank Sten once again, and hopefully this won't be the last time you'll be with us. Sten, always good having you on. The viewers really enjoy your insights, so once again, big thank you.
Cool, thanks for having me. Thank you very much.
Sten Muckner joining us here for Question Live. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have a look at the scoring for the team competition, how it's all played out, and give you all those facts and figures. Don't go away.
Yes, man.
We're not like everyone else, you and I. We're a cut above the rest. United in our passion, our insatiable hunger for the finer things. We're unique. We're explorers, tycoons, the tastemakers, the elite. The destinations we seek have never been normal. How we get there shouldn't be either. With us, the journey already feels like you've arrived. whole world that's ours for the taking. We turn runways into, well, runways, and travel with unapologetic opulence. The lifestyle, the design, a red carpet rollout at 35,000 feet. Because average is for everyone else. And just like us, you're not sorry for wanting more. Never change. Never settle. That's just who we are. How we're always going to be. United. Join us. It's time to fly above the rest.
Great opening first day here on this Friday. It doesn't feel like a Friday, got to be honest, in terms of this 3-day live stream broadcast. We said goodbye to Sten Muckner, but in fact, no, we're going to keep him here as we go through all the results because we have them in front of us now. And Sten, how's it all panned out?
So, yeah, the 8 HH heroes on that 4 faults, and I think Team Callagho, a lot of clear rounds. I mean, I know they got the 4, but a lot of clean jumping. You know, Vanessa, I think on a new horse, that was a lot of pressure, and I think she did her team proud.
So let's just go through. So topping today's scoring sheets, the HH heroes come out on top on a score of 4 in 95.32. Good ride there by Ronnie Healy, Staccato's boy. Shaving seconds off of Charles's lead, although they dropped down to 3rd, did the Titans, because it's all about penalties. So 4 penalties in 95.32. None of the teams ended on a 0 score. HH Heroes lead. In second place, Team Callagho, 4 penalties, but behind on time, 107.66.
Good 12 seconds behind. Then in third place there, I think the Titans, that pesky time fault that Leona got.
That really dropped them down.
Because they would have been in second.
They would have been in second. Their time, the Titans, 99.03. 5 penalties there, as you heard from Sten. Really costly time penalty that they really didn't need. Unfortunately, relegates them down into 3rd. And listen, it's early days, but we'll see how it all plays out in terms of the overall points tally when all is said and done. Rotoflow Rollers in 4th. 8 penalties in 96.58.
I think Dominique and Jade really made a good comeback there with that team, because you know the 4 faults and 4 faults in the 8 faults and 4 faults in the beginning there really pulled them back with those 2 good scores at the end.
Finishing in 5th, Kincardine Mustangs, 8 penalties in 108.07 their time. As we do have some pictures from the arena, it's far more interesting than the 2 of our mugs. There they are. Oh, look at that! Look at the moe. Look at the size of the moe.
Ronnie's getting pretty used to that podium there.
Sure. So Kincardine Mustangs finishing 5th. In 6th place, United High Flyers, 12 penalties in 99.18. In 7th, Langley Legends, 16 penalties in 101.25. In 8th, the Mark White Nissa. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed today. 20 penalties, the final score there in 98.89. And then Team of Fire finishes in 9th in 106.37 and 27 penalties. And then the Reonet Rockstars rounding out the 10 teams, 34 penalties in 108.44. So that's how the first leg of the series, the United Aviation League of Champions, has panned out. Remember, 250,000 Rand, the offer for the final. Look at them, all smiles. Why wouldn't they be? Look at the champagne that they walk away with. Also walk away with 18,750 Rand to divvy amongst themselves. So not bad for Friday afternoon.
Not a bad day's outing. Anyone that knows Ronnie knows how competitive he is. His team wasn't made up for fun. He wants to win.
Yeah.
Quite an interesting thing when you look at the result sheets. WH Heroes also had, they might have had the least penalties. Well, they were tied on the least penalties, but they had the fastest time overall out of all 10 teams.
Correct. So double whammy. Of course, it's about penalties what counts most, but time will certainly come into play as well. And so fastest time.
I think their result from today will be a keeper. I think the score for the legs.
Absolutely well earned. Charles Roberts, sorry Charles, went out blazing a trail there for the 334 Titans, 27.65. Was that the fastest time of the day?
Overall.
Yeah, that was the fastest time, of course.
By a good 2.5 seconds to 2.5 seconds.
Of course, the fences do go up, but the distances remain the same, and Charles coming home with the fastest time. So that was a shrewd acquisition by the 334 Titans.
I think a very good buy.
Yeah. What's he going to do? Because now what? Does he go back to Platt? Or, I mean, to PE? Does he stay up here? Do the horses stay up here for the next legs?
I'm not sure.
Because they got to keep him.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure what Charles's plans are, but he's a traveller. He
is.
Goes to all the shows.
Speak of Charles, there he is. Kaylee Triggle, Gavit Triggle. 334 Titans sitting in 3rd. And once again, a big shout out to Jonathan Wolpe, man on the right hand side of your picture there. United Aviation, great to have them in the game.
Always nice to have such big sponsors and new sponsors in the game, and people that are passionate about the horses. Yeah, I'm very appreciative as riders to have.
Is he gonna crack it open?
Ronnie.
Does he think he's at a Formula One? Why not? Look at him. Is he gonna crack it open?
He really is. I think it's just to see everyone in their white breeches, to be honest. Knowing Ronnie.
Yeah. That's Moe, man.
Has anyone told him to shake it first? Is he strong enough? He didn't shake it. Go, Gov.
Oh, no. It's like liquid gold. It's Moe, man. Come on.
Paige is on the run.
Oh, goodness. Save some for me. Oh, great pictures here as the sun goes down this Friday afternoon here in the Peter Mini Arena. Look at Gavit. He'll want that taste come Sunday afternoon, defending his title. Of course, he was the winner of last year's opening leg at the Reonet World Cup qualifying Volker 334. And we're all building up. It doesn't feel like a Friday afternoon. Of course, Saturday still to come here on Equestrian Live. And then on Sunday, the big one, the World Cup qualifier, the opening leg of the 5-leg series here for 2022. So hopefully we'll have an interview with the team manager of the winning team, which of course was the HH Heroes. Who's the team manager for that team?
Ronnie.
Ronnie, okay.
King of his own castle.
Right, so this may be a long interview. And I am told that Ronnie will be coming and joining us here on Equestrian Live. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have team manager of the HH Heroes, the team that has come up trumps in this opening leg of the United Aviation League of Champions.
So, yeah, amazing. I'm happy we got one in the bag and, started
Awesome.
That's difficult fields with different stats.
We need to get this, you know.
It really is a fantastic initiative. It took a while to come together. It's been in the planning for the last sort of 2 years, and then just everything really came together at the right time. Jonathan Dolby coming on board.
So we are going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, an interview with Ronnie Heaney,
And you know what, there may be more winners.
Double H Heroes.
You guys will always be the first winners of the United League of Champions. So you guys are going to be partying into the night. That's a big bottle of champagne to get through.
This proudly South African product, made by equestrians for equestrians, will allow you to build amazing walls, pillars and wings for your jumps and gymnastics. Our award-winning rotor victims are designed with your safety in mind, with its rounded corners, interlocking pins and brightly colored options ensures an affordable, safe and lightweight product that can be quickly assembled and taken down. Our rotovettis come with a plug for an easy way to fill your rotovetti with sand or water if you need to weigh it down on those windy days. The durable and sturdy construction ensures years of use thanks to the UV8 technology. Contact us via our Facebook page, email, or contact number provided.
Stand by. 1, 2, 1, 2. Well, welcome back to Equestrian Live. Apologies for the delay. A few little gremlins swept into the system, but all good things come to those who wait. And the man of the moment, Double H Heroes. Here is the hero, and here is the proof. How much fun was that?
Great fun. Thank you to United Aviation Group for putting this on. Amazing initiative for our sport. Sorry, a little sick. Lots of little kids running around.
I was wondering, was that sick or was that you screaming for your team?
Yeah, both. I wish I could scream. But amazing. The excitement that has been building for the last few months with this has been incredible. And thanks to Jonathan Wolpe and his team for putting it on. It's an amazing thing, and we're excited for this sort of thing in South Africa.
So Charles Roberts got us off to a flyer, and more importantly for Team 334, got them off to a flyer, posted a very fast time, and we felt up here it was always a little bit of catch-up, but there's drop scores, there's lots of things that factor into it, and you guys came out top of the pile. What do you think about this whole thing, and how long will it be in town, and how much good is it for the sport, and just a great initiative?
Amazing for the sport. Amazing, I think, on for sponsors as well. For all the social media coverage that they're getting. So I think it'll be around because the exposure that everyone gets. When I was in Europe, luckily enough, I've been to a few Nations Cups, watched lots. Through coached it with people in a lot. So I told my team, if we have a unlucky fence, you got to fight and hold it on that score, because team events are won on 4 faults, 8 faults sometimes, and whatever happens first round, that falls away very quickly. So, that's what I love about team events. It's pressure. Like the first lot of riders, they 120 riders. For them, it was you could see the first round riders in the warm-up were really anxious. We obviously have done it a little longer, and we've done teams, but for them it's amazing, and it's so positive for our sport. It really is. So everything was going to go up and down right to the wire, and it's great fun. Luckily we came out on top today.
But you came out on top, but what happened here? That didn't come out on top.
Jonathan told us to spray, and we were like, Jonathan, we can't open this champagne. He's like, you were opening it. So as I was trying to open it, the cork broke. I was like, and I got covered in champagne by everyone else, and I couldn't spray anyway. So I think I'm going to take this home and put it in my bar.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you've deserved it, not only for this win, because you were in the seat not too long ago as the winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix on Elder. You've come back strong in the next big show of the season, this Reonet FEI World Cup qualifier. Talk to me about your horses. You're obviously not on Eldo anymore. That's, it's sad, but it's great to see Ashley. And how she just bounced back?
It irritates me, actually. She's amazing. Our second little one is 7 weeks old. She had a cesarean 7 weeks ago.
Sure.
And she's jumping the World Cup on Sunday. So Eldo's you run out of superlatives to say about him. He is just incredible. I was on him, and our little girl's on him. But he's up and running, and he'll look after her.
Yeah.
She's amazing, and I'm happy to have her back in the corner, in the team, and us fighting together. Today was a good day. I had
very good day.
My young stallion, who was what happened 2 weeks ago is he got his tongue over the bit, and he was unrideable. So the round that he had was unfortunate, but it brought him along, and he was double.
Well, that's what I was going to say. He seems to have come along since. All the better for that outing. You did say going to that you probably were giving him a really stern test and seeing how he came out, and today was super.
Yeah, exceptional.
The plan for the World Cup with him on Sunday?
No. He'll jump the 140. Same with the younger black one.
Yeah.
They both had good days. Cat Weasel will jump the Grand Prix.
Okay.
The World Cup. Sorry. So he just hasn't jumped any big jumps lately.
Yeah.
While I had Aldo, I was just looking after him and playing with him a little bit. I'm not expecting much with him, but he needs to jump some bigger rounds to get up and running this season. So anything's a bonus, but I'll keep fighting until the end.
Excellent. Great to be chatting to you. Once again, congratulations on all the success. You're a hard worker, ambassador of the sport, and always great chatting with you. So awesome.
Thanks, Aidan.
Congratulations, Double H heroes.
Let's hope we're the heroes at the end.
Yes, correct. Well, that's where it counts most. But not a bad.
No, it's a good start.
Not a bad Friday afternoon payday as well. 18,500 rand to you guys.
Yeah, is that what it is? We'll take that.
Yes,
we'll take that.
Absolutely.
Thanks for some nappies and diapers and wet wipes and
which, trust me, I know are costly.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway,
congratulations, and hope to. I mean, it's Friday afternoon. It feels like a Sunday, but in fact, 2 more days of live streaming to go. The World Cup. So hopefully, we'll be chatting to you again later on in the weekend.
Myself or my wife, I'll take that.
Excellent.
All right.
Ronnie Healy, the man of the moment here, Double H Heroes, the team that came out on top. They now lead the series after the first leg of the United Aviation League of Champions. And there is the League of Champions standings. Double H Heroes sit on 30 points, Team Callahoo 25. 3-3-4 Titans with quick out the gates with Charles Robert. They finish on 21 points in third. In fourth place, Rotaflow Rollers. In fifth place, King Cardine Mustangs. Then United High Flyers in sixth. Seventh place, Langley Legends. Fair Lady for Mark White Nissan Fair Lady Z team in eighth. Ninth place, Team of Fire Reonet Rockstars finishing in the 10th and final placing. But it's early days in the series. A long way to go. Remember, those teams all get a drop leg as well. So much to play for. 250,000 Rand on offer to the winner of the final. So that pretty much wraps up things here on this opening day of our 3-day broadcast from Kyle Army Equestrian Park on Equestrian Live. Big thank you to all of our team, the guys in the outside broadcast unit, to Donovan and his team, Atlantis Video, to Richard for directing, to Mike for running around, to Kira for assisting, to Shay out there as well, and the guys on to you. We've enjoyed the broadcast, but don't forget it's a 3-day broadcast. We're back with you tomorrow, Saturday, and then of course the big day, the Reonet World Cup Qualifier, the first in the series for 2022. That happens on Sunday. So from all of us here at Equestrian Live, we bid you adieu on this final Friday evening, and until tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, do take care. This live streaming of the 2022 Reonet FEI World Cup Qualifier, incorporating the United Aviation Group Riders Grand Prix Tour and the United League of Champions team competition, was proudly sponsored by United Aviation Group and brought to you by Equestrian Live SA. Thank you, Ed. Oh, hang on. Oh, damn, of course you're going to forget it.